这个我最讨厌的日子又到了，我宣布，2026年愚人节取消！
愚人必须过节！哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。 这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2026年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。 这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2026年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
Legendary!
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2026年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
Legendary! 欢迎来到 Nbpl， 你现在正在收看的是2026永劫无间职业联赛第2赛段3排的决赛现场。大家好，我是任栋。那么今天所有的队伍也已经准备就绪了，让我们接下来欢迎战队登场。欢迎 TE、SR、成都狼队、XKG、YCG、VN521、北京微博 Gaming、OUG， 再次掌声欢迎他们。第2赛段，所有8支队伍已经齐聚一堂。那么，首先问一下身边的小恶魔，今天第2赛段自己有什么目标？
赛段冠军。
那这边已经放出豪言，赛段冠军。反观问一下 SR， 你们的目标是？
一人一个，我们拿一个。
哎，究竟今天啊，第2赛段3排谁可以拿下最终的冠军？让我们共同期待，一阵定乾坤。第2赛段3排现在开始。
现在是一个3打2，状态上面沃特虽然稍微状态差点，有被震到，沃特这边倒了。人受伤持平，
但是这个时候是 OUG 最擅长的单兵作战来了，匹克也是一个单挑的高手，但是这样 OUG 应该是要拿下对方了。
是，还有个震刀，苏苏这波的话回来帮忙还是挺快的。
这是叫终于天降了，但只降到2个人，同时蓄力先带走了1个，苏苏这边也是2个半月兵成功拿下。
后续的话，哦呦，这火墙，你可以看到这火墙的301一直在那个火墙一丝血，双抓了。你要知道对方是VN521风加抓呀，
好配合，这 F 都有联动。前滚金刀这边是直接开启奥义啊，万雷枪这边是给的非常的快，这个已经换甲了，有个甲，人倒了。
对。
因为一上来就很快的完成了一波点杀跟减员啊，所以 YCG 他们这个回阳镜打的也是比较的顺利。
现在状态很残，赶紧走，但是被一个 B 机给收掉了。
走位其实还是有点危险的，图度还是技高一筹。过来也是看到了你的动向，但双方有一个人员互换，来到了2打1，
这一下
反砍一手，
那这下就没了，那这下就没了。
终于等到这一天了，
对的，等了好久，终于等到今天。看一下这边扎克一个雷痕挂上，最终成都狼队应该是以迅雷不及掩耳之势，配合着风雷之力拿下了本场比赛不朽荣光天之刃。的话，他们
入场了，直接天降。来看一下蜘蛛连线，9YC那边无敌时间帮躲一下，但这几百分他想抢下来，真的被他拿到了。不过 SR 的目的就是为了解阳虚，有花就行。
T 这个时候开始清场
，3打2打1，
两边影这里直接开，玩了一手帅的，然后配合队友，哎，小魔，哇，小魔这也能顶到吗？
再次斩获1分，让我们恭喜 T 拿下了本局比赛的一个不朽荣光天选之人，也是本场的最高分。
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Stage 2 NBPL Trios Finals. I'm Got Moxie, I'm joined by Dunkin' Donuts, and Dunk, we could be here for 8 games of NARAKA, or potentially we could be out of here in half a day, given the fact that a lot of these teams have so much momentum when we play an MVP threshold system.
You're absolutely right. Well, if yesterday was any indication, we might be here for the long haul, but that's always good fun. It's a little taxing, but on everybody involved as well, but it's a lot of fun because it gets intense, it gets hyped up, and as it comes closer and closer to that 8th game. But you know what else we can get hyped up about, ladies and gentlemen? It is the Twitch drops once again, and this, of course, is the finals for Stage 2, so you can get your hands on the Champion Bubble Choice gift today, as well as all the other regular drops, as long as you get your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account.
Oh, I'm so excited. We got like an appetizer of what's to come because I was casting Trios lower bracket round 2 with Raven on Friday. FPX didn't make it, but more teams actually started picking up that Zender Wu composition coming on through, and not just in the martial arts versus. We actually did get to see it in the open world battle royale. We also got to see a whole lot more Viper as well, though, and Team Stunk, they're still doing it. They're still doing it. Sometimes we're still seeing 3 Vipers get through that phase select, and yeah, it's not a fun time for the non-Viper teams if it happens.
No, absolutely not. It's a little, it's a little weird. We were talking a little bit about it earlier with Raven. How it's, some teams they don't like the look of a certain team's Viper comp or whatever, and they don't want to play Viper alongside them or something. There's the sort of the meta macro game involved within the ban pick, which is, I think, quite cool. It would be interesting to see what would happen if somehow they were to be, they weren't allowed to know who's on what team or anything, or who's in what stage, just put them in a bubble and just let them play. But it's not going to happen. So yeah, this is what's going to happen with the meta within the ban pick. But it's interesting to see what certain teams value and what they don't. I want to see something different today. As I always say, every time I cast, it's nice to see something, some variety. We all like variety, don't we, Moxie? What are you hoping for? Something that you're looking out for, perhaps?
Well, I mean, WBG made it. And they actually did a really good interview on Friday where they got asked about the composition that they were running, because it sort of deviated away from what a lot of the usual meta is. They really like this Tessa Wu Chen Temi composition where they won't go into like Ramov Yang. They'll just play things like Spirit Wells, as well as like go for really early Moonbanes. They'll just lock you into a position, drop a Moonbane on you. They'll buy 2 Moonbanes too, to try to do it back to back. So hoping that we get to see that. They've run it multiple times on the same day. The problem for me though is that it's very obvious that it's WBG. So you can do it before you hit match point threshold, but to get over that line, it's going to be very risky, especially if you're the only team in that position.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to stand out. We see it time and time again even with the rule changes constantly, the format and everything. If you stand out, you're gonna get picked apart. If you can get picked out from the bunch, you just get targeted down, and it is what it is. It's an inevitability when it comes to a character-based battle royale game. So yeah, then that's you just gotta try your best to not get found out, or at the very least have a plan of action when that eventuality does come to pass. And here we're taking a look at the overall standings for the stages. GG currently sitting at the top, followed closely by TE on 45 total points. And this is all the points and everything, so that you want to be at the top end, so you don't have to go through the last chance qualifiers next week, and you don't want to. You just want to get it. You just want to get it done, and then you're good. And here, the prize pool, Moxie. That's a lot of zeros.
Well, speaking about zeros, there's going to be one extra, which is GG. They're not here today. They dominated stage 1, but had a fall off on stage 2. So this is giving teams like TE and SR the opportunity to be able to overtake them, as I think a lot of people are sort of looking at who is going to be the favorite. SR dominated trios last year. TE has always been up there, JL, Wolves as well. Now, in 2026, we're sort of like looking to see who the newest frontrunner is. It's looking like TE, but then again, they've had some very strange paths to be able to get where they are. Like, they had to go through the lower bracket to be able to qualify into the stage 1 finals. Didn't have to do that this time around, though. They were straight through.
Yeah, TE, they're looking rather beastly at this point in time. Their coordination, their ability to just straight execute enemy players and just in such a just a quick and concise way. It's really a sight to behold how well they're able to just burst you down so effectively, denying any counterplay from the enemy team. But here we are with the participating teams today, ladies and gentlemen. TE, SR, Wolves, XKG, YZG, 521, WBG, and OUG. It's quite. I always talk about them. Duncan's on it again. 5-2-1. They're gaming. They're here instead of GG as well, which is another, feat in and of itself.
Well, they did really good. Not as good as YZG on the lower bracket round 2. YZG won literally 4 out of 6. They won the martial arts tournament, then they back-to-back MVP'd, then 5-2-1 picked up an MVP, and then they did it again. To the point that when we actually went into game 3, YZG were already 30+ points on the board. In terms of match point threshold, they'd already crossed the line and would have ended off the day on game 4. But speaking about, we have some insane matchups. YZG versus TE for the first round of that martial arts tournament. Wow, that's wild, because those are two teams that are usually on top. The fact that we're seeing them go head-to-head so early on, knocking one of them out of contention, worse actually, not just knocking one of them out of contention, but meaning that one of them walks away with no points.
Yeah, the martial arts, if you're newly returning or new to the NBPL scene, it originally it was more to do with band pick, and it didn't even exist in trios at one point, but now they've brought it all in. And it counts as the first game of the day. It's a little sort of warm-up stage, if you will. You get your fighting, fighting warmed up, your dueling and everything, your coordination if you're playing trios. But it also gets you points. You go through the brackets. It's the four rounds at the beginning. The teams that win move forwards, and then the winner gets the most points, which is nice because it starts you off with a little something going into that second game, the first BR game of the day. And speaking of, here we go. The Martial Arts Ultimate is about to begin. And we're panning straight over to the GOAT himself, straight away. TXJ along with XEM and One Fang, the GOATs right now. The gamers. Average kills 10.1. Number 1, average damage 41,904. Second, and then top 3 rate 63%. I mean, stats don't lie, do they, Moxie?
No, stats absolutely do not lie. But before we head into this martial arts round, I really want to talk about the fact that so many counter compositions have now popped up against this Hardy Zip comp. There was a lot of mind games coming through in terms of what order you picked that composition. So many teams out of the gate tried to open up with the Viper Syra composition, or the Viper Akos, or the Viper Tianhai. In fact, we actually got to see a Tianhai Valda V1 composition come through as well on their first round to try and just catch out that Hardy Zip comp, to the point now that a lot of teams are actually running it second or third. Third is a risk because if you get 2-0'd, obviously you don't get the opportunity to use it. So much more common now is that it's run on the second round as opposed to the first.
Yeah, and I think this is what we talked about when the new format kind of started up this year, where the meta, the sort of mini meta within the Martial Arts Ultimate was going to evolve, not only in what characters, what compositions are chosen, but in what order they get picked. I think it makes me think of Wang Liang in solos, where all of a sudden it was either Justina or Ferrier to start with. It was rare to see anything else. But then Wang Liang, he's like, you know what? I'm going to play Liam, and I'm just going to TOD these guys because they don't have combo break on Justina. Easy peasy. And he did so well that day. When he did it the first time, he won the martial arts. So if you're able to come up with some secret strategy in the martial arts, it can give you the lead that you want going into the series. So perhaps we'll see something different today. It is finals day after all. If you've got something cooked up, now is the time to use it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we already got to see things like the Valda V1. The Zenda composition is actually something that's really interesting because they're running F2. They're running V1, but they're running F2. And the line basically to open up is they try and get the F2 connection onto something like a transformer, like the and then you grab him out of position from his team, and you get him so low that you force him into having to use his ultimate very early, or you just kill him before he gets the opportunity to do so. Now, it is risky risky. F2 leaves the Zenda very, very vulnerable if she gets put into an isolated 1 versus 2. But the payoff, if you can actually land that first kill, is insane. And it wasn't just one team that was starting to run it, it was multiple. So I imagine, definitely for the martial arts portion of today, we'll be seeing it come through. But as I said, it's also started to cross over into the Battle Royale territory too, though. To mixed results. FPX were basically the ones who were able to engineer the best result, and they are one of the teams who basically compiled the composition together, so no surprises there.
Yeah, usually those who originally come up with it are the ones to do best. But to be honest, I'm surprised it took this long, because the F2 on Zenda, it's like a Tumulk Wisp that pulls the person towards you. You know, you can't, once you've been hit by it, you can't combo break out of it. There's no way to escape until they either reactivate the ability or stagger you out of the sort of effective stun. So you can get a lot of value out of it, and it doesn't just pull you. If you've been hit by it, it doesn't just pull you to a set location from where it was cast. It pulls you to the Zenda, wherever she may be. So
you can activate
really
it, pull someone, and then move.
Exactly.
Which means that you can literally force a 1 versus 2 situation. That and the fact of like the V1, the damage burst potential of the V1. Some teams are running it with Temi, some teams are running it with Tianhai. And if a Tianhai player is able to get a grab onto someone and that Zenda has the V1 active, oh boy, does their health just absolutely evaporate.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage, and I've always liked the V1 with the giant wall of fire. When the moment I saw that on her release, I thought it was very cool. It's like a turbo fiery Wu Chen wall. But hey, anyway, moving on. Let's get into things. We've got the Hardy Enor Zipping Comp 4TE, and then YZG going to be running the Kurumi Takeda Monk composition to oppose it. TXJ forced to use the Q very early. We're using Hardy Ultimate straight off the rip, it looks like, and then now going to be pulling the trigger on the Enor Ultimate. The Kurumi going to have to pop the circle to stay alive. Big damage, big CC coming through from the Enor, but
no Tianhai ult though.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, there's the Tianhai ult coming on through. One Fang still has the Zip ult, but this is very risky. TXJ's ult's going to be ending. And 17 just grabs them! The moment that he's out of the Enor, he's just too vulnerable up on the top side of that pillar. Into the verticality follow through from the flying knives. 17S looking for another grab, goes for the jump denying pillar line of sight play. Has to peel though for his teammate who goes very, very low as Kuku2 did get parried. Now out of Tianhai ultimate, he's forced to have to turn and try and intercept the plays coming on through from TE. One thing with a huge Dragon Slayers with that follow up as well. Scoops up the Kurumi, taking him out, and we have a 1 versus 3 situation. Parry from 17S, combo breaker from the F1, looking for that spear just for the 1-2 light attack stagger into the Enor F, and there's very little that 17S is going to be able to do the moment that he gets uppercutted.
Yeah, it was looking pretty good for YZG for a second there. It wasn't looking too bad. The fact that the Monk ult, they caught TXJ on the D transform, was looking good, but all of a sudden it just the turns were tabled and TE brings it back. Well, is it gonna be over this round, or are we going to the third round is the question. And now it looks as though YZG is taking their turn on the Hardy Enor Zipping composition, and TE has gone to the ACOS Viper, and it's looking good, Casey.
Oh, the silence onto QGG! That's why they went for the all-in. They got the silence onto QGG. No opportunity to use the Hardy ultimate. Just instantly following up with the ACOS Cage 2, so he couldn't use the ultimate and let everyone escape with the Cube Tech. And TE follow up the first round win with a second, knocking YZG out of the martial arts showdown. As we get the mirror match now coming on through on the side of SR Wolves, no one trying to gamble with a Viper composition in case the other team is not on that hardy Zip. So sustain for sustain, and likely ult for ult as well to deny any opportunity of taking space in this fight. And Y7 actually goes for it much earlier than the side of Wolves. There we go. Now we have ZK trying to interfere with the other side's but he gets hit by the Thunder Mark. And Y7 just looking now with the jump R&Bs to put the pressure onto this other because yeah, that Thunder Lord's going real low. He might actually be fully dethroned.
Yeah, not ideal. We're okay. We're not. Oh, wait a minute. We're in danger. ZK, get me out of here. Rico is going to be taking quite a bit of damage. No armor, but the zipping ultimate is going to get popped. Dropping down into the parry, but it gets peeled instantaneously. And Y7 dropping in once again with the Dragon Slayer. Now going to find quite a bit of CC, quite a bit of damage. ZK on the run, trying to disengage. And it's looking rather rough for them. Oh my god, parries left and right. The in-sync parries. They could be, synchronized swimmers right now. Oh my goodness. Oh,
it's the worst weapon to get a parry off onto as well. Like, you do not want to let a spear parry go through into trios because that golden frame scoop, it grabs everybody. Which means that, yeah, no hardy ult, no zip combo breaker with the cube tech, no zip, no prior sustainability, and SR complete the sweep. All three players alive, taking Wolves down. But, like, let's be honest, Wolves really had trouble just from the very start. The fact that ZK's ultimate got so quickly denied by SR's prior aggression from that first ult frame, that was always going to be a rough one to come back from.
Yeah, it certainly is. But let's see what's going on here. SR Zhao going straight to the air.
Oh, it's the Zenda.
The Takeda ultimate. Okay, we've got the Zenda in play. Oh, the get over here. Zhao gonna be popping ultimate after having not really taken any damage at all after getting scooped up. NHQ gonna get scooped himself. And the flying knives. It's just over. Okay, wrap it up. It's I mean I say wrap it up. Theoretically they could come back, but come on now. It's the slam doesn't go through. But we get another go. We get another one. Okay.
Problem is Wolves have no ult. Like they lost the Zenda before the V1 could properly come through with the follow-up. It got used very early. We saw the firewall, but there was very little actual damage done from the arrows fired. So now that the Tianhai is out of Vajra state, yeah, XN's just going to stand still. He knows that one's cooked.
Yeah, it's always rough when this sort of thing happens. You can't really do too much at the very beginning of a fight. You lose one super quickly. Coming back, it's not impossible, especially in this where you can't really look for reses and you don't have a comp that is really oriented for that sort of strategy.
Can you imagine if you could? How many people would just run Karumi and tether onto the can and just try and play runaway? OG now versus XKG, and once again mirror comp. We've got the Enorals on the field already trying to just take a pot shot at each other before now turning and looking to pressure out that zip so that the zip ultimate is forced early and the other team gets the greatest sustain window. All of these daggers with the follow-up from those flying knives is absolutely brutal. As Hardy also on the field, both of these teams have spotted out that their zips are coming under massive amounts of pressure. They need to have that combo breaker set up with the cube to get the zip out. R&B gets clipped by the early release LMB first, though, uses that cube, spaces out of the fight, throws out the LMB, tries to find the zip, but the cube comes on through, the F as well. And at the moment, Dunk, with how much sustainability there is off of things like just the zip F, we could well see a second cycle of the Hardy ultimate before this fight has ended.
Seeing another set of Hardy ults is always crazy. If you can get the double ult going, it definitely, it's just you're gonna end up timing out potentially at that point, going all the way to the last few moments in the fight. We might see some book action, but it's rare. It's rare to see. I mean, you're seeing double ults in Yang. You know how rare that sort of thing is.
Ooh, okay. So I think both of these teams predicted that the other would run the Hardy comp, because both of these teams in round 2, as I said, the middle, are coming out with the Viper Akos Tianhai, which they have to go head to head, and that means that both of these Vipers have to be very careful that one does not go for the ult later than the other. Speaking of which, that's happened. One of these Vipers will cancel the others out, and XKG's one went through first. OUG lose the Viper V1, potentially lose the Viper, with the follow-up grab coming on through from ZXL. Akos Cages, literally a Venn diagram on this round at the moment, as Xun Huan manages to find the uppercut off of the flying knives, but to get hit by the Akos F2, the Tianhai has to use the F1 to be able to peel the follow through, and yet again we go to Xunhuan looking to find these isolated players. SS managed to get hit by the silence for the opener, but the peel is there, and he turns onto Xunhuan instead, forcing XKG to have to try and just come back to help the Viper out. But in the meantime, OUG have actually been able to find the eliminations. Versus OUG. Seems like we have, wow, okay, this is very different. This is Nbpl Xunhuan versus a very creative OUG comp, which I'm sure, Dunk, you're going to be very happy to get to see.
You love to see the creative compositions. It's always, you know, the daring, the most bold that can really kind of make this sort of thing work. If you just, you know, you want to go against the grain, go against the meta. Still no Tarkas out here. And we saw a little Zhuan Yuan solo Tarka yesterday in the... I mean, he won the BR, but it did not go all that well for him in the martial arts. So I don't know if it's all that worth it to go against the grain in the martial arts, because it could be a really big dampener on the mental and the team synergy moving forwards if you start the day off and it just does not go well.
Oh, there's so much CC on the field. XKG is going to lose part of that Ferrier mech uptime with the Tested Charm coming on through, but they have enough follow-up damage and they'll be able to win that round 2 versus O. Okay, yeah, here we go. WBG, they did this on Friday. This likely is not Valda V2, it's Valda V1. Like, this is straight up the duos NARAKA meta, where you run Viper and you run Valda, and you hit them with the wave, and you hit them with the Viper V1 stun at the same time. And you can change up if you want to be able to play for the Tianhai first ult, Valda follow through to secure the second grab instead. Currently, no ultimates on the field. Jiang taking a lot of pressure, everyone trying to force them out. There it is, Valda V1 on the field into PP, already getting one grab. The Viper V1 should secure a second, but for the most part, it's actually dodged on the side of 521. The iframe from Fat Milk to activate the Una ult instead, managing to dodge away from that one. WBG's LV's also gone down. And after these ults are done, 521 are still sitting on things like that zipping overall sustainability. So even if one of their players goes low, they should be able to win this out in the end. Big Dragon Slayers coming on through. One from Fat Milk, one from Jiang, who looked for a second but gets parried, which allows Fat Milk to find the follow through instead. And 521 will be able to open up the round with the win, as we get to see, oh, 521 got the read on WBG's comp too. It's the Syra Viper Akos against the perfect composition that they wanted to be versus the Hardy, the Eno, and the Zipping. All of our attention is going to come through now onto whether or not 521 can lock down this Hardy or find that Zipping early. There's the pressure up into the air. Pampy trying to get the zip low. Force out the F, force out the ultimate. Ultimate's already had to come on through, as well as that Eno ult actually, to just try and peel 521's players off of the zip and allow her a chance to get out. Akos Cage comes on out, paired up with that Viper V1. Only one person's in the cage, however, and they might be able to escape, but no, LV does get stunned. The Syra V2 coming on through as 521 have identified a vulnerability. They want to be able to secure this elimination. The cube was in place, so LV's been able to space away before the powerful dazzle comes on through. The same cannot be said to the zip, however, and it comes down to the peel from the LMB of those flying knives to keep Pampy off of this support. PP hitting the charged RMB will be able to find it. Taking us into a 2 versus 2 situation as everyone just goes behind the pillar. Gets the heal off. 5-2-1 wanting to take this elimination now. Trying to put the pressure. Securing a 2 versus 1 situation. The Eno F as an opener. But we get the Akos F2. 5-2-1 are able to dodge it and set up the elimination onto Jiang because PP was trying to go for that opener instead. Fat Milk as well. With the charged LMB into the uppercut setup, follow through from his teammate. And we have our teams headed into this next round. TE versus XKG. SR going to be head-to-head as well, as now we'll be opening up with TE XKG. Mirror match compositions coming on through. The Hardy, the Zip, the Eno. Composition from everyone's side. Just bouncing around, waiting for the gates to be able to open. TXJ going from pillar to pillar, threatening the charged RMB, coming on through with the Eno app. Very early Eno ultimate actually coming on through on the side of 2-tick. So TXJs will last a little bit longer. Drop down RMBs now coming on through as XTM's actually gone very, very low. SKG able to find a big chunk of damage off of that Eno ult onto the Hardy, who's been forced to have to space out of this fight with the ultimate, looking to disrupt and displace both the Zips. Now going to also have to use that ultimate as the other Hardy has also got their ult on the field, and one thing is going lower and lower and lower. Eno ult's done, Hardy ult's about to run its course. TXJ still has the cube, will be able to displace. Looking for a drop down charge focus with those flying knives to start the elimination onto 2-tick. Might get caught though by ZXL with the opener into the uppercut, but he gets pressured. The peel coming on through from XEM, forcing him to have to space out. Big power onto the side of TXJ, not able to find the stagger onto Shunwan, with ZXL just stepping up to the plate and taking advantage of how vulnerable that Eno was. And XKG have been able to see out TE.
Hey, let's go. Oh my goodness, I was having some issues on my end, but we are sorted now. W Moxie. Good job, Moxie. You powered through there for a while. Let me take over for a little while. Well, XKG TE in the second round. Can XKG close it out? Can they take down the Titans? Can they manage it? They're gonna have to... I mean, they're going to have to lock into this next round. TE has been showing up today, so they and showing up quite a lot recently, so I don't know. This is posturing with the monks. Back and forth, hippity hop. We get one grab though. Wait a minute. It might already be over. The slam comes through. The Viper ult gets... Wait, what happened? Wait, the Viper ult connects. We get all three of them. Okay. Yep. No. They thought. You thought. TE? No, that... Okay. They just okay. What just happened? It looked like it was bad.
And he just It was so strange. He was hidden behind the pillar, I think, so that he didn't get grabbed by the Tianhai. And just before the V1 duration snaps, he just jumps out from behind the pillar, stuns all three into the follow-up Akos F2.
My goodness, I mean, what do you do at that point? It's just over. That's one of the things when it comes to these kind of comps. You know, trios, a lot of the time, you know, Raven like to tell me before, you know, trios, doing well in trios is all about making it so the enemy players can't play the game. And that's exactly what's happening right here. You know, they just don't get to play. But let's see, the Zenda comp, Zenda, Junhuan, Feria, XEM, gonna use most of his ult here. Has one left, has the reactivation. Junxian up against the wall. We got the double fire walls here. Oh my goodness. Hopping around, trying to find the opener. Not gonna get anything really now. Hopping into the mech. Pulling out. It's just aim training right now. Goes from bow to machine guns on the turret form. Boom. Finds one. The snipe gonna come through. Everyone's sniping on this team composition. Oh my. TXJ gonna go extremely low. Gonna look for the peel. XEM gonna come on through. ZXL also extremely low. Both players very, very dire situations. They're looking to try and trade perhaps, but TXJ's on the run. He's out of there. XEM catches him. F2 combo. No, he
drops it. He drops it.
Might be over.
Oh, that's going to cost them. TXJ is down.
2v2.
It is 2v2. XEM, can you find this opener? As Onfeng. Oh, manages to avoid the F2. XEM also not finding the connection of the F2, so no advantage. Everyone literally just throwing out the charged LMB from the flying knives, seeing if they can fish for a window, but XEM's been put into the blender, has to try and find an opportunity. One thing so low, a clank situation might just take him down, and T just decide, full send it. If we get parried, it's okay. We've got another round. If it goes through, we win.
Easy. Oh my. I mean, it's not easy. That was spooky. Oh, just send it. Just believe. Believe your focus will not be parried, ladies and gentlemen. That seems to be the way right here. It kind of looked like that was the strategy at the end there. But now 5-2-1 up against SR. 5-2-1 going to be popping the Eno ultimate. Matched by SR right here. NY7 trying to get on top of Fat Milk's teammates. Will be dropping down, looking for the peel. Pampy, he's lost all of his armor. Akame going to be losing quite a lot of the armor too. The Hardy ultimate is going to be popped. Going to the skies. Enemy Hardy ult to respond. Rico still holding onto his ult along with Akame. Both zippings trying to save that healing till slightly later on. Looking to sustain up once the fight with the Hardy ultimates just stops. Oh my, wait a second. Cube. Yeah.
The cube.
Okay. The cube. The cube.
It's okay. Cube, get parried. It's okay. Cube. He doesn't have it now, though. But Fat Milk has to be careful that he doesn't overextend trying to trace this player down. Like, they've spotted that, okay, he might be overcooking here. And they're trying to come on through with the Zip Spear. Oh, the Dragon Slayers. Comes on through. 2 Dragon Slayer scoops coming on out. Eno F on the side of Fat Milk. He gets parried, taken down by the charged RMB as well. And we get Scale Rush. 2 versus 3 situation. NY7 looking for the charge up. Can he land it? There's so many people fishing for parries at the moment, and yet another one comes through because of how punishing getting parried by a spear truly is in a player advantage situation. You can't peel for it. You can see your teammate go low, but if you try to peel for it, you get scooped up too.
Yeah, you need an ability or some other gold focus to clank against it. I have to say though, it's nice to see Spear come back into the meta because Spear was gone for so long. I felt like it's just disappeared, but now it's back. The OG weapon meta. I mean, with flying knives on top of that, of course. You know, flying knives will probably never go out the meta for trios, but you know, someone might go out right here. NY7 taking a lot of damage. The silence coming through, denying the Takeda ultimate as well. Zhao going to be able to iframe the Viper stun, peeling for NY7. Stuck in the baby cage. Get out. Let me at him. Let me at him. Jumping in, Rico around the corner, doing quite a bit of damage to Pampy. The enemy Syra ultimate is going to get popped now. Pulling the trigger. We got the grab onto Akame. Can we jump away? Can we get the slam? We out of there.
Oh, he jumps out of the stun. But can't find the slam. Out of his ult 2, cancels the spear wind up into a parry fish. But that gets cancelled too, so no huge opener. Xiao just trying to cover as well. NY7 wanting to throw out the flying knife. Focus hits and create a stagger opportunity for Xiao to be able to land one of these Dragon Slayers, but he's low, he's isolated. 1 versus 2 situation, has to be able to kite onto the pillar, into the charged RMB early send. Oh my goodness. It looked like they would have so much trouble. 2 versus 2 situation. Pampy spacing out of the fight, trying to take an opportunity to heal. NY7 low, and Rico low too. Wait, SR's players didn't heal through? They just try to full send, fake out the heal situation. But 5-2-1, they got the shields through.
Hey, you gotta reset. You gotta reset. Slow it down. Take a breath. Go for the reset. And 5-1, bring it back. It was a 2v2. It was looking spicy, but hey, we even out the score. 1-1, 5-1. This is SR. We got the Takeda, Karumi, Tianhai for 5-1, and SR on the Farrier, Yushan, Junhuan. Pampy gonna be matching the Farrier ultimate with the Tianhai, with the Vajra State. Akame is silenced, I think, by the Farrier there. Something happened. No, it may have been the... Oh, I know what it was. The F2 from the Yushan reducing his damage. That's what that status effect was. I can't read Chinese. NY7, though, is going to get grabbed. I don't need to read Chinese to know that. He's going to get slammed. The Takeda is going to be doing a little bit of something. He's going to get pressured by the Yushan, though. Karumi ultimate is going to get used now. Pampy on the outside trying to find NY7. Get back here. Trying to catch up to him, still not able to close the distance. The snipe is going to be coming through. Pampy going to deny it with the F1. NY7 still on the move, but finally goes down. Wait a second, it might be over for SR 5-1. Oh, wait, I say that! And then they get double parried, taking 1 billion damage. Oh my goodness, Monty. The cast the test.
Oh, I mean, the Karumi F3. At least we'll be able to come out on the side of Pampy. Oh, big parry onto Rico. Does enough damage on the riposte to be able to take him down. 1 versus 3 situation. Yeah. There we go. We have our 2 finalists. 5-1 TE. 2 teams who are very accustomed to doing very well in the martial arts showdown. And, well, no one gets the read on the Viper stun composition. Both teams mirror Eno Hardy Zip for round 1. See if anyone goes down early, as TXJ is likely going to be just looking to put pressure the moment that these gates open onto Akame, but a little bit more passive around those pillars. Now sees an opportunity to be able to come on through with that Eno F interception onto Pampy mid-air. Gets him low enough that he forces him off of the fight entirely to try and find a shield pod. And that means that TXJ sees an opportunity. Instead of using this Eno ult to try and peel for his team, he's using it to try and turn the aggression onto 5-1 instead. But 5-1, they're not peeling, they're not biting. They've still got both the Hardy and the Zip ultimate. They're more than okay, so TXJ is diverted from his course and has to peel his team instead.
Yeah, he's forced to slow down, turn around, look to his teammates. The Hardy cubes are out or in the sky with fighter pilots. TXJ on the ground. Oh, wait, we're flying a bit low there. Just can fly is on the ground. It's TXJ tries to find another opening, but insta-cube, get me out of there.
Twice now, TXJ has been able to close up the distance and try and fight in the pocket, and twice those players have just cubed out before you can lock them down. Oh, the neutral yet again trying to find this setup, but look at how close 5-1 are playing, stacked up. Everyone's just looking for a heal to restabilize before we go right back into the fight. We're likely, yeah, for sure, we see another cycle of Hardy or Zip ultimate, unless there's some big parries coming through. Fatmilk does get parried, but the Zip F is going to be able to re-sustain him, but now TXJ's seen an opportunity, not able to find the extension with the Eno F, has to turn it instead onto just looking at Fatmilk, but Pampy has been taken down in the meantime. TXJ was able to hold the attention of 2 players on the side of 5-1, so TE were finally able to secure the isolated fight that they were looking for.
It was looking pretty even there for us. Both teams took the reset, and then we went to the sky, and then within 30 seconds, it looked as TE just destroyed them. They just picked them apart, one by one, dismantling 5-1, but we'll see. 5-1 has been looking good. The Monk ult straight away. We're going for it. We'll put in the trigger, and we find it. Interestingly, we're not saving it for the Viper ult. Yeah. TXJ gonna get kept in the cage. Pampy is gonna get grabbed with a little bit of follow-up. TXJ unfortunately not gonna be able to avoid the dazzle. He's gonna get locked down for a minute, but no follow-up coming through. The slam is gonna connect. Fatmilk. Silence goes wide though. TXJ, that could be a big blunder. Not gonna be able to take advantage of that. Akame putting the pressure onto TXJ. Fatmilk turning up as well. The F2 from the Echo is gonna be locking him down. But we're moving over. We're target switching, and all of a sudden, Pampy goes down.
This is what T's so good for, right? TXJ was fighting someone else entirely, and then you hear the come of like, hey, I've got someone low, isolated, come through, follow up with the flying knives, we'll be able to find the kill. 2 versus 2 situation now might be a 1 versus 2 situation now. Big Akos F into the follow-up uppercut coming on through on the side of XCM, and TE will be able to secure first place on the martial arts versus step 1 on their way to getting into that MVP threshold area.
Yeah, and the MVP threshold area, I think it was changed for solos. I'm not 100% sure if it was changed for trios. I think it has been, because I vaguely remember noting it and not saying anything about it because I was in the middle of talking about something else. I think it's been increased because for solos, originally, in this first stage, it was 15 points. And then it was made 17 points for the second stage. So trios, I think it also might be different. Throwing hands, even bonk. Yeah, what are you doing, buddy? Yeah, you hit him with the booklet. Hit him with the strats book. Bonk on the head. TXJ, check yourself, buddy. Get out of here.
Weird martial arts, very strange martial arts. Lots of double spear or even like triple spear on the side of all of the players. Like Dragon Slayer's very much back in fashion. It seems flying knives and spear, the 2 most common weapons. We didn't really get to see anything else, which is very notable because earlier it was actually double staff, something that TE introduced themselves, and so it was a case of like, is the league just going to follow suit the way that everyone seems to when TE try and do something different? But nope. Back to the old familiar tradition we go, and back to our traditional run of show as we look at our answer for treasure. And this one, chat, this is an easy one. Come on, we all know this. We just got to see them flash up on the big screen. Which team won game 1? Was it A, TE? Was it B, SR? Was it C, VN521? Or was it D, XKG? Get your answer into chat. Make sure that you keep an eye on that whisper box to see that you don't miss if you're the lucky one.
Make sure to have your account ID ready, ladies and gentlemen. Only one lucky winner amongst those who answer correctly will be chosen. But we're not going to be. We might break our key from spamming, because yesterday there was a lot of spamming. I saw something went wrong, and then I think it was a solid 2 minutes of just non-stop spamming the A button. But yeah, I'm sure you'll manage this one. Lock it in. But speaking of locking it in, let's lock in for game number 2. Our first Battle Royale, our first Immortal War game, gonna be coming up soon. And as you said, I think the answer is pretty clear now. TE, great start. 5-1 also solid start. Even though they didn't win at the very end, they are still gonna get a few points under their belt to take into that second game. Having points to start off the day is always nice. It's different. Before we had the pre-posed points. We had the percentage of points that you accumulated during the bi-weekly taken forwards into the finals. But now it's slightly different.
Oh, we can see that bracket. As we said, some crazy matchups going head to head. YZG and TE very early on. SR Wolves as well. WBG2 denied an opportunity to be able to pick up points by having to go head to head with 5-1 very early on. So a lot of these teams will feel quite high pressure to be able to try to get closer, as you were right, Dunk. Match point threshold was previously 30 for trios. It has been changed to 40. So an extra 10 points, which means that the 8 that TE just picked up, yeah, they're already well on their way there.
We do have pre-posed points. Wait a minute. We have pre-posed points. Because 5-1's... Wait, okay, I didn't know this. My bad. Anyway, there we go. Total points right now. TE's on 16. Starting off the day.
Almost a half, yeah. almost half of the way to match point threshold. So I think a lot of teams are hoping that they won't be early on in phasing to gain access to the Hadi Ino zip comps. If we can have a look at our highlights coming on first, you can like hear the amount of coordination. Like look at that. Understanding they've got one person locked down in the Akos Viper v1, 2 people with the follow through to guarantee flying to the kill as quickly as possible. This was the moment that we thought that the Viper had whipped, and he catches the de-transformation of the Tien Hai ult at the same time too. What a play from TXJ. Dodges the earlier Viper ult and then comes on through with the stun onto everyone on the side of XKG.
Yeah, it's just go crazy. When it comes to the pillar fights with Viper, it is a little bit of a gamble, because if you have, you know, 1 or 2 players hiding behind the pillar, the Viper can go left or right. You know, she can. It comes down to a 50-50 sometimes as to whether or not you can avoid it. You could try going left around the pillar, right around the pillar, whatever. Oh my goodness.
I don't think you have to understand Chinese to know that that call out was "do it now." Full send, full send. That was the moment that like we saw so many just like dancing around the issue of will we fight the focus strike? Will we go for the crouch cancel? And then they both decide to fight the focus at the same time to pick up the 2 eliminations. A little bit of a misplay, honestly, on the side of their opponent, that because it was a 2 versus 2 situation, one person should have been looking for the parry.
Yeah, in those kind of like high pressure situations though, it could still, no matter how much work, no matter how much prep you've put in, you can still, you know, get your wires crossed. You can get confused as to who should parry here, who should go for the focus, who should go for the light attack. It comes down to those split-second decisions, and some teams falter, but it looks as though TE's not one of them, because they are able to do, you know, I mean, we saw it time and time again. They're just like, okay, TXJ, he's just fighting other people, and then all of a sudden, okay, I got one here, go. Instantly target switch, runs across the arena and just obliterates the one dude, and he's just, okay, nice, we won, GG's, let's go. You know,
in the space of an uppercut too, because like flying knives, you don't have to be within the player's hitbox to actually have the follow through, right? As long as you burn all of your stamina to be able to make it there in time, the range that flying knives has is actually pretty crazy. So 1 uppercut window is more than enough to instantly swerve and switch up your target selection to find those kills. And that's how organized TE are. Like the fact that they have so much trust as well, that when you have like one player going away from the fight to help the other, that leaves your third person in a 1 versus 2 situation, which they then have to play much more defensively as opposed to aggressively to guarantee that they don't go down in the same situation that you're taking advantage of.
Yeah, I think it's the level of coordination and the level of team play when it comes to neutral and actual sort of weapon fighting, you know, because it's reached a new level. You know, I feel like every year there's just new ceilings being broken through when it comes to Nbpl, because for a long time their ability rotation, their ability usage for their teammates was really good, and that was something that was missing from the Western regions, you know, missing from EU and everywhere else except China, except at the highest level. But now that's progressively gotten, you know, they've gotten better at it, but then China's, you know what, we're going 1 step further. Now we're getting better at the actual neutral fighting with the weapons. I think that's something that could have potentially stemmed from flying knives coming into the game, because with flying knives you really do have to be on point with you know, with knowing exactly where everybody is. You have to space really well, because yeah, I mean, we all know how far the charged LMB goes. It's like half the arena. It's far. So you gotta be careful. You gotta have eyes in the back of your head. So coordination means so much more, because one focus attack that you're not expecting can just mean death instantly, because you just get juggled, and then the enemy team's just gonna throw the RMBs in. You just can convert from anything with that weapon. It's a little strong, man.
Yeah, I think like where it started was probably actually when they changed the parry hitbox, right?
True.
Because parry used to just be forward facing. And then, oh my goodness, can you recall those days where you could only parry from in front of you? And then they changed it where it's now actually 360. So even if like someone's focus attacking you with like a drop down, or potentially they try and hit you from behind, because that was like always the play that you would try and do, right? You'd have one person in front in a 2 versus 1 situation. The person in front would be looking for the parry, the person behind would be looking for the focus attack because they thought that they wouldn't get parried since it was only forward facing, and then they changed it. So now, even if you're behind the person, that parry still goes through. And I think that was where like the movement started, where a lot of people had to be much more aware of all of the goings on, and we sort of saw a little bit of more of a punishment from the scare rush into the drop down charge up focus, because like everyone used to do it with literally every weapon. Spear would be the big one because you would be able to land the Dragon Slayers into the gold frame conversion, but there was also like the Hong sword with the charged R&B that a lot of people would be looking to be able to like land the drop down on. Longsword as well was a big one, since you didn't have to be inside the player's hitbox and you'd be able to just like clip them with a charged R&B. From super far away that they maybe weren't ready to go into the parry. There were so many as well, just like plays of the nunchucks with drop down dragons raw charge ups that people weren't anticipating, and then they were like, no, parry is just going to be universal 360. Now you actually have to listen to things like sound cues to know that a focus attack is coming and find your parry opportunity, and a lot of that play didn't like fall off entirely, but it was definitely more minimized.
Yeah, I think, like, I've had this conversation quite a few times ever since that change was implemented, and I think that it was a good change, but also a bad one in some ways. Like, it's a double-edged sword, because it's good because, well, I mean, for what you were just talking about, like, it allows you to have a little bit more, deny some of the counterplay denial that the people you're fighting against are trying to, impose on you. But not only that, like, it was another thing that was very nice is that when it came to being very close range, you're point blank next to someone, or with specific focus attack animations, because of melee aim assist and because of the way that you can somewhat manipulate it, there were certain attacks that you could essentially hit them in the back, even though you threw out the focus attack from in front of the player. Like dagger LMB focus, dagger horizontal focus attack comes to mind, where they would be in front of you, send the focus attack, and you would try and parry it, but it would hit you in the back because it's a forward moving attack. So that was nice because it somewhat solved that issue as well, and they added this parry change. But it's also not so good because now there are a lot of situations, I feel like, especially in ranked, especially in pubs, you think you got the focus attack timing right, they're not expecting it, but then they just happen to throw out a parry on thinking that it's the person in front of them is going to throw a focus attack, and then you get parried by accident.
Is the one that gets parried by accident. Yeah,
exactly, accidental parry situations, and then it forces certain formations and all that sort of stuff. It's good that
it's the double parry
play
too. Like we've seen way more double parries after that change. Triple parries too sometimes. we've had some insane ones where like one parry because of the 360 coverage cut multiple people, especially with how stacked some of those fights get. Like when teams have Yang depletion and everyone gets desperate enough to just keep throwing out the focuses to try to grab those kills as quickly as possible. Sometimes you get quad parries, which is absolutely wild. But we can have a look and see the phases, and oh boy. TE, first place in martial arts, first place in phase selection too, which means that they for sure get an Eno composition. The question is, what is it going to be? Because we've actually seen some teams experiment and try to play the game of getting a triple Viper comp into the lobby, but not the Viper Syra ACOS. Sometimes there's actually been a Viper split, but it looks like both TE and SR are adhering to the traditional composition. Hardy, Zip, Eno, and it falls to the teams in second phase, Dunk, to lock us out, ice out the potential of a triple Viper ACOS composition. 5-2-1, YKG, what will it be? Syra ACOS, Viper for 1, Acre, Syra, Viper for the second. Okay, everyone breathes a lot sigh of relief. 2 compositions chosen, both locked out. No triple Viper comp. You don't have to play Yushan to counter it.
Yep, it is all right. You can take a breath. Phase 3. What are we going for? I think this is where it's going to diverge a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Yushan, Justina, Junhuan, and Tamulk Tianhai Zenda from Wolves. Nice to see the Zenda on the field.
You. It's crossing into the Battle Royale aspect of things. It hasn't done the greatest, like I said. FPX had the most value.
It's not very good. But
okay, FPX got 9 kills. FPX got 9 kills. They almost got an MVP. They were denied it, though. But yeah, there we go. WBG. They're playing. This is the composition that they say speaks to their own personal strengths. The Tessa, Temi, Wu-Chan. Now, because Temi was only picked once in the previous phase, he is not made more expensive, which is how we end up getting 3 Temis instead of 3 Vipers through the composition. And that's going to make Spirit World contests very, very interesting. But we know how WBG played this game, this composition. They play very early on for Moonbane. So they're going to drop in a team, they're going to try and get a kill as quickly as possible, and then from that, they're going to have all of the coins to be able to buy Moonbane, and drop it on a different team, and then cage them in place with the Temi ult or the Tessa ult, and because the Moonbane is then shown on the rest of the map for everyone to be able to see, you've got the Wu-Chan teleport to get out of there before you get third-partied.
It was just funny. I think the coach is like, just say hello to the camera. Just do it, bro. Just do it. It's like, okay, fine. Hi.
And then instantly goes back to concentrating on the stream.
All right, can I play now, man? Come on. The coach is supposed to, get you locked in. He's just goofing around, having a good time. But I think that's a good thing. You want to be having a good time going into these games. You wanna be feeling happy, because I think if you're happy, if you're having a good time, you're gonna play a little bit better. As long as you're not having too much fun, because then you just start doing silly things that you shouldn't be doing. We all know how that works. You're having too much fun, you get Viper ulted and you all die. Okay, I'm sorry, I know, my bad, It happens. But, the good mood is a good thing. But, let's see, ladies and gentlemen, our characters are locked in, our compositions are ready to go. And yeah, triple Tamulk. Now, with this WBG composition, I think it's very reminiscent of the original ACOS Cage comp that we saw last year with Tessa, Wu-Chen, and ACOS Cage, where it worked very well. We saw 5T1 do very well. We saw quite a few teams, pioneer that composition, and it became one of the staple comps for Jacob. But now the ACOS has made his way over, he's hanging out with Viper and Syra now. This comp could still work with Tamulk because it's effectively a similar thing, it's still basically the same.
It's a box comp. It's still a box comp. You can still play to lock players down. You can play for Spirit Wells. They will go for Spirit Wells. Question is, are they going to be contested? And also, it's very obviously WBG. Because, they've played it multiple times. Not just on Friday, they've played it previously. YCG, YKG, they always do this. They land Arcadia so that they can try and get the Thunder Coins, and one team walks away with Volpane's Essence, as well as potentially all of the kills. WBG, OUG going to be landing Azov Peak. Then we have Wolves looking to timing attack into the middle of Imperium. SR doing the same. TE and 521 could potentially rotate to Skygaze, or they could also timing attack into Imperium. So we could have 4 teams actually fighting inside the very central belt of the map, which means, Dunk, it's rare, but we could also get to see one of the other unique things about the Padoria map, which is that if you get enough kills in Imperium, then you can summon an extreme longsword.
Yes, indeed. A rare sight to see on the NBPL stage, but a welcome sight if they can manage it. But we'll see. Into the game we go, ladies and gentlemen, and the action has already started. WBG, the team that we were talking about just now with their Tessa, Tamulk, Wu-Chen comp. Parry comes through, they're fending him off, and wait a second, OUG down a member. Pete getting juggled. He can't play the game. Oh my goodness. It's already done. The fight is over, and WBG start off strong with 3 kills. And they got a bunch of money and ready to go shopping and buy themselves some goodies.
Yeah, watch them. There we go. Instantly, Moonbane. It's a Moonbane team. It's straight up a Moonbane team. Raven saw one round of it. It was like, okay, this is how they play. They just play for early round Moonbanes to try and cage teams into it. YZG, running away from XKG at the moment. Do XKG actually have eliminations? No. Okay, so where's the rest of YZG's team? There they are! QGG just leading them into the Forbidden Seal. I guess they were worried about XKG getting more Fireflies, so it was a bait and switch. Oh my goodness, you love to see it. Great Sword Gaming.
The triple charge of doom out of nowhere. Just, oh my god. It's looking cooked. XKG. No ult zone, buddy. Forbidden Seal. Oh, nice little parry, but what's gonna... Oh, it's not... Bro. Yeah, okay. GG's. Okay, bye-bye.
What a bait from YZG. Like, the XKG got more Fireflies, but they got more loot. So they just lead them right to the Forbidden Seal, which means no Firefly advantage in the fight.
No ult for you, senor. But speaking of ult, we've got the ult fight happening over here with TE and 5-1 going head-to-head. But hey, look, another Forbidden Seal. Our ult got kited. Let's go over here. Haha. Nice ult kiting, Buster. And we've got better loot as well. 5-1. Double blue armor. I think it might even be triple blue armor. But TE, they're very happy to still take the fight. TXJ diving in. The F gets used. Akame drop down with the halberds. Oh my goodness. I think we made a mistake, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the whip sword is brutal. In trios, the moment that charged RMB slips through, especially with the windup of the RMB from the halberds following it up. TE, yeah, mistakes have been made. Pampy just looking for the parry. This time, they won't make the mistake of one person not going for a parry in case that focus strike tries to creep on through, as SR are currently dealing with wolves. In the kill feed, we can actually see YZG are taking on WBG. It looks like Jiang's gone down in the time that it took WBG's third player to set up a Moonbane. So we'll see if the Moonbane's enough to be able to find the revive. XN gets parried, has to use the combo break, throws up the wisp, finds the connection onto Rico, but can't take advantage of the opportunity because he's still having to start looking at the other person instead. Hardy sets up the cubes. Zhao is able to book it on out of there. And SR will be able to win the 1 versus 2 situation. But yeah, keep an eye on WBG because they're still fighting YZG.
Purple great suit. Don't turn it into a pulse on. But I mean, talking about that, you know, Dunk's the app again. It's better to some extent now than Pulse Sword. Pulse Sword's been nerfed into oblivion. It just doesn't do as much damage anymore. But anyway, enough of that. Let's get into the fight. XKG's trying to start something here. Junxian being fended off. The grapple cancel. Oh, wait a second. Oh my goodness, wait. Jiang's dead. It's over already. What happened? All of a sudden, it's just over, and XKG the Junxian was the distraction.
Yeah, it looks like the sacrifice. Yeah. Yep. LV has to book it out of that. I think PP had to use the Wu Chen teleport earlier because, like I said, WBG, when they tried to set up the Moonbane, the problem is if you're setting up a Moonbane in the middle of a fight, that player can actually get staggered out of being able to get the talisman cast. So what you have to do is you have to space that player away from the fight so that it does not happen, but that then means that you're taking a 2 versus 3 situation and you might actually lose 1 or 2 of your players before the Moonbane can proc. So it looks like they lost that person, had to commit the Wu Chen teleport to carry the Ken out of there, use the Moonbane as a smokescreen to be able to cover up the Rez's position, and then when they got chased down by XKG, who just all-ined with the ACOS and the Viper ultimate, they had nothing left to be able to try and live the situation. As it looks like YCG were able to duke out XKG for control of Arcadia. They've got full point Essence. SR are going to be looking to just rotate to this first realm of Yang, but going for a little bit of loot. As 521 did not rotate Imperium, they went up to Skygaze. They're on the Celestial Barge.
And they're looking pretty looted. Got all the Soul Jade slots unlocked. Exactly what you want to see. You want to get that done very early, if you can. Some teams, they invest in the Moonbane, which is respectable. You know, it definitely works very well with certain compositions, like the Tumult. The box comes, you keep them locked in. Pop the Moonbane down on top of them, and it just rains fire, big purple fire on their heads, which is definitely good. But if you can always go for the Soul Jade slots, which is very nice. You can go for purple armor, random purple weapons as well. It's Immortal War. You got all these goodies in the shop. And personally, I think Soul Jade slots are definitely the way to go. You know, having the damage reduction, having the attack jades on certain characters, it can make such a huge difference. But oh no, indeed, Moxie. Wait a second. Oh, we're out of there.
TP?
Take me home. Oh
no. They ported into the zone. PP was too low. Cast the Witch and teleport. Got his team out of that, but goes down, and not enough time passes. YZG are still able to get the kill credit. This is a very interesting composition match that I really want to see. We've seen the Hardy Zip Unocomp struggle against the Viper lockdown. How does it fare against the Zender Temi Tianhais? So far, no ultimates in play. NY7 forcing the combo breaker out of the Tianhai. Both Transformers going to use their ults at the same time, putting the pressure onto Baby You at the moment, trying to force out that Zender into sitting on that view. One grab comes on through. The arrow follow-up means that the damage is absolutely huge, but at the same time, they also committed the Temi ultimate. Zhao's gone down, by the way. That's how much damage that does. And NY7 is also about to absolutely evaporate. As it turns out that this composition does a lot of damage in a very short frame of time.
It does indeed. Zipping, I pressed alt, I promise, you know. It doesn't matter. If you get one grab, you get Zender, snipe, the jump on a beach, 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 jump on a beach. He's having fun. He's definitely having fun.
You know what's kind of crazy too? Is that all of that damage was scaled to blue weapon.
Yep. Hey. That's Soul Jades, you know.
Yeah,
they could have had a bunch of attack jades. You know, Zender, put the attack jades on the Zender, make her do 1 billion damage, even with a blue weapon.
Maybe health jades as well.
Or maybe the enemy
Tianhai.
team, they didn't have the Soul Jades, they didn't have the damage reduction. You know, 24% damage reduction is a lot. It's 24% less damage that you take from every source. You know, it's not like the old days. You know, back in the day, for those new NARAKA. I mean, it's been a while now at this point, but the damage reduction was separated into melee damage reduction and range damage reduction. There was even, you know, range resist had its own separate stat, which was you know, range resist, but also headshot damage resist. The old days, back in my day. You know, it's just...
Well, I mean, repeater crossbow used to be like heavy meta. Also, we had flames for Gale separate too.
So good. I remember back with bow, OG bow. That thing that was like a ballista in your hands. You know, it just did so much damage. It was crazy. I remember the old heads.
Wait, Wolves with Draco Storm on this composition is very scary too for YCG to have to deal with. We have got our Realm of Yang. 2 teams, it looks like, went into it and got Yang depletion. So interesting. Does that mean that a third team got theirs for free?
Yeah. I think you might be right.
Because it's 3 pulls on first round and 2 rounds of Yang on the second.
Yeah, I mean, we see three red buffs and one Draco. So and there's only 2 teams for the Yang depletion, and no team is in soul form, I don't think.
Palm Lightning is shredding TE, the Akos Cage, the Viper's done. Goodbye, TXJ. At least they've got Vermilion Bird Snipe.
Yeah.
Like you just see the attempted zip F come through, but it's too late. It's far too late. As XKG actually going to be losing one of their players too. They've still got one alive. Viper is trying to book it out of there. As in the meantime, we've got OUG and SR. TE potentially coming in for this third party, though. They're still down one of their players. They had Vermilion Birdsmite, but they have not yet reses. Oh my goodness, hello Pampy. Drop down Viper V1. Everyone's about to get stunned. No one was expecting it. Big ultimate coming on through, but Pampy gets hit by that Zenda F2 and held in place. Fatmilk having to come on through with a Peel Syra V2 when Akame's cage locks them all into position, takes down OUG's SS, but YCG and Wolves have also shown up to the mix. And Dunk, this is very risky. A lot of teams have already lost their Vermilion Birdsmite. SR521, they have to fight with Yang depletion, but everyone else, they're just fiending for kills.
Yeah, they're just sending it. It looks like we're getting a lead in this mid game. It's just no stopping it. Oh my goodness. TE falling apart as well. We do have the Vermilion Birdsmite still on one player, so I think they're okay. I think they're all right.
Oh, they have to die. There we go. Yeah, YCG's Cuckoo manages to get the musket shot off onto TE's one thing. So TE now will go for the res alongside OUG. Second drum of Yang will be spawning on up. Does anyone try to take this? Also, I think 521's about to lose that Syra.
Oh yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, it looks like Fatmilk made the sacrifice play though. Looking at the minimap, you can't see their third teammate, so it's likely that the Viper was just directed by the team to run for the heals as far as possible. Have a look at a replay coming on for it to see how exactly TE were able to win, despite being up against the Akos Viper Syra composition. Drop down charge RMB from the Whip Sword. TXJ potentially looking to do the same again. Yeah, setting up, oh my goodness, the hardy triple charge follow through. Then the Q when TXJ is too close. Still has the Eno ult, by the way. Kites out of the way of the Syra V2 stun, waits for the powerful dazzle to be done, scale rushes into gap close, sends out the ultimate, and now turns and puts the pressure when the rest of the team have no way of peeling him off.
Yeah, I mean, it's just already over. Like, Akame 1 HP, got Eno jumping at him, Pampy next on the list. Fatmilk trying his best to do something, and you know, parries Pampy. Oh no, parries one of the focus attacks. So it's wait a minute, another parry. But they're fighting it to the last. Respectable. I will say as well, it's very interesting to see that TE and 521 seem to fight each other constantly. We saw them at the beginning of the game. We saw them in the martial arts. We see them here in the Yang. They're just constantly going at it. And 521 to be able to push TE at least somewhat is a very good showing from them, because TE, they're kind of just
they were sparring partners.
NBPL at the moment.
They were sparring partners with JL last year, so they're actually very familiar with fighting TXJ. TXJ on that Eno, not really giving SR the opportunity to fight back at the moment. It's a little bit of a bully beatdown, quite literally, with the drop down RMBs of the Eno. Hardy Cube already been forced, combo breaker out, which means that TXJ now wants to try and put some of this pressure. There's the drop down, nunchuck stun on to the zip, looking to set up the follow through from that Hardy triple charge. Oh, the parry onto Xiao as well. NY7 not able to peel his Hardy at the moment. TXJ is just not giving him any opportunity to be able to get this heal off as well.
We chase him. We're peeling out. Okay. Wait, I think that's Rupture Gale Flame Breath right there for SR. Big damage. Denying some of that healing. Huge jump parry from TXJ. Rico getting knocked back. Trying to catch him. Just sending, just mashing. Gets the... Oh my god. Right there! See what I'm talking about? We talked about it earlier. Just parrying someone by accident. That was not deliberate. As good as you are, TXJ, that was not deliberate.
Hey, look, we take those, okay? Parry is a parry. Win's a win.
Just parries the one charge timing from the fan.
Yellow nunchucks. TXJ will be very happy on that one.
Wait, we've got 2 pairs of them now. I think he already had one.
Especially if he gets velocity, then he's going to be a very, very happy player. As we do have 2 teams on Yang Depletion, both OUG and SR. Mystic Might was picked up for our Realm of Yang teams so that they can read out where exactly those Yang Depletion teams will be. Oh no, Xander F2. Viper V1 stun comes on out, trying to put the pressure, going around the pillar too before they can dodge out of it. So a bad situation is turned very quickly on its head, as now it's actually going to be OUG on the back foot. 2 versus 1. One just spaces out to get a heal, comes back, takes the 1 versus 3, manages to find the kill, and XKG secure themselves 3 eliminations as well as that Mystic Might.
Yeah, what can you do at that point? If the Viper ult goes well and you can't stop it, you can't prevent yourself from getting stunned, it's just over at that point. The pillar play, it looks right there as well. We saw the Viper's teammates being on the other side, pushing them into the line of sight, just denying any way of escaping it. Speaking of escaping Viper,
oh no,
we are going to be able to do just that, and Pampy's just kill me, just get it over with.
Mystic Might moment. 5-1, like they've got a rebirth charm at least, but I don't know if they'll be able to get it through because I think OUG might have scouted them out too, or at least OUG have a bounty. You can see they're tracking something. And they do have Yang Depletion, so they're going to have to take a fight. Looks like SR kited up onto Ballista Tower as well, so here comes Fat Milk. He's just going to be passing by though. He won't want to stick around. He's flying solo at the moment. There's 1 minute remaining. This is getting a little bit risky in terms of time duration to have Yang Depletion go for, especially if a team like TE rolls up to the mix. Oh, XKG, who've got Mystic Might. Xander F2 as an opener. Fat Milk, unfortunately for him, was not able to pass by cleanly, gets fully locked down by OUG, but they don't get the Soul Bloom. Oh, that's tragic.
Unfortunate. One thing we noticed yesterday was that I noticed earlier in the week is that they made a change to Yang Depletion, because they're playing on the newest patch, where Yang Depletion timer is extendable by dealing damage, which you can see right there, but they also added a cap to it, so you can extend your Yang Depletion timer by dealing damage, but only up to 1 extra minute. Oh. So it changes quite a lot. I think I've thought about it, and one of the biggest things is that timing when you're gonna engage on a team who you think has Yang Depletion. You can't be sure whether or not they've extended their Yang Depletion timer, but oh my goodness, what is going on here? We've got the Rupture Gale, got the cannons flying in from inside the zone. 17S. Oh, that was a Mortal Defiance for sure. Stays alive a little bit longer, but it's not going to be enough to get him.
Well, if it was YZG, they had Vulpines.
Yeah, that must have been the Vulpine proc then. Not going to save him, unfortunately. SR have managed to cleanse 3. Oh no, 2, sorry. P could be able to reset his health bar here. Jumping into the zone, but a solo monk, what's he supposed to do at this point?
This is a wild fight too. Like this has actually limited the amount of teams that are full. Xiao just perfectly spacing using those rolls. Oh, he has to perfectly space now. Can't afford to get double grabbed. He uses the Hottie combo breaker to get onto Peek's forehead so that Peek just does not have the hitbox reach to be able to grab the Hottie. And instead of going for the summon to NY7, he greets it. Now he's so low, but XKG waited for the Tian High ult to be done and then roll on forward to steal the kill away.
Poor guy. Well, you saw right there, his timer was about to run out. I think this is it's a cool change. It's definitely interesting, because there's nothing worse than dying to Yang Depletion when the timer's just set. But now that you can extend it, if you can do that little bit of damage, just keep it going. You're on less than 10 seconds and you're still in it because you're able to consistently extend it. Oh,
you got the Spirit Well for free.
Oh my goodness.
I think this might be ranked. I think this might be round. SR missing one player, XKG missing a player, YZG missing a player. TE are the only full team left. They've got buff, they've got 2 cycles of ultimates. They already used TXJ's first ult to be able to aggress into everyone else. The zone's moving away. TXJ gets the zip F to be able to hunt down NY7. E can go into the zone too because he's got that Eno. It looks like NY7's just going to go deeper into the zone to try and lose the tail. And TE turn their attention instead to the rest of the teams. But YZG now down to 1 player because the other bled out. SKG found a cleanse from 1, but 2 still have Yang depletion and will have to continue taking this fight. Unless everyone turns on to TE here to take out the strong competition, TE will just be able to walk this lobby.
It's looking pretty over. And Moxie, they're at 31 points already.
Yep.
They're missing 9 points from match point.
Yep.
What?
Told you, we could be here within like half a day. YCG also somehow finding a soul altar when the zone has moved this much and rezzing that player to bring them back. But this now presents a new question because now you might just be giving another kill to the side of TE if you're not careful. XKG is going to just use the cliffs to try and break away from TE. The Moonbane at least seems to have put a little slow on their aggression, but no, they've been able to find players on their side of the Moonbane. They'll just continue fighting this through. You know, have to be able to knock them back into the zone. Hardy ultimate on the field as well to do the exact same thing. And both NY7 and Rico are going very low, big Dragon Slayers, but there's the interception on the side of TE. The cube used to try to drop TXJ down with a focus hit from the nunchucks, but actually gets hit by the spear before he can find the follow-through. But he's got the Eno. And Rico gets absolutely barbecued. Do you know what? Full send it through the Moonbane. TXJ surfs. He has murder in his eyes. He wants that kill credit onto Rico.
Give me the kills. Let me at him. The Thunderlord roaring through, chasing him down ruthlessly.
What's happening to XEM though?
I don't know. Oh, wait a second. YZG picks up a kill. Denies one from TE, which is actually quite meaningful. Because, yeah, they're very close to match point already. There's no way we'll get to match point after one game, right? Right, Moxie?
I mean, potentially, because like I said, YZG might have denied 1 kill. But at the same time, they also brought one of their players back. XEM, though, he's gone down. Like, I was going to say, TE, when they murder lusted in with that, you know, all coming on through from TXJ Moonbane surfing, XEM went so low. He actually went to a quarter health bar before they turned around to try and peel for him. I think he must have been hit by a Moonbane and, like, players with musket shots on the follow-through afterwards. Oh, the Eno F, though. That's disgusting. 17S goes down, and we have a 2 versus 2 situation, but SR are about to get the Spirit Well. If they can get the Spirit Well before TE deny them, they'll have a double ult cycle, but no. TE step up to the plate in time, Palm Lightning going to be revealed. TXJ gets knocked back into that zone. NY7's got Eno ult, but so too does TXJ. And here we go, but one thing's low, he's down. This could be huge. Can SR deny TE the first place finish? The Eno ults are going head to head. TXJ does not want to spend time trying to take down the Thunderlord, though. He wants that zip. He wants to try and force proc that ultimate so that he doesn't have to worry about the out-sustain potential in the 1 versus 2. He's going to lose the ultimate in a moment. Still manages to come through with a big parting hit of damage though, but he's very low, turns around, tries to throw out the RMB, doesn't find the connection, and SR pick up the first, well, the last team standing, but I don't think it's enough to deny TE the MVP status.
But yeah, I don't think so. they just cooked everyone. Oh my god, that's crazy. They're 4 points off. If they won, they would have had match point.
They would have had match point within a game. Yeah.
Yeah, one game. one BR game.
That would have been a record too if they'd been able to close out on 2. Yeah. We've seen teams close out on 8. On 6, on 7, on as low as 4. We have not seen a team close out within 2 games, which would be like actually crazy. As it is, it could be free though, because like if you're YZG or TE rather, Just like land on a team, get 3 kills off of the bat, and boom. You're pretty much there already.
Yeah. Literally, they need 4 points. That's all they've got to achieve, which I think, considering that it's TE, I think they've got it in the bag. So with actually, I'm not going to say anything else. I think I don't want to curse them.
I'm surprised that when we see the players walk back, no one's clapping SR on the back by saying, "Hey, thanks, guys. we still got a chance.
Good job, dude.
We still got a chance." Like, they're going to be so far ahead of the teams too in terms of like those points. This is crazy. If they hit match point threshold in the last game, guaranteed in game 3 they're the only team on match point threshold.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think anyone else is gonna manage it. But we have the answer for treasures once again, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. If you want to get your hands on a special gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many kills did TE get in game number 2? Was it A, 17, B, 18, C, 19, or D, 20? Make sure to get your answer in the chat and keep an eye on it, as one lucky winner will be chosen out of those who answer correctly. Or perhaps it's 2. It was 2 yesterday. But yeah, have your account ID ready so you can claim your prize. But yeah, Moxie, that would have been a record. But still, 3 games, you know, it's in the book. It could happen. 3... I mean, technically 4 games if you include the martial art, right? Because they have to get, you know... But 3 BR games, 4 games overall, including martial art. Could happen.
I mean, when we saw the phase selection, right, we did make a note. We said, like, oh, that's TE getting arguably the best composition of current meta in phase 1 after having the momentum and confidence, having just and quite cleanly as well, winning all of their martial art matchups. So, yeah. They're feeling good. They are bound to be feeling good, and that applies a lot more pressure to everybody else in this lobby to have to work out who and when you're fighting TE. Because, like, in this next game, you have to do well, but you also have to just try and shut down TE's momentum. You might not be able to deny them the opportunity of being able to, like, stop the match point threshold being achieved, but if you can try and put a slow to some of their momentum so that when they go into game 3, they're maybe a little bit off, that could be a huge turnaround for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, we just saw right there production that's showing us how TE fell apart. It's Kukutu comboing him into the zone with the Junhuan ult as well. That was it. That was the moment. That was the moment. Obviously, SR winning the 2v2 at the end as well. Definitely a deciding factor. But still, I think because TE was was basically the only team 3-man strong with the momentum to actually take them to the win. But hey, stopped in their tracks. And yeah, I think they're all, you know, thanking their lucky stars that they didn't just have to, you know, they didn't get MVP in one BR game, because that would be, yeah, you don't want to give TE that many opportunities. But here we are with the scoreboard. It looks as though it was 18 kills for TE, 18 kills, 20 points, including the ranking points. No AI, you know, or no banner with them appearing to be the characters that they played in the game, which I thought was amazing yesterday in the solos. That was hilarious to see Ajao as Lani. I laughed a lot. It was great. We should do more of that. But yeah, I mean, imagine TXJ looking like Enor, you know, or One Feng looking like Zipping.
that's 30,000 damage.
Oy, oy, oy.
From TXJ. That's wild. I imagine he's going to get the MVP, but to see that amount of damage in these lobbies now that we've gone down to as little teams as we have is still crazy to see. Like, most of the time, so to put that in perspective, MVP teams and trios, 12k damage, 15k damage. I think the highest we've seen is 20k. That's almost 10,000 damage more than the highest previously put, and there it is in very bold writing. 36 points on the side of TE. SR are actually closer, I think, than maybe expected because of being able to take that win on game 2. But we can have a look at our highlights, and I mean, let's be honest, most of these are going to come from the side of TE. Oh! Dual flintlock action coming on out. Love to see the newest ranged weapon added to the game. Taking a little bit of downtime for the repair before just taking advantage of the person being skewered on the floor, prone because of the Thundermark execution.
Yeah, the dual flintlocks are pretty good when it comes to, you know, single target damage, and if they're standing still, or if they're CC'd in some way, that you can bump a lot of damage very quickly. Especially if you've got the rev up J too, it's like Deta rounds on a purple Jade. It's crazy. It's just so much damage as well. But yeah, it's hard to really make use of unless you're able to consistently hit the shots, because the projectile size is very small. So actually tracking someone with all the shots is not easy at all. So, but in situations like that, perfect example, you get the Enor skewer, the Enor impale, and then you just shoot them while they're on the ground. It's going to do a lot of damage, and you're not at risk of disrupting either, because you're not going to, you know, pull them out of the animation by doing certain melee attacks. So definitely a very good use of the dual flintlocks, and as you said, nice to see the new ranged weapon making an appearance here.
Jabbing as well on the staff too, but we got to see a little bit of going for just like the scale rushes with the drop down jabbing, where you have to just gamble the 50-50. No animation to show that Soul Jade is in the pocket, unlike some of the others in Weapon Soul Jade Arsenal. Soul Slash did not use it. Very rare that we get to see that one actually come on through. But no, we get to have a look. Varsha's grip in case you get parried so that you can still retain your weapon. 15,000 damage coming on through from the skills and ultimates. By the way, that's a lot of Thundermarks applied in the Enor V1 state.
Enor damage, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, no wonder. He's also on the test server for all of you Enor enjoyers and Enor haters, I suppose. You might be happy to hear that the Enor jump horizontal is actually getting its ranged nerf a little bit in the upcoming patch that we're going to be getting in a few days. But enough of that. We're going to be jumping into our next game soon, but not before this short break. So we'll see you in a little bit. Be back soon. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for that short and relaxing break. And the music, very zen and calming. But we're about to kick things off, and TE, they need 4 points to get match point, and then maybe win at everything in the game after. So yeah, and I think they might manage that. 4 points in the grand scheme of things is not all that many. So we will see. But I'm sure every team in the lobby that isn't TE is going to be trying their best to shut them down and make sure that they don't get there, as tall a task as that may be. But we shall see. We're gonna go into game relatively soon. We're gonna have our band picks. I reckon it's gonna be similar, Moxie. But yeah, you were saying earlier, I really hope they don't let 3 Vipers through. Or I'm gonna, I'm gonna lose it. Yeah, let's hope not. Let's really hope not.
But they've been doing a good job so far, right? We did not get 3 Vipers on Padoria, which is one of Viper's strongest maps. So, okay, good on that front so far. TE also won't be first phase, so they won't be able to get the Eno composition to come on through. But as we said, because they're in a position of literally just needing 4 kills, winning a hot drop fight, 3 out of 4 already done, would be absolutely massive for them. So like honestly, they could just like land on Fireflies or go for gear and timing attack onto someone else's drop location. The good news is GG, unfortunately for GG, did not make it through, but GG are also one of the easiest teams to be able to track the drop location of because of how static they have been. Although saying that, they have diverted slightly away on Morris Isle. They don't go secret tunnel now, which was a very strange sight to witness. As we get a look to see TE, and yeah, they're all looking very much locked in. Probably trying to slow some of that aggression down, and you can see the stats have had a little bit of a change up, as we can have a look and see. Average kills 10.1, average damage very, very high. Even though in trios we now see a lot more consolidated damage with the time to kill for a lot of teams now that the coordination has improved, being much, much quicker, meaning that you don't let players slip away to be able to find those heal situations, which then means that, yeah, you're still getting that 1 kill, but it takes far longer and you have to do more damage to be able to bag it.
Yeah, and also because there being fewer teams, fewer players in total in the lobby, average damage just generally because of that too has gone down. So being able to accumulate that much damage in a game is pretty big, for over 30.
It's a statement.
It's just crazy. Or just
you were like, oh, we heard that there was a discussion, a debate about who the best trios team is in 2026. Let's just, walk into Nbpl Spring Split and say, hey, this is us.
Yep. They gotta assert dominance over the lobby. Make sure everybody knows that they are still the kings of this scene, of this stage, because they kind of are. TXG.
Yeah, but they're chasing those titles is the thing, because like we said, they weren't the dominant ones last year in both Nbpl and J-Cup. So for TE, it's very much like a statement that I feel had to be said, especially since a lot of people are like, okay, well, newcomers coming into the league, we've got some rookies getting to debut this year as well, as we get ready to head into our second Battle Royale game of the day. Wait, hold on. TE, a first phase again?
I guess? Yeah. Interesting. Back
to back Hadi Eno? Do you think, or do you think they try and lock it to the Viper Eno, Syra?
I mean, it's Morris. There's like, I don't know. Plus, they might not want to. They're guaranteed to be going. Once they get match point, they're going down to the bottom phase for sure.
Yes.
So it's like...
But there's no way that the Eno comp makes it that far down. Same too for the Viper. It's 50-50 on phase 2 and then picked fully phase 3 or locked out phase 2.
If everybody knows what team comp you're going to be playing, which comp do you want that to be? You want it to be
disengaged comp, yeah. It's smart too because like Zip's ult comes online so much earlier in comparison to everyone else's, especially when you're on initial rage, which actually a lot of teams have pivoted into. And it's okay, YZG, XKG, you have one job. Both pick a Viper composition and lock it so we don't get 3 of them running around the map.
I have a feeling that might not happen.
XKG, balls in your court, friends. YZG, they ticked that box. They were like, okay, yeah, we know. We'll get 3 Vipers, or we'll lock it. We're okay with any of those 2 outcomes. Oh no. Actually, I will say, I think in this situation, having 3 Viper compositions is better. Because it means that you have 3 times the chance of third-party griefing TE.
Yeah.
Especially if you know they're in phase 1. But the fact then that 521 see that Viper has not increased in cost, and then go for a triple Yushan look instead, so that you can use the Yushan ult F to be able to give your teammates immunity to the Viper stun. Are we gonna have a triple Yushan, triple Viper match-off?
It might happen, yeah. Oh my god.
We are having a triple Viper, triple Yushan match-off. With the Hardy Eno Zip composition being caught in the middle.
Oh my goodness.
What I worry about here though, Dunk, is like the kills are probably going to be super split. Because the chances are that the Viper Syra Acros teams run into a Yushan comp, and then if they try to all in, they still can't find the kill.
But I think I think they might have just come to the conclusion that realistically, there's not really any way for them to stop TE from hitting match point off of this game. It's very unlikely they're going to be able to actually stop them, but they can still potentially try and focus out the Hardy team.
Yes, and then stop their momentum, so that you then force them to have to sit like 30 minutes in a lobby where they're not getting to practice, which then means that when they come into the next one, they could be cold.
Yeah, but it's still pretty likely they're going to be hitting it. So with it being triple Yushan, triple Viper, it's going to result in a lot of fighting. I think there's going to be a lot of scraps.
Yes.
But this is going to be interesting. And Morris being one of those maps with we've got that northwestern section of the map with all the tall trees. The zone heads that way. Yeah, just to the south of somewhere with the really tall trees. It's going to be huge for Vipers if the zone heads that direction. But who knows? No way of knowing that will happen.
This is going to be a crazy match. Like I said, my concern is that because there's going to be so much fighting, no one team will pull ahead, which means that when we go into the next one, TE will be the only team on match point threshold. Like, if SR can't snowball, especially because SR are the closest to E currently. They're above 20 points. I believe they're on 21. But they're also the only other team on the Hardy, Zip. And I feel like that's going to draw a lot of focus fire because everyone will see that TE was first phase and know that that is the composition that TE will be on. And then when they run into SR, they could think, this is TE, we have to kill them. So SR are going to be catching a lot of strays sent their way as a result. But at the same time, it's also a really strong comp at being able to like win a fight or disengage out of a fight until you're in a position to be able to win it. As we look at the heart rate monitors, and yeah, no surprises, 2 of TE's players in the red currently. As we can have a look at the hot drops, no one's really going for places like Money Spot or Celestra right off the rip. Concentrated Fireflies, always going to be seeing a lot of players drop into those areas. But it looks like both YZG and TE are going to be looking for Fireflies and then timing attacking into teams that are just not actually there unless TE run directly into YZG when they both scrap for Money Spot.
Timing attacks, we love to see it. The Firefly. I mean, you said before how the the initial rage has become so common, and I think it's just every team's running it at this point. It's just so worthwhile being able to drop on the Fireflies and get, you know, just have to pick up one instead of getting two to access your ult. It makes such a huge difference. So you can split the Fireflies, and if another team contests you as well, you don't get caught. If both you and the enemy team look to get the Fireflies, and then you all just get one, and then you just get in, you start slapping each other because you took the time to go for Fireflies instead of getting a weapon. It's a bit of a flip, but now you can almost always secure getting your ult online if you get one, which is definitely very very useful with Enors and the like running around and the Yushans. But we shall see. Timing attack galore. I'm very happy that the majority of games are Fireflies these days with the new format and everything.
Oh, early Justina ults are so lethal because you just don't have the armor rarity to be able to live the outcome if you get frozen. Esar's already been able to walk away with, I believe, 2 eliminations off of this one fight. Yushin ult's also on the field from both 521 and XKG. As NY7 now gets the Eno ult online. Pampy's going to be going very low. Everyone trying to fiend for this kill will be able to get credited to XKG as SR walk away with their third now. Potential timing attack third party coming on through, but no, it looks like everyone's just staying in ghost form around the fight to see what exactly ends up being the overall outcome. As Una ult completed, OUG now coming on through with this Viper lockdown. Babyu's got the Echo's Cage. If they can actually get on top of one of these players from SR, oh, that silence might have set it up. Yep, the silence gets the stagger into the Echo's Cage. Follow through. Syra V2 Peel is on the board as well. OUG's Peak really trying to put the pressure now onto YZG, who's shown up to the mix with a Moonbane and their own Echo's Cage to trap all of the players in that space. SS is getting clipped in the spine and then taken right down by that Moonbane AoE detonating on top of him. And YZG with the timing attack, clean it up. That being said, somehow all of the players got hit by the Cyrus stun. They'll live it, but they all get hit by it. As TE Dunk, they've already got 3 kills. They get taken down now by WBG, which is a crucial takedown, but they've only lost one of their players to the Echo's Cage. And with 3 kills, all they need is 1 more to be on match point threshold before we even hit game 3.
Yeah, we kind of knew it was going to happen. It was an inevitability. TXJ is inevitable, ladies and gentlemen. The general, the almighty general of NBPL. No one can stop him here. I think everyone knew that going in, so I think they're just going to try and do as best they can, and then next game, once they're actually on MVP, then, try and see if they can get close to it this game. But next game, then try and shut them down and stop them from winning it out for the day.
I mean, SR could potentially. SR are on 4 kills already. They're starting to snowball. They didn't lose players early too, despite YZG basically like coming in with the third party. But they get turned on to by OUG, which allows SR to be able to slip freely off into the Morris Isle Knight. 25 points for them total. Followed then by YZG with 23 before we drop a little bit more down to XKG sitting on 18. But a good round on the side of SR, and they could manage to catch up to TE and place into 30 as well. It's going to be like down to the wire. They would have to come through with multiple kills, scale really well off of multiple Realm of Yang wins. As we can have a look and see YZG now, this is where they've ended up, just outside of Shadow. Echo's Cage, Styro Ultimate, Microwave Beam, lasering down 2-tick. It's just not able to play into that sheer amount of damage. 17S got traded though. QGG still got the Viper ult. ZXL just going to be out of the Shenhuan Li ult. Tries to catch on to Cuckoo, rings the bell for information to read out where QGG will be since the Viper got out, was able to restabilize the armor, and now can come back into this fight, returning to try to chase down XKG. ZXL on just full disengagement mode at the moment. He's got the grapples. He's really going to just try and kite YZG out. Unfortunately for YZG, the Shenhuan Li, he's got over 15 grapples. Cuckoo's about to run out, unless he can maybe find some here on a stash. But nope, there he is, out of grapples. Has to resort to just, swapping to the musket in frustration instead.
It's running out of grapples, one of the worst feelings. Just come back here, please. Stop running. I just want to... Let me tell you something. It's such a pain. No matter what it is, it does just happen. If you get too excited, you just get in there constantly fighting. You don't have the time to loot. Nobody has grapples. You just run out. Resources are limited after all in Immortal War.
TE might be about to find that one last kill that they require. They've slow rolled. They lost one of their fights. They lost one of their players and had to just like try to run away. But XKG's last player, ZXL, is right next to them. Oh, this is dangerous. He started to move on the map, headed away from TE, who I don't think have actually realized how close they actually are to a player. They're playing towards the outskirts of the zone. They haven't really started turning onto his path, so I think for now he'll be okay, as WBG will be able to pick up a Moonbane, drop it on a Yang portal, manage to secure free entry since we have 3 Viper teams, which means that getting through that Yang is going to be a lot easier said than done. As TE, what are you here to do? He gets pushed out of being able to get into the portal once, but they do manage to make it through, going head-to-head against WBG. So Viper, Syra, Akos versus Hardy, Zip, and Eno. And TE, remember, they don't need to win this Yang. They just need to get 1 kill off of it. By taking themselves into Realm of Yang, they've secured the fact of not getting third-partied. Eno F comes on through. Peel as TXJ gets put into a 1 versus 2 situation. The Hardy ult has to be employed for the cube setup. They've already got the kill! LV's already dead! TE on match point threshold guaranteed, even if they go out of this lobby now. They will still in-game free beyond match point, and that's exactly what they wanted this Realm of Yang to be. Big plays coming on through, as that Eno ult is going to be ending in a moment. Goes behind the pillar, breaks away from the line of sight of the Viper V1, almost gets caught by the Syra on the D-transform. But the Peel is there from the team, the Eno F sets up the stagger onto the Viper, the 1-2 jump LMB, and TE not just making away with 1 kill, potentially getting away with a Realm of Yang win.
There you go. This is exactly what they wanted. Once they're through, they are in next game. I mean, they could already start thinking about next game. I mean, you still want to get the MVPs. You still want to, like, if, for example, you don't manage it next game, you still want to have done the best you can this game to push your scoreline as far as you can, get the MVP bags, etc. But here we are on the outside once again. SR having won their Yang. YZG having won theirs. Chasing down, we're going for this Yang buff versus buff fight right here. The Akos ult is already down, and Y7 going to respond with the Eno. The Viper ultimate is... oh my goodness, wait a second.
So the problem here...
so low HP.
Dunk, is that TE entered the same Realm of Yang portal, and are currently kiting out the last kill onto the player from the team that they were fighting, and yet now they're out of the Yang portal. They're just gonna show up for the third party here.
Yep, there you have it. TE have the million birds might, and they're about to appear. There he is. XEM coming in, but TXJ on the Eno roaring through. Hello! Well, hello, everybody. What's going on here? Ooh.
Hello, party. Don't mind if we do. I mean, I'm just saying now, it's a good thing that they didn't get to match point threshold in the last game because they're already on 8 kills.
Yeah. we said they needed 4. They have double that. Yeah, they're just... there's a reason why I just gassing them up all the time, and I just big them up because they're just insane. They're just the goats. Look at them.
See, that's what I find so strange, right? Everyone went into the same Realm of Yang portal. The teams know what phase TE was. They know what composition TE's on. It wasn't actually the other team that started the fight. It was the Hardy comp that started the fight. And they actually like decided to take the Realm of Yang buff fight. And then TE just kited out the last kill because they were able to secure a 1 versus 3 situation very early on by taking LV down to take the 2. And then were able to secure the next elimination to force the 1 versus 3. They knew that they would be able to win. The Sire had already used ult. Just leave her alive for as long as possible so that you get the buff as late as possible. You're not getting third party intruded on by another team for as much time as possible. Then you pop out of that portal right on top of a fight that's going on. Everyone's already used their ults. You've still got Vermilion Bird's Might, so if another team shows up to the mix with Yang depletion, you'll be able to survive it. Speaking of, there we go. TE, their last Vermilion Bird's Might, going to be getting popped there as XCM goes down, but that's perfectly fine for them. They're all just in ghost form, following along with the goings-on of the rest of the teams around them, as WBG, the only team with Yang depletion left, having to take a fight against 5-2-1 and just going for the all-in lockdown. Acos Cage, Viper Ultimate, Syra V2, like they're just trying to get as much CC onto these players as possible.
Oh my god, the blistering edge doing big damage. Pampy goes down. Wait a second. 5-1 could fall here. Not where you want to go out, but no. We're gonna get the kill onto LV. Pampy's gonna get rezzed. Don't panic. It's okay. 5-1 still in it. Unfortunately, WBG only has the 1 member alive now, so pretty dire spot to be in. And they're at the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Speaking of the leaderboard, OUG also on 8 points have been fully eliminated, so I believe OUG might be the ones dropping down to 8th place moving forwards if WBG can manage to get their hands on just one more point. But we've got the replay right here from the Realm of Yang to see how SR were able to get their hands on this buff on their Realm of Yang win. On the E-Nor composition, the Yushan disrupting NY7 doesn't care though. Wait a second. Oh, Breeze, he's still alive. He transform, he's got that armor underneath the transformed state. The blistering edge gonna get clanked, forced into stone form. We're still on the move, we're still alive. Oh, quite a bit of back and forth, but like the sustain from this composition is crazy.
Yeah, they already got Shenhuan as well, which means one last player to be able to parry or heal. Speaking of leaderboard, by the way, SR, 31 points. 9 away from match point threshold. Very stacked in terms of gear as well. It's actually wild that the 2 Hardy E-Nor Zip compositions are doing this well. When one of them is TE, but no one's been able to take TE down. WBG, I think, might be going out here. Or at least maybe not fully, because we did see that the Viper from WBG is still currently alive as SR full sending. Realm of Yang instantly wanting 3 more eliminations and the buff to be able to power scale into contesting the Spirit Well when it comes through. YZG also going to be stepping up to the mix. So counter composition versus phase 1 meta composition. How far will this Hardy comp go against the new comp on the block trying to counterplay it? No ultimates invested at the very, very start of the round. QGG taking a little bit of pressure but not fully committing. Sees that E-Nor F, wisely plays very far away from it. So he's perfectly out of range to get staggered as the opener. Scalrus is on in, looking for the stun lockdown. Hardy ult is in play, so we've got the triple charge knockdown. We've also got the E-Nor ult coming through very early on. Everyone from YZG being very patient, holding their ultimates, now investing that Acos Cage to catch everybody, which now means that we get the follow-up Viper V1 looking for the stun. Does manage to catch onto SR's Rico, as YZG with the peel though, the Dragon Slayers, they weren't able to get the whole team.
that was only the one, and then instantly come in with the peel, with the parry. YZG, I thought they were in a really good spot. It looks as though they are still going to be able to win this out, but they fumbled the Akos Viper combo, but thankfully for them, the Syra was able to get value. I think SR pulled the trigger a little bit too early there. They tried to get as much value, tried to just rush them down quickly and burst one and force the ults, but YZG, good for them. They were able to stabilize, not be forced into ulting way too early, and they're going to win it out in the long run, because they just had the ult advantage. Now coming out of Yang, they're going to bump into TE, doing a little bit of shopping, as I believe TE actually went uncontested in the realm of Yang.
Yes, which is problematic now for SR, because it means they're the only team with Yang depletion. So they can't even try and find an isolated 3 versus 3 away from the rest of all of the teams.
Oh my goodness, Pampy has Mortal Defiance as well, even though they... wow, crazy. Mortal Defiance. It surprises me how often we see it nowadays. You know, we don't see that many crazy Jades, but Mortal Defiance seems to creep in every single game. There's always one person who has it, and that's not even like, with the Vulpine Essence being included. I mean, just straight Mortal Defiance.
YCG have crept up the leaderboard too, because they won that Realm of Yang, which got them 3 kills, which now means that they're actually ahead of SR by 1 point. Dunk, this is insane. We could actually have 3 teams contesting match point threshold by the time we go into game 3.
Possible. Well, yeah. I mean, TE is obviously there.
Yes.
That means that an SR and YZG. I mean,
8 and 9.
Close. They're both
and there's
close,
still
but can they get that many kills
left? Yeah, that's the thing. Can they get that many kills? Because when everyone has to contest Spirit Well or get Yang depletion, everyone's going to be thrown like right into the ring. SR might as well go down and bring another team with them since they have Yang depletion. They're going to have to all in someone. Because WBG goes out into the zone so that they don't get spotted and scouted and punished when they try to go and bring one of their players back, since this is not a Vermilion Bird's Might res. This is an actual res, so you lose all of your gear and come back very squishy indeed. As SRO, these are not good teams to all in. 5-1 Draco Storm, YZG Mystic Might, WBG having to chain res with how far they went into the zone to be able to get back alive.
Wait, where are we going?
Oh, the heels got cut too. PP's only got 1 Vitalia.
I think they could smell the gatekeepers. They're waiting for us. Let's go this way. I don't know what it was, but they managed to avoid being kept in the zone there. They're gonna try and loop around, but whether or not they actually make it to the zone is another matter, because you're right, the anti-heal stacking up, it's not gonna be doing damage, but we'll have to wait and see. For now, we've got a bit of a fight breaking out with 5-1 SR. All these teams slowly rotating around. But the Yang depletion still in play for SR. They're trying to force something. They've got the bounty.
But 5-1, no. Like, SR are one of the only hardy comps in this lobby. They know that they have Yang depletion. So they're trying to kite out the timer of it. Draco Storm is about to run out. Yushinol has to come on through. NY7 matches Pampy with a big freeze, with that spear follow through as well. You have to be very careful though. Like, if this fight goes too long, another team shows up in third parties and both of these teams go out onto the lobby because of SR's forced aggression.
Yeah, SR, they need to make it happen though. They can extend the Yang depletion timer slightly, up to a minute, by doing some damage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They've now used all of their ultimates trying to force this fight onto 5-1. 5-1 are going to be worse for wear because of it, as now we see... oh my goodness. Wait, it looks like they're just falling apart. They can't stay in.
Oh
the
no!
Zipping healing.
They've just run into 2 teams though! Oh, his wolves.
No, 5-1's down.
Yeah, 5-1's down. but TE's just rolled up, and I think they've spotted out SR, and they're going to take this fight. Oh boy,
WBG
can
died in the
SR
zone,
live?
unfortunately.
Yes, WBG did unfortunately die to the zone. Now, do TE actually decide to commit to taking this fight because they rolled up to it late enough that it was just wrapping and they weren't able to prevent the soul blooms or see the state of ultimates from which were used. There's looks actually like, wait, we've got a team just capping Spirit Well for free. There's YZG capping Spirit Well for free.
Yeah.
They're camping it. They're extending
They're
the
sitting
actual
on the
cap of
outside.
it.
They're trying to stay out of range of the Yang line. But they're forced to come in now. Look at that. They couldn't stay outside of it long enough.
Yeah, and now everyone's about to get hit by Yang depletion, except YZG, who did cap uncontested because everyone else was looking at the Yang depletion fight going on between SR.
I don't know. It makes sense, right? Because if you can get, because kills mean so much now. There's no kill multiplier. Like if you the kill multiplier is obviously something that gave value to kills more, but it's because like you can get MVPs without even needing to win games now. You don't need to be up there as long as you get a lot of kills. It's enough. And third party in these fights could be worthwhile, really worth it.
YZG capped Spirit Well for free. TE just capped Flag for free.
Yeah, that's troll.
Like straight up, they just capped for free. Did not pop an ult, just grabbed the flag, sat in the position for the 10 seconds required. Happy jumps all around, no team close enough on the map to contest it. And now there are two teams without Yang depletion who can now afford to have all of the patience in the world as opposed to everyone else who might honestly be forced into fighting in the Moonbane, which is exactly where Wolves and SR are currently positioned.
Oh my goodness. I mean, with the Yang depletion, I think Yang depletion is a little less scary now, obviously with the new patch, so you can extend it slightly. It's nice, as it's a little bit less scary than it was before, but still, like, you don't want to be forced into the situation that we're now in, and SR pulling the trigger, we're going to be sending it. The cube is out, the Enor ultimate is on the field, the Flamebringer, we got everything, the Moonbane, all fighting in this small pocket of space at the edge of the Moonbane, trying to stay out of line of sight of the big purple dragon snake in the sky. NY7 getting knocked around, but TE is going to be ones to pick up the kill. 17S on YZG as well. NHQ and Zhao both go down. Yeah, it's looking pretty cooked for them. I saw they could stay alive, maybe. Harry's coming through though. He's stuck in the middle. Can we stay alive? We've got the cleanse for Rico.
The problem for them though is that both TE and YZG are getting all of the kill credits. Wolves ZK as well, just like it gets fully locked down by the Akos cage coming on from 17S. Spirit Well will be locked down by the Syra V2, which is about to end with that powerful dazzle. TE not getting caught, the Hardy able to fly away from the AoE reach. Ooh, stun though, does connect onto TXJ there. As SR's NY7 playing the long game, Moonshard Storm revealed on the side of One Fang. Surely no, TE fighting YZG, someone please turn around and contest SR on the Spirit Well, or they will get this for free.
Bro, what are we doing? Guys! I mean, they had a little bit of time to work with. It's okay. TE still in it. TXJ in Enor ultimate. 17S is down. They're looking to go for the res, but they're being denied by TXJ. It's like we care more about denying these reses and denying these this comeback potential for YZG than we care about the Spirit Well. I mean, SR realistically, yeah, it's Draco Storm, but they're only two man strong. They're missing a player.
But is that enough? If they can get the kills here, they might be able to hit 40.
Maybe.
Oh, TXJ so low. TXJ goes down here, surely. Yeah, TXJ goes down. Big parry, but I mean, NY7 on the Eno will be able to... Wait, are YZG rezzing inside the zone?
Oh my
They're bringing their Syra back, I'm pretty sure.
What is happening? We've somehow made, you know...
Yeah, Syra's back! YZG got the res off in the zone!
Oh my goodness. I think I was wondering before, like, are there enough kills to be had to get us all to match point? There are now! SR and YZG might actually make it.
No, YZG got the kill, which I think grieves SR's chances, but now YZG get a chance.
I mean, TE, you know, they've gone above and beyond as well. They only needed 4 points. They've got 14 so far. They're at 50 points in total. And we're not closing these we're not fully finishing these players off either. We've got 2 players alive for YZG, 2 players alive for SR. And TE has 1.
Well, I mean, you can't really try and take a fight against SR at the moment because Draco Storm's still in play, right? Oh, big parry, griefed out though by the terrain. NY7's getting stunned, getting lasered. Syra V2 is scary, even with Draco Storm. Gets the armor swap off of the legendary that was dropped from the Spirit Well. Goes out into the zone to kite away from the powerful Dazzle stun before he gets taken down. He's got the Eno all up. Can potentially use this to iframe the Viper V1 cast. There we go, NY7 lives, and this is an Eno ult still with Draco Storm. Cuckoo's crouching, trying not to get spotted out. QGG goes out into the zone to deter SR from chasing him down. And they're just going to look to kite out the duration of this Eno ult, but they're so split. If one person gets caught, it's done. Cuckoo's out. SR with 2-player advantage. Just have to take a 2 versus 1 versus 1. And QGG, he's going out into the zone. He's trying to deny the kill credit. Coming on for myself, but wait, he kites back in!
He's back. I'm not going out without a fight, buddy. And now TXCM, I respect it. He could have run into the zone and denied the kill, but now he's taking the 1v1 and the 1v2.
40. By doing that, he allowed SR to hit 40. They get the last kill onto TE's last player, and QGG coming back in to the zone lets them kill him to get the credit.
I mean, I think he would have still gotten the kill credit, though, no? He still would have, if he died to the zone, they still would have gotten the kill. I think he just wanted to get back in to see if maybe, somehow, he could do anything. But, I mean, with that low HP, I think it was cooked either way.
We have 2 teams.
We have 2 teams.
2 teams on match point threshold. Within game, get 2 games. You know what's wild, too, as well?
What?
Is that YZG went out of martial arts super early. TE got 8 points off of winning martial arts.
True.
YZG only get match point threshold. Or SR rather, only get match point threshold off of being able to come on through with the points.
Yeah.
You can see the players here, like SR's players walking with TE being like, yeah, we're both on match point.
It's true. The fact that they're both there, I mean, they're both, you know, first phase teams as well. So it kind of makes sense almost. No, it shows how much value you can get from running the Hardy Eno zipping comp. You know, they've just managed to do extremely well, and they're getting to play the comp. No wonder both Eno and Zipping are getting nerfed. I mentioned the Eno nerf earlier. The Zipping is also getting nerfed, and rightly so. I mentioned it to somebody last night. It's like, oh, why are they nerfing my Zip? I'm like, screw Zipping. Zipping's annoying. No one.
I think it was without question that Zip would get nerfed, but hey, just in time for Tara to come through. Just saying, if Zip is headed out of the meta, that opens up the space for a third support to be able to slide on through. And oh boy, is she going to be busted when she drops into pro play.
Yeah, I went through it yesterday on stream. It is, at first I was like, sigh, and then I realized a little later on, okay, this is crazy. Yeah, but I could talk more a little bit about that in a bit. But for now, we're taking a look. You're absolutely right, Mugsy. SR and TE both are on match point. That's bonkers.
I mean,
YZG as well, they were 4 points off.
There were 4 points, yeah. But the fact that we get the TE versus SR matchup, because like we said, TE long been dominant in the NARAKA esports scene, and then along came 2025, where SR as an org did not exist before 2025. The lore behind that one is that the owner loved Spider. And he basically said, I want to buy Spider so that I can have him for solos. I'll make a trios team too. And then in 2025, SR's trios team took everything. They were insanely dominant. They walked EWC. They won it all within 4 games. So we literally had a half day. And now we get to see the continued dominance of TE versus SR, because before the broadcast, we were talking amongst ourselves going, who do you think it's going to be? You and I, we were both firmly on the side of TE, but Raven was like, I feel like SR is going to be within that conversation too. He put his money behind them, and the fact that it's those 2 super strong teams going head to head for the match point to just end the day, not in game 4, but on game 3, speaks to show how strong these teams truly are.
Yeah, you can say, oh, we're just glory supporters. Nah, I could say for myself personally, TXJ he's going with the go, and he's one of the few teams or one of the few players who actually tried to play Taka and Nbpl trios at one point, so that he will always forever have my support. That man, the posture king, the commander of Nbpl. But enough of TXJ and TE. SR are the team to get MVP for this round. Look at them. No, surely they're cooking something up. They started doing it for solos yesterday. I want to see the trio, the AI cosplay. I think that'd be so funny. It'd be so good.
You know what's terrifying as well is that because both TE and SR are within match point threshold, they're both going to be on the same phase.
Yeah, true.
Which means that they're both going to be on the same composition.
Yep, absolutely. That's a lot of healing, Moxie. 42,000 healing and
that's
21,000 damage.
That's for sure group heal.
Why are they nerfing zipping? Because that zipping's not okay. Yeah. There you go. The total scoreboard: 51 points for TE, 42 for SR, YZG 36 points, very close. So if it doesn't end here, if neither TE or SR are able to close it out and get the MVP in the upcoming game, then and as long as YZG gets 4 points, we're going to have a minimum of 3 teams on match point threshold for the game after. But who knows? We might get there, we might not. I'm sure a lot of those teams at the bottom certainly hope so that they can have another chance, because it's not been going very well for OUG, Wolves, and WBG down there in the depths. It's rough. But we've got the highlights, Moxie. Let's go. SR Gaming.
SR in the realm of Yang. NY7 getting frozen. The fact that he actually lives this, the amount of heal coming through from his team. F hits absolutely everybody. On the pillar, looks for the scale rush to try and find a player isolated, gets the calm, hey, follow up with the team, jump LMB, takes out 1. This was the Yang depletion fight too, where they're able to get these kills as quickly before TE show up for the third party and have the confidence to try to full send into this fight. Zip ultimate is procced on the side of Rico, dropped down with that Hong sword into the 2 versus 1 situation. Looks for the parry as well to be able to cover his zip, since Rico does not have a combo breaker in case things go a little bit pear-shaped. Pulls out that Justina F to be able to find the follow through. And here's TE showing up to the mix, but again, the fight's already ended. This was the moment where he's able to come through with that Enor ultimate after capping the Spirit Well with the Draco Storm, chasing 1 player down from YZG, isolating out the third, getting that hit, the execution off of the Thundermark onto that Syra, just absolutely flying with the skewer. That is quite literal, the immersive experience of being hit by actual lightning.
Yeah, that was some balance damage right there, XD. That's just outrageous! It's so ridiculous! What was that? He was like full health.
Yep.
And had like at least half of his gold armor up. And he just dies. Like, granted, he was in the zone and took, 2 ticks worth of zone damage. But still, it's just bonkers. Enor Gaming. Yushan just crying in the corner. Like, why can't I do that? But like, he can kind of, but he needs to use the Nbpl, which is just kind of troll. He doesn't have the dodge in ult. Can you imagine if they gave Yushan a dodge in ult as well and could move?
I mean, I am saying at some point, surely they let us do what you can in PvE, where you can parry in the Yushan transformation.
No,
I think that would be...
No, shush. Don't you say that. Don't you bring that into existence. What do you mean make Yushan be able to parry? It's already hard enough to hit it with a focus attack.
Okay, well, let's just bask in the glory of NY7 coming on for 30,000 damage, 17k of that, by the way, off of Enor skills and ultimates. So, F2v1 with legendary weapon scaling, pretty strong, but we'll see if the day continues. Game 3 could see an end to it all, but before we send it to that next game, we'll send it off to an interview instead.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post-Game Interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player. Let him say hello to our audience. Please, 先跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 T 的晚风。
欢迎晚风来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome to the post-game interview. And first, I would like to know, so for the team TE, so how you comment on your cooperate right now? 那首先要问一下，那么也一直说到说 TE 其实这个赛季还在磨合当中。哎，现在晚风给自己队内的一个磨合能打几分呢
？6、7分吧。
6、7分，那就是差了要有3、4分。觉得主要问题出现在哪里了呢？
就是这个指挥的这个沟通上面，还有这个理解他的这个语言的这个方面。
还是需要一起进步的。So for me, if the 10 is is all, and I think maybe 6 to 7, because for me, I think like we still need to communicate in the matches, and when the Titago is leading in the matches, and we need to like cooperate well and communicate like friendly, and then we will have more like good cooperate in the matches. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天的有奖问答是什么。So now we can see the question on the screen, and the question today is how many teams choose Justina Gu in the game 3？ 这道题目呢是多少支战队啊在刚才这把比赛当中选到了顾清寒。Let's back to the matches because we know you guys choose the hero combination is now in the trolls game is the strongest, and I would like to know so when compared with the Justina Gu hero combination, so how you think advantage of your hero combination？ 这边也要问一下，其实可以看到你们选出了这个阵容啊，其实大家也觉得说现在在我们3排当中算是一个 T1 的阵容，但是我们也可以看到这把比赛当中也有队伍选出了顾清寒的阵容。那么相比之下，你觉得哪个阵容的强度会更高？然后为什么呢？
这个肯定是军哈强度更高的，因为冰女李喜欢的话打这个军哈，他必须得打到顾清寒，开局必须打到顾清寒，然后现在很多那个应酬都会跑路，然后打不到的话后面就很难打，就他肯定会拖到拼刀团，应酬平带个蛮大，那个阵容拼刀团就有点劣势了。
So to be honest, I think still our hero combination is the best because when the hero combination they use the Justina Gu, they still have some disadvantage, especially because now in the trolls game, a lot of like team after use the ultimate, we will fight to the like 3-on-3 fighting without an ultimate, and at that time, and we know that Ziping In it can use it ultimate and still can like health link all the character in the game, and that's why I still think our hero combination we choose in the game 3 is the best. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那我觉得应该准备就绪了，我们接下来就进入倒计时，来英文的3、2、1。
3、2、1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请晚风给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案是
C.
Yes, the correct answer is C. And congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, at last, because we know it's the grand final for the stage 2, and now you and the team SR, you guys just pass the match point, and I would like to know, so you think the rate if you can get the championship, and like how many games you guys plan to finish the matches today? 那这边要问一下，毕竟是我们一个赛段的决赛啊。那目前呢，我们的 TE 跟 S2 都已经开启了我们赛点了。那么晚风自己觉得，你们跟 S2 夺冠的这个比例啊，你觉得今天你们夺冠的概率是多少？以及觉得今天大概多少把你们可以拿下这个冠军呢？
现在就2队开赛点，那就50%嘛。然后4-5把吧，应该。
50 to 50, and I think maybe in the game 4 or game 5 we will finish the matches today. 好的，再次感谢晚风来到我们的赛后采访，接下来就期待你们的表现了，预祝你们加油可以夺冠。OK, cheer up for the team TE, and thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Spring Split Stage 2 Trios Finals. It might take us longer to say the title than it does to actually play the day, Dunk. That is if TR or SR have anything to say about it, because they're both on match point threshold, and YGG are one game away from it too. If one of those two teams gets the MVP, yeah, the stage is done, and TE would be able to complete the back-to-back wins. What do you think the chances are of doing it?
I mean, I would say it's pretty high, to be honest, because they're not slowing down. You know, last game they only really needed 4 points, and yet they were still in it at the very end. They didn't come away with the MVP. That went over to SR, of course, but still, they're still scrapping. But who knows? SR had a good game. They're looking good as well. So it could go SR's way. Could go to them. I would still bet on TE just because I think they've been more consistent, but SR has got the clutch factor. You know, they won a lot last year because of it as well. I think TE they performed consistently well, but then they faltered at the end. You know, when it was make or break, they faltered a little bit, and I think that's been one of their issues. But who knows if that's going to be the case here this year, because they've already won the same one. If they win today, it might be a sign for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're using this as a sort of benchmark. A lot of team rosters have changed. A lot of teams are still sort of like trying to work out the synergies between all of their players. We see it very often in the NBPL. Like, teams will come in starting off a little bit slow to be able to heat up, and then when we head into the later parts, the second half of the year, on that sort of path straight to Jacob, it really like come into their own. But it looks like TE and SR, they're already starting off on a very strong suit, especially with the meta being the way it is. I feel like it's really benefiting the likes of TE and SR because like they're really good at coordinating. It's like powerful moves, taking players down very, very quickly inside both Realm of Yang, but also in the open world too. Like, a lot of the time when we look at those fights which go on so long with teams that have Yang depletion, that like a third party rolls up, and then a fourth party rolls up, and then a fifth party rolls up, TE and SR aren't really the ones in that first fight position that goes too long. They're very good at very like quickly, concisely taking their opponents down. And you're playing a really good composition to just stop people from disengaging you, like the ACOS comp, which I feel like they're maybe going to have access to. Like, there's no way they're phase 1 this time around, so I think we can scratch off the Enoch comp that they got. But then, removing that one from play, what would be the next best thing to try to take an MVP with? Would it be the ACOS Viper composition? Maybe you go for the Yushan comp? It's hard to say, right?
Yeah, it certainly is. I think they could try and go a scaling route. You know, it's possible they could try that. It depends, because as you said, they're not going to be that first stage, but they don't want to play something, and they don't want to play something that's too obscure that would make them stand out. And ideally, they end up playing something that, you know, the teams that are in the phase before them are also playing. You know, they want some, you know, like triple pump action to happen so that they don't
like the triple Viper, triple Yushan.
Yeah, exactly.
That we saw on game 1. Yeah, that would be probably the best outcome for them too, because then they could just like fade into the backgrounds of the other teams playing it. Plus, you wouldn't know which order those would pick, because the Yushan comp would like come through, and then like the Viper comp would come through, and then maybe the Yushan comp is a reaction to that, or the Yushan comp comes through, and then the Viper comp is what's left. So you try and take the even 3-3 composition versus. As we get the split screens, the head-to-heads, background boards of our stage have changed, because yeah, there are 2 teams currently on match point threshold. TE, and just squeaking into it, SR off of their MVP win on the second game. And I'm just saying now, Dunk, like, there were mistakes that were made in terms of like target priority to the end game of that last match, which you simply cannot afford to have happen in this game, right? I get that a lot of teams were in positions where they wanted to fiend for kills so they could try and push their score as high as possible, because they knew they would not be able to prevent TE. TE was so close to match point threshold, there's no way you can prevent them from actually like getting to that line. But at the same time, taking your eye off the ball and letting Spirit Well go uncontested multiple times, letting Flag go uncontested as well, you can't afford that to happen in Game 3 when one of the teams in those positions could be a team on match point threshold.
Yeah, you really can't do that. You can't slip up and let something come through like that. Like, letting Flag go for free is just... I mean, I think Flag, letting that one happen is less of an issue, was less of a mistake than just letting the Spirit Well go for free.
Draco Storm too.
Yeah, that is just I think that one was all right because I think they bet on themselves being able to win out regardless against a duo with Draco Storm, and they wanted to make sure that the other team got eliminated. But then they didn't double down on it. They allowed the res, which was the problem. I think if they'd kept YZG out and not allowed for that res, and then been able to take the fight afterwards, I think it would have been a better position to be in. But I think the original situation, which we talked about a little bit, where we saw them all trying to pile in for that third party, and then they let the Yang Spirit Well go for free. That one, I think there should be more teams looking to contest the Yang Spirit Well than there currently are, because I feel like it was just the majority were all going to try and third party instead of even looking at the Yang Spirit Well.
Okay, so here are our phases. YZG will get the pick of the mix. They'll be able to come on through with that hardy, zip composition. As we said, they're a stone's throw away from being able to hit that match point threshold required. So this should be the composition which allows them to do that. TESR, both on match point threshold, will be all the way back on that last phase. So they'll be left with the scraps of the lobby heroes that have been locked out by everybody else, which now means that it's so important if we see a triple Yushan, triple Viper composition, that will allow both TE and SR the opportunity of fading in and disguising themselves as a different team, and it might happen because Wolves know every time you're on the desk, Dunk, because they just flash Taka for like half a second before being like, oh, oops, misclicked, 10 instead. Well, the good news is that it was not a Yushan or a Viper composition. The bad news is it was an identity crisis between two teams, which now means that it's only the hardy Eno and Zip comp which are made inaffordable for both WBG and OUG to get their hands on too. But LV on the Syra, PP the Eno. Wait a moment. That has to be incorrect. Eno was already too expensive, surely? WBG going for the Eno Syra Viper comp. And they'll spend hero points to be able to actually get it through. Oh boy. Now do TE and SR spend big to try to hit this match point threshold in this game, MVP? Or do they hold off and try and play the marathon? Oh, TE's thinking about it. That was a Viper. That's an ACOS. They're doing it.
I mean, I think Viper ACOS, it's one of those comps that can just pop off so well. Like, especially if you're TE, they've been showing that they can do it. They can execute so effectively with the Viper.
They spent 4 hero points to be able to buy this, by the way.
Confidence.
Oh, SR's mirroring too. SR discussed. They initially locked in the Yushan, Justina, Shenhuan Li comp. 2 seconds passed. Did not flash yellow, so it was not fully committed to. And then they backpedaled and locked the Viper comp too. Dunk, I think we have 4 Viper teams in the lobby.
Oh my, how is that even?
It's the points. They have more points.
That's crazy.
They had 5 hero points to be able to play with. Both TE and SR. Splash the cash!
Now,
go big! And go home potentially with a trophy.
Yeah, if it doesn't pay off though, they might have cooked themselves a little bit. Maybe. But hey, I have faith. I respect it. I just go hard or go home. Am I right? You just gotta send it. Just go. Yeah, if you don't have the confidence in yourself to just send it here. And plus, it's probably the best choice they can make. If they can hide amongst the herd of same character, then they're not going to get picked out, which is exactly what everyone's going to try and do. They're going to try and figure out who's TE, who's SR, and focus them down. Because at the end of the day, if it ruins their game, whatever. As long as the whole series isn't over, it's okay.
I mean, WBG's also gone for this Viper Syra, but instead of pairing Akos with it, they went Eno. So we have 3 Enos, 4 Vipers, 1 Yushan. Can you imagine being the Yushan comp loading into the lobby and just seeing no one else on your comp? Just looking around being like, wait, what do you mean there's 4 Viper teams? I can only iframe cancel my transformer all at once.
I only have. I can't protect us from all the CC guys. I don't know. I mean, if they get a really good game though, they could get a really good start. It could be okay. I mean,
maybe all of the Vipers split the kills so many ways that you don't allow one of the other teams to pull ahead. Yep, there we go. 4. We get 4. WBG, TE, SR, OUG, all Viper. We have Wolves on the Temi, Tianhai, Zenda comp. 521 on the Yushan, Justina, Shenhuan. And YZG, XKG on the traditional sustained disengage comp with the Eno Hardy Zip. Oh, this is about to be so very spicy.
And it's also, we're going on to Holoroth, so it's, there's a lot of open space areas. If you get caught off guard by the Vipers, they happen to create some kind of drop-down opportunity or something along those lines, and you don't have terrain to break line of sight, you're getting stunned and you're not getting to play the game whatsoever. But who knows? Who knows what happens?
Okay, hard drops. So OUG, this is where they always go. Fireflies, and then trek slightly down south to Salvation Podium. YZG, super close. Going to be playing at the center of the map. TE, potentially running into SR early. Although SR might head north to go invade versus Wolves, who are up the north. GG not here, which means that Imperial Village is free for all as we get ready to head into Game 4, which could, Dunk, looking at the hero compositions, be the last game of Stage 2.
It could very well be. Oh, what do you reckon, chat? Are we going further? I mean, the thing is, if it doesn't end now, next game, I reckon it would be pretty likely, because then another team will be likely on match point.
It's happening. SR 521 TE all within minimap of each other right now. Pampy's been able to find an isolation. Big Akos F2 though coming on through from SR, being able to peel that one player, but Rico is still taking down Dragon Slayers into the scoop follow through, and T just not in time to be able to squirrel away the elimination. Still trying to fend for her though. Fat Milk's gone low. Wolves show up late to the mix, try to send out that Zenda F2 to pick someone up unawares, but Fat Milk is able to come on through. Cost him the Yushan ult though, and with that Yushan ult being in play, 521 have to just scatter off into beast pits. No one's really going to be chasing. TE still around the area of the initial kill. Oh my goodness, the actual catch of the Dragon Slayers on 2-tick mid drop down, but he just can't commit for more follow through. YZG's also bought a Moonbane, might be dropping that in the fight. Someone's on Ballista, it's TE's XM, and he got a direct hit onto 2-tick, who's now going to be taking absolute chunks off of his health with the fire tick, but so too is TXJ getting chunked down. And everyone is currently fending for these kills. TE's also going to be dropping the Akos cage so they can try and just turn this fight around and get 1 or 2 eliminations off of the back of it. But no, they've fully lost everyone barring the Akos.
I don't know, it's just the ugly off drop spawns. It's just, what could you even, navigating this, especially with so many players that you're trying to pick out TE and SR the bunch, but you just can't tell who's who. with so
you
many
can tell
Vipers now, I think
YZG
it's
though.
definitely a worth.
YZG come through with the timing attack. They bought the Moonbane. They drop it on all of the teams. They're just trying to get over that crosshold to be able to come on through with the 40 points required to join the likes of TE and SR. Wolves going to be losing their HQ to WBG's LV Syra V2, potentially losing XN here as well to the Enor coming on out, as that Moonbane is still in play. TNIL's also on the field. Wolves looking for any grab that they can possibly find, but Jiang is not having a fun time having to rely on the Viper V1 with the damage reduction, and now the scatter potential, zoning everyone out as they just hoof it into Cave to be able to break the line of sight before that V1 stun can detonate. ZK has been left behind, a sacrifice to keep QGG occupied, and this is YGG just desperately trying to find these kills. They've only, despite using that Moonbane, been able to make off with one.
Oh, only one. I mean, one can make or break, though. We've seen it time and time again. 1 or 2 kills meaning the difference. Will it, though? That's the question. But anyway, Moonbanes galore. The Purple Snake is having a good day. A lot of usage right now. The ACOS F2 going wide, but we're trying to chase down one. The Snipe, the Viper, pretty low HP, but we're gonna get the reset. Not in danger. And we've got a few people in soul form going to the top of the ballista. I'm just gonna. I don't think much is gonna cover this right now. I think there was a lot of action early on, and now it's time to relax. Settle down. We tried to get some value early. And we got as much as we can. Let's chill a little bit, because if we get too aggressive and get caught slipping, or it gives points to the MVP teams, then we could be screwing ourselves over. But
speaking about that though, like look at how spread the kills currently are.
Yeah.
Because everyone's like playing 4 Viper comps means that every team is scavenging for kills. Like, you'll take a fight, which you'll third party into a fight that's already happening, and then another Viper team shows up, and they'll third party you. And then another Viper team shows up, and they'll third party you. So, like, all of these kills are just being split, because, like, one person goes down, the 2 other teammates scatter off, so it's not a full team wipe, and you can still try and recover your game before the first round of Yang. And then you lose one person, but still keep up the 2. Someone else comes along, gets the stray kill off of a potential 3, which means that we have what, TE on 2, SR on 1, YZG on 3. Currently WBG actually have the highest amount of eliminations with 4, but it's still very, very close. And when we go into the first round of Yang, like, this could determine the whole outcome of the rest of the game.
Yeah, like I said before, a few kills, just a little bit, can make all the difference. But you're absolutely right. There is not a single team with 0. Not a single one. Every single team has at least 1 kill. So, I mean, hey, we're all on the board, guys. No donuts. We're good. It's okay. But it might be a little too late, because TE and SR are at their best point. YZG, 1 point off MVP. So if it doesn't end here, then they'll be most likely making it through. And then the next game will be 3. But oh, okay.
Oh, cactus.
Okay. A little cactus grief. Love to see it.
I mean, did TE try to go for this Realm of Yang? They've only got 1 set of purple armor between all 3. Also,
they have to. They have to try.
I mean, there's a risk though, because OUG, uncontested on Salvation Podium, like so much fighting was centralized around that ballista tower, just upwards of the middle of Aquila's crest, basically. But that OUG were uncontested and got away with, I believe, Legendary Dagger is what they were able to get their hands onto. But yeah, off of the posturing, it does indeed look like TE will make a play for it. Cyrus stun hits onto Wolves, and TE, I think, lost the opportunity to get through. SR, though, they make it, and they go head-to-head versus XKG.
Well, if I did say I feel like they have to, because it makes sense. Like, if you want to get an MVP, winning Yang's a good way to do it, though. So you kind of got to send it, and the SR are going to be able to take that opportunity. But will they actually take advantage? Will they actually be able to win it? Because if they lose, it's pretty detrimental. So double-edged sword. We like to play with fire. Sadly, no Taka. But anyway, SR Rico playing with fire. He's a little low. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. Forced to prop the ultimate. We're pulling the trigger. Okay, I'm gonna stop trolling now. I'm gonna stop trying to heal. We're just pressing ult. Hardy Cube in play. NY7 looking to try and close the distance between himself and Junxian, but gonna be target switching over to Tutik. Tutik is silenced. The V1 coming through. ACOS ult is gonna be committed. Can we get the stun? Yes, we can. Wait, what? I thought, what? What happened? I swear he got stunned there. Am I tripping? What that looked like he got stunned, Moxie, right?
I think Tutik was able to buffer out the stun with the iframe of the Enol activation.
But the initial activation isn't. He would have gotten stunned during it. I think there was some goofiness happened there. I don't know what occurred, but anyway.
There's no Yushan.
Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely have no clue how he managed to avoid that. Maybe it was
slightly
just
behind the pillar, maybe?
Maybe he wrapped around it slightly or something.
Wait,
maybe does he have? Wait, there's no way he has Phantom Step.
No,
right?
he doesn't have Phantom Step. Because we would have seen the character hitbox change.
Yeah, he doesn't have Phantom Step. You can see it. And when he just dodged, he didn't.
Yeah, there was no Phantom Step, sort of like invisible, see-through, transparent state.
I don't know. Sussy.
Well, TE was able to make it over to the Spirit Well, at least. So they've got Mystic Might. You can see them patrolling around the outskirts of the map, just trying to find any team who's going to be in a rough situation, Yang depletion or otherwise. As OUG, no surprises, they won their Realm of Yang. They had a legendary scaled weapon before the first Realm of Yang, which is a very large advantage, especially when things like the Syra damage scales off of the rarity of weapons, something that, unfortunately, these players are finding out inside the city of Tang fight. XKG, though, they've got their own legendary weapon. SS has to come in for the Viper V1. Can we see the Eno get away from the stun? Yes, we can. Tutik de-transforms. Manages to drop the V1 stun just in time as SS cannot drop this tail from Xun Huang. Comes on for the Hardy ultimate, tracking the Viper down. No silence, no stun to be able to deter the Hardy, meaning that XKG get player advantage to just lock up the players from OUG in stagger window.
Yeah, this kind of terrain situation is rough. You know, the walls could be nice. You know, you can scale rush off them and you can potentially get up over the top. And if you do manage that, then you might be out of there. But actually doing it with Hardy's chasing you, you know, the birds of prey, it's hard to get out of here. It's very, very annoying, especially when you're at a numbers disadvantage as well there. But yeah, speaking of numbers disadvantage, Tutik just explodes. Yeah, okay, well, taste of their own medicine, YZG turn up to the party, and they do get that 4th kill. So if the game doesn't end, they're in match point for sure.
Where's SR in all of this? They've still got Yang depletion. Like, ideally you're fighting YZG, so that the two teams go head-to-head, one survives, the other falls. But YZG are here in City of Tang, and TE are also here. Just trying to find kills. They've got the Mystic Might as well, so they knew that there was a fight going on. OUG in Soul Form might decide, having spent their Vermilion Bird's Might, to just res and run into this fight to be able to claim the kills. And so I was able to take down ZXL. Potentially takes down QGG here as well, which is... Ooh, staff charged R&B hits 2. That's dangerous. We've got to use the Syra V2 to be able to bail us out of the fight.
Dazzle. Fabulous.
But now they just get third-partied by TE.
Oh no, wait a second.
They use the Syra stun. They don't have the Syra V2 to keep TE off them.
And they rang the bell as well. So SR, they know where they are. They're hiding on the ceiling. But at the same time, they couldn't be 100% sure because NY7 still has the ult. If you go into that room and he pops ult, it could be spooky. But that's we'll never know. They do not look to force it.
I think there's too many teams. Like, OUG did indeed, having scouted the situation, seeing there was a fight, commit to rezzing City of Tang and just run back in to get the cleanup. So OUG on 5 eliminations currently. YZG managed to buy 2 rebuff charms actually, so if they get the opportunity to go to the Soul Altar and the second Realm of Yang spawns up and everyone's attention is diverted, they can potentially bring their players back. Ooh, SR, this is dangerous. They're out of the building on the store currently, but OUG are still very close. They buy a crafting hammer to change one of the weapons. But like, OUG are massively scaling SR in terms of gear. You do not want to take a fight against this team.
No. And not only they don't have Jades. Like we just got a sneak peek under the hood. And SR still have common Jades. That's not great. That's really not ideal. But, I mean, at least they have some. Oh, we're in! Okay. Okay, we made it. We made it this time. Second, yeah. Oh,
spoke too soon.
Okay, he had to use his ult. So, but he's in at least, I guess. So, one ult disadvantage. Can they do it though, Moxie? Oh,
ZXL gets hit by the silence into the Akos F2 follow for Viper V1 stun as well. TXJ, does he catch anything? No. As we get jump LMB, Hardiel on the field. Syra gets the stun off. Tutuk gets the health reset with the Uno ult. Now turns the pressure onto TXJ. He knows that the Viper does not have V1. There is absolutely zero reason not to put the pressure out onto him. Once the Viper's been chased away, they can turn their attention onto the Akos. They don't know that this Akos does not actually have the ult, which is the reason why they're going so hard to try to get this elimination onto XCM.
I think they must have realized at some point, like, he's just not ulting. Wait, he doesn't have ult, does he? It just goes so horribly. They put up a good fight, but unfortunately, it's a disadvantage that's just a little bit too... Wait.
Oh! The F into the uppercut, into the charged R&B. Wait, TXJ. There's a chance.
Oh, the F's on him. Dodge, weave, has ult. Ah! Oh my god. Okay, that would have been legendary if he'd managed it, but no. Woo!
Yeah, good positioning from XKG's players. Like, the 2 of them get hit at the same time, and then when Tutik comes back into the fight, he plays very solidly far apart on the left side, so that if one gets hurt, it's not the entire team, and the other can react to peel from them. So we'll have a look and see our teams that were able to win. TE, Yang Depletion, OUG actually lost their Realm of Yang 2. SR, I don't believe, got through, as they're currently still sitting at 4 kills, but no Yang Depletion on their end. As YZG look for the lockdown onto Fat Milk here, who's a little bit behind the rest of his team, trying to hold space with the Flying Knives LMB long enough for the peel reinforcements to come on through. QGG tries to come out with the Uno, but it's not in time. Cuckoo 2 just absolutely goes up in smoke within 2 seconds. 17S also not in a good position, having to try and break away from that fight, as they're just taking too much damage without any stacker setup.
Yeah, that's right. Now it's just, I don't know if they can come back from this. 17S. Very low HP, can't heal in hardy flight mode now. It's just, you can't do it. Not gonna happen. Oh, the snipe. Oh, the cube. He's, I mean, yeah, okay. But valiant effort. I think that it was good on them for trying. That one of their teammates had white armor. It was the Enon, and then they just weren't scaled. They just got on the reses. They just used the rebirths and they just went for it. Tried. But it wasn't enough, unfortunately. Thankfully, though, they did get enough points. So they're okay. They accomplished their goal, well, one of their goals.
If the game continues.
If the game continues. But
although, XKG, 11 kills.
11. And Wolves is also on 8. WBG on 7. With TE and SR on 2 and 4 points respectively.
And one team with Yang depletion, and the second hiding inside the purple bushes, so that they don't get all in by the team with Yang depletion. Do TE find OUG, or do they get found by WBG instead? Problem for them is WBG have against Draco Storm.
I mean, they might. I mean, I feel like rezzing here, if you're not like somewhat willing to at least take it, is a it's a bit sussy.
Yeah, but this is like WBG's comp is Viper, Syra, Eno. That's stun, sustainability, and massive amounts of damage with the Draco Storm Eno ult combo. Like, I feel like that's really risky on the side of TE. Especially because, like, WBG with the health resets, like both the Syra V2 as well as the Eno ult, means that TE could get someone low, and if they don't have that silence on them, they just don't get the kill and they get third-partied by someone else. So yeah, they've backed off taking the fight against WBG. They found OUG instead, which is great. This had to happen. These were the two teams with Yang depletion. TXJ is going to be looking for the long drop down. Viper V1. Oh, there's two Viper ults. TXJ, though, had his active first. OUG lose the Viper V1, and off of the back of that, might lose the fight. They've been forced away from getting the confirmation onto Baby U with the Syra V2, but that is now done, and TEC opportunity. One kill onto Baby U, now chased down onto Peak. Charge R&B from the fan, scoops him in. Syra V2 laser beam finishes him off, and TE recovering their game, but potentially not all Soul Blooms, as SS books it into the zone to try to deny TE getting the full bill of health back.
Thankfully, they do have money, so if they can't get this last cleanse, they could opt to go for the rebirth strat. But would they be? I don't know. Would they even be able to do it with SR right next to them? Yeah, it's. I mean, wait a second. Are they? Is SR going to let them go? I think they are. I think they're looking. Well, I think they might have. They might have said, "Okay, wait, let's leave this and maybe go look in on the Spirit Well."
Spirit Well, yeah. Also, same comp too.
Yeah.
Like if a Viper comp makes it for, TE will get a free Soul Altar. It's right there. Because he's already setting up.
Yeah, they've got it. There you go. Wait.
And then you'll be able to get his gift before they get intercepted.
I was about to say, why didn't they just wait a little bit? Because the capture progress on the Yang Spirit Well was almost full.
Yeah, they would have been able to dodge Yang depletion.
They would have been able to dodge it on one of their players. I think maybe that was.
I think they got spooked by another team showing up close. Was the problem, because one, it was inside Meteor Shower, which means that you might get hit by a comet, and two, there were other players closing up the distance, and if you died to the zone, one, it shows on the minimap that you died to zone, and two, you have to then go into the zone to get your gear back, which means that one of your players will be vulnerable, and you could have two of your players get jumped onto in a 3 versus 2 situation. Speaking of jumped onto, though, WBG just coming on through the Spirit Well cap, and forcing everyone else to have to fight it out so that they can try and survive the Yang depletion turn.
Oh, huge parry from Pampy. Wait a second. Rico, he's silenced. The silence clip is OP. He just gets juggled and he's down. SR lose a member just like that. One double parry. Send it on the zipping down the cliffside. You go, oh, we're blind. I can't see. I'm legally blind. I'm legally dead. Oh, my. Okay. That's unlucky.
Okay. We can still see the kill feed.
Wait, TE, wait a second.
Yes, TE are dying to wolves. That's the thing. TE, one died to wolves, one XKG. We guarantee go another game. The question is, how many teams are on match point with them? It could be XKG as well. 12 kills and counting, currently sitting at 35 points, 5 points away from getting that match point threshold. As we've got WBG trying to make the most of this buff, Jiang coming in through with a big Viper V1 connection. This is going to hit multiple players, and they're all going to be stacked up. Oh no! The flying knives follow through, catches multiple players. Wolves, Tiana goes low, but Zepke is able to come in through with the Vajra. Will be able to get the health reset off of the back of this. Unfortunately for them, 9HQ, I believe, had Yang depletion. Wow, that is petty. Just going into the Moonbane to hold 2-tick in position. Takes the hit of AoE damage, but he gets one low enough that maybe the Flying Knives can finish him off. But no, Hardy Cube is in the mix, and he is out of there.
Cube, wait, oh my god, Wisp! Oh, they went
no
for the
way
double
they get the res off. There's no way. They're getting interrupted by the Flying Knives.
Yeah, surely there's no shot. 5-2-1 being disruptive, but 5-2-1 drop a player though. Everyone's just piling into this small spot, this small pocket. Pampy gonna get skewered, gonna get impaled into the ground. You go, and 2-tick XKG with the Spirit Well. We got the ult to play with. 2-tick has another ult in. Wait, how? Wait, what? Oh, that's how. He was in ult. His teammate killed the Yang Spirit Well player. No, because that was the Yang Spirit Well buff. So they got, because when you kill the player who actually captured the Yang Spirit Well, if you pick up their Soul Bloom, it then gives you the buff. We're refreshing all of your ults. So he was in ult, his teammate got the kill, picked up the bloom, and then he had another ult ready to go afterwards. That's what happened.
This is huge for XKG because they're actually so close to match point threshold.
Yeah, they need 2 points.
Two points more. And I think they're going to get them with uncontested, This will be 1 out of the 2 required. 5-2-1 WBG all trying to play outside of the zone, but ZXL's been able to find Akame. No one's close enough to be able to snipe out the LM. Yep, there we go. XKG. Join TE and SR and YZG for match point threshold. We'll be able to walk away the winner of that one. Denying TE, SR, we go again. No more double split screen though, this time. Instead, it will be a quad split.
Screen cheating. XD. Throwback to playing split screen with your buddies at home on the sofa. But hey, I don't know why I thought of that. But hey, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going another game. TE and SR not able to close it out. I'm surprised, but
what are their hero points going to look like? T's a 1, by the way. I'm pretty sure SR is in the exact same situation.
Yeah, I think you might be right. And it made sense why they wanted to do it. If they can hide amongst the other Vipers, they don't get singled out, people can't tell who they are. It makes sense. I think they just got really, to be honest, they got really, really unlucky. TE not being able to go into the first Yang, and then on their second Yang entry getting griefed.
Losing the Acus cage.
Yep, losing the ult. And then first Yang for SR not going their way, it just fell apart early in the fight, and then they couldn't recover.
And they got griefed on the hot drop too. Because TE, SR, they all dropped. Right next to each other. Wolves dropped next door as well. OUG were there. And then that fighting happened. TE were denied multiple kills, had to take on multiple 1v1s against different teams. And then they just another team rolls up to the mix with Moonbane and drops it, and everyone's just oh, now we have to deal with this too. Well, I gave you the answer for this one, so hopefully chat, you already know this. How many teams have exceeded match point? Is it A1? Is it 2? Is it B2? Is it C3? Or is it D4? Now, this actually could be tricky, because if you're looking at this from direct English, exceeded means gone past, not directly on. So,
trick question.
Does this mean instead of it being how many teams are on 40 points, it's instead how many teams are on 41? Because if so, that does actually change the answer.
Tricky. I mean, I think it means probably what we think it means.
Yeah.
Who knows? Anyway, you guys will find out soon, I suppose. But yeah, I kind of want to. I don't want to say anything. I mean, it should be D, right? It should be 4, but it can't. Who knows? I'm sure they'll clarify. Or you can just gamble it and just try and try and not do what everyone else does and see what happens. Anyway, make sure to stick around though, especially for this one, because we actually don't know. It could be 2, either or. But yeah, surprising. It's SR and TE getting griefed in their own ways, and it just not being able to close it out. And XKG having a monstrous game. They were at 11 pretty early. Wolves also had a really solid game too, but so it was looking good for those other teams down below, not in match point. So it was already going to be difficult, but them just having things go wrong that was slightly out of their control, just it is what it is. Anyway, here we have the scoreboard for that game. XKG obviously being first place with 22 game score. Wolves in second with 11. WBG also with 11. 5T1 with 9. Yeah, they all had really good games. And these are teams that were sitting down at the bottom in that bottom half. 27,000 damage for Mr. Junxian. Surprising, actually, that the most damage wasn't on 2-tick. But hey, Hardy Gaming.
I mean, a lot of the time,
as well.
Yeah, because of how many Viper teams there were in the lobby, I feel like 2-tick had to rely more on the ultimate to be able to just peel and create space for the team to be able to work with, and then the Hardy ult was the thing that truly finished the fight multiple times that we got to see that. By the way, here you go. This is the overall standings. As I said, if it was exceeded, then it was free. If it was 40 plus, including the 40, then the answer was 4. As we now have the 4 teams, TE, SR, XKG, YZG. What this does mean for TE and SR is that they get pushed up a phase, at least so they're not dead last in the phase and really having to reach behind the sofa to try to find pennies to be able to afford hero points. XKG, YZG, they're in that situation now. They might be able to cash out a few of the hero points to try and afford a composition and go all out to find the MVP. Or Dunk, we could be here for a very long day and get to see it go all the way to 8 games.
We could be. It's possible it happens. It happened yesterday. So who knows? I think it's... I feel like it's... I don't know if it's easier or harder now to close out the day sooner. With less players in the lobby overall, it removes certain grief situations where there are just so many teams around, you just can't deal with everything. But because there's fewer teams, there's fewer kills to potentially be had. So it's... I don't know. I don't know if it's harder or easier to close out the day with MVP. I mean, obviously the threshold is lower, and we saw basically almost a record of TE getting to match point threshold so early, but still. I mean, yeah, I think the biggest question right now is what are they even going to play? Is it Tarka time? Ooh.
You're really trying to manifest it, huh? You're really trying to manifest it.
Me.
I mean, like I said, we saw it for half a millisecond before they went, ooh, oops, misclick. You're like, you got a great sword. You got a triple charge great sword kill today.
Yeah, true. It's just it'd be cool. It'd be interesting. But quite frankly, playing Tarka into Syra, Viper, ACOS Cage, and Enor, Hardy, Cube. You get on top of them, Cube! And then it's just... then you get put in the cage by the ACOS. It's just... And then there's tumults running around and stuff. It's just rough. I'm hoping that we see Tarka make a comeback into trios at some point, but it's not today, I don't think. regardless, Junxian is gonna be getting the MVP for XKG with all of that damage, and I think you were absolutely right that because of the number of Vipers, Tutik just couldn't make use of his Eno ult as much as he would like, forced to detransform and not get as much uptime on it. So makes sense that the Hardy came out on top with the damage numbers there. 9 kills as well. Hardy, I don't know. I think I kind of miss when Hardy was MIA, because Cube is just so obnoxious. It's just so annoying.
Yeah, you truly feel like the frustrations of the players when they're in, like, especially the realm of Yang fight. They're like, oh yes, I've got the zip, I have her locked down, she has no combo breaker. They charge up an attack and then you just see the zip go poof. It's like miniature Wu Chen, but more frustrating because you can't just stagger them out of using it.
Yeah, I do like the fact that ACOS kind of, mitigates it, literally stops it, slows it down, because you can't cube out of the cage.
But that requires you caging the Hardy, and that is easier said than done, as we've seen from multiple ACOS fights.
I think if you cage one of the players, if the cube's down, no matter where it is, they'll be able to cube in the combo break, but they won't actually teleport to where the cube is. They'll just sort of appear where they were, but just slightly above the ground, flying around. Yeah. But yeah, it's it still provides the combo break, but at least they don't go all that far away. But still, I want to see Tara again come in and just flip the meta on its head, because I think that's exactly what it's going to do. With V2 on Tara, it's very reminiscent of OG Wu Chen V2 swap, where I think now it's going to be effectively the same thing, where you're going to be able, if you hit the V2 onto multiple people, if they're a little bit close together as well, you get the Viper silence, boom, waiting for them as soon as they get teleported back, and then you got a triple charge or a Dream GS ready to go. They're just going to explode. Or you could just, throw a wisp where they're going to appear, or
yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? You just count down. Count down the time for them to reappear to pop it. And then just like X marks the spot, X marks the body, potentially. There's going to be some really fun plays, I think.
And when you're getting hit by it, when you've been hit by it and you just know that you just see them standing next to where you're about to appear, and you're just like, wait.
You know what would be really fun? Probably not for the person who gets teleported back into it. Aurora Burst. We haven't seen a lot of Aurora Burst, but being able to camp the spot for everyone to reappear, so that the moment that they just pop back up, silence. And no chance to parry it too, because like what you could do is you could get it past the parry state. That's the thing, like if you truly want to min-max and punish the res pop time, literally all you have to do is time your attacks to be gold focus state when they pop back up. Like Dragon's Roar is going to be really, really strong. Heartstopper, a little bit harder to be able to pull off in terms of like the time that you have. Aurora Burst will be a really good one. Cavalry Bloom as well. Just like waiting for someone to pop up and then just like boom, lawnmower clipped.
Exactly. Just chopping them down, slicing them through them all. It's gonna be chaos, and you can play it with so many different things. Who knows what's coming? But we've got the standings. A quick reminder that we have 4 teams who can take it all. Half the lobby now. It felt like it was just gonna be the TE show earlier on today, but no, they couldn't close it out. They couldn't get to match point threshold in one game, and SR caught up with them. But now we've got 4, double the teams from last game, meaning that there's double the chances that we could see the day close out right here. But that being said, we saw them commit quite a few hero points last game to be able to play what they wanted to play, and now they might just be left with the scraps.
Oh, what will it be? TE, SR, XKG, not in that position. YZG as well, like they were phase 1, so they did not have to spend big to be able to secure that composition coming on through. But now that they get pushed down to the last phase, yeah, money is potentially going to be a problem. As I imagine phase 1 is still going to be the Eno lock. Phase 2, that's a little bit more up in the air. Will it be Viper? Will it be Yushan? Will it be the Tianhai Zender comp, which has started like really taking off too? We're yet to see it MVP though, I will say.
Yeah.
It does well in certain fights, but I feel like it struggles in the open world because of how much you have to all in. Since when you use the Tianhai ultimate, you have to follow up with, a lot of the time, both the Temi and the Zender ultimate, as opposed to using 2, saving 1. Good for Ram of Yang, but not the greatest when you go out into multiple teams who can just show up and ult dump into you when you have no resources left.
Yeah, I mean, we could see Takeda Monk perhaps. We've seen that do all right in the past. It's not that high priority, so it could happen. But here's the thing: will TE and SR pick the same thing, and then will XKG and YZG do the same thing, or try and do the same thing, spending hero points, but they're all in the same
to match to a different, like to a same comp. Well, we'll get our answer now. It is Pedora Eventide, which does mean that with Eventide, there's no expanded Firefly spawns. Which means like a little bit
there
less.
There are Fireflies. This is
Fireflies.
Yeah,
no, there are on this one.
It's Morning Dew.
Morris
it's
is
different
Morning
names because Padoria is special like that for some reason.
Well, 521 Wolves will get first phase. WBG, oh, actually, WBG could actually throw this whole lobby into chaos if they decide to go for this Tessa Wuchan Temi comp, which then means that a comp doesn't become more expensive in phase 2. So when we go into phase 3, SR and TE can actually steal a composition away. Oh, this could be problematic. Do they do it?
Go for? Surely not.
Do they do it? I mean, they said themselves in the interview that they won't conform to meta. They'll play what they want to play. They don't care what everyone else is playing. But I think in this instance, you should cap what everyone else they're doing up.
I respect it.
Do you know what? I knew I wore a Tessa cosplay today for a reason. I knew. I was like, I hardly ever get the chance to wear Tessa cosplay because of how far she's fallen out of the meta, just being pushed out by Syra with the Viper comp now. But yeah, no, this actually does mean free Vipers. Vipers not made more expensive. TE, SR could both buy Viper here, and we could see a triple Viper. Wait, could we get... Oh, it's happening. Dunk. Do you think that XKG and YZG spend their hero points?
No.
And we get 5 Vipers through the hero phase?
Surely not, right? I think, what do you reckon TE might screw it all up and do something else instead?
Well, this was the thing. They took their time last time. They thought about they're doing it. It's all up to last phase now. 5 Vipers, or do you see that Viper's more expensive, think that there's 2 or 3 of them, and go Yushan, which will be a cheaper composition, but at the same time could run into more problems.
Yeah.
They've got the 5 hero points. TE, SR, they both spent 4 hero points to buy the Viper comp last time they were in this situation. What's it to be? Yushan comp from XKG, Yushan comp from YZG. 5 Vipers denied.
Not gonna happen. Unless?
Nah.
No, it's not gonna happen. Thankfully. I mean...
When I realized WBG were first here, I was like, hold on. This could go very wrong very, very quickly.
The thing is, though, interestingly, it's 3 Vipers.
Yes.
But one of the Viper comps isn't running ACOS.
Yes.
So I think it's still gonna be... I mean, will they be able to tell? I don't know.
Well, no, because you might think that it would actually be the other team because their hero points could be in such a bad state that they could not afford the full comp.
But yeah, anyway, 3 Vipers is still kinda spooky. We've got the Perdoria, we've got the catapults. We're flying across the sky, looking for the drop downs. We saw 5T1 do it in game 1. Definitely a very it's so silly. They're just it's just airstrike inbound, you know, just AC 130 just drop down with the Viper bomb just out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's the evolution of the Viper V1 dropdown.
Yep.
Back in the day, it was trees that you had to worry about above your head when you were like in Morris Isle. Or Sunwing too, like the giant bone structures in Sunwing, to the point that like so many people would actually just like take sanctuary inside the hollowed bones so that they just built a little house. Were out of line of sight for the Viper teams when they went for the drop-down V1.
But here we go. F1, V1 for SS. No V2 Justina. Probably for the best.
You know what's worrying? In terms of average points, the highest amount is actually TE.
True.
For this composition.
That's why I was thinking, you know, last game that might close out, because not only were TE, you know, it was TE and SR, but it was TE on the Viper comp, which they seem to be so good at. Like, they're so good. And even though they went into Yang with 1 less ult, they made it kind of close for a little while there. Like, they made it work for it, for sure. So we will see, but it looks as though it's not that spicy for this game. The drop locations, OUG going for the J, WBG over a solo looting drop, Wolves and SR a little close-ish, YZG, XKG.
They've changed the drop. YZG goes Arcadia. Like, OUG's landed Arcadia, not just for Velpen Essence, but likely to try to grief out YZG. And I think YZG, like, getting wind of the fact that their drop location on Pedora is a little too predictable, a la GG, Twilight Pass style. They've decided to drop Imperium instead, because that's the area that's probably going to see the most amount of fighting, so you can timing attack from third party there instead.
Yeah, potentially. I think that it's likely that you're always going to get at least 1 fight in Imperium, so I think they're happy to go for that. They could end up getting timing attacked by TE and 5T1 here, or whoever wins this fight, that is. But looks as though they're gonna get their hands on some Fireflies. Fat Milk trying to delay TXJ, trying to stop him from getting over to his teammates.
No one's got any weapons. They went for Fireflies instead, so TE's is running fists, which means, yeah, TXJ opens the stash, no weapon. Can't even skill rush off of the cliff. He's just stuck here. He has to come and prove the V1. That's the only thing he can do in this fight and zone people away. The fact that Akami actually went down to XEM Greatsword, by the way, means that TXJ finally gets to pick a weapon up from the body and join the fight with his team. It is wild that he did not go down.
Pampy's still alive. Get me out of here. The Enor's chasing. But it doesn't matter. Enor ult expires, Pampy goes down, and TE pick up 3 quick kills. But so do XKG. XKG also on 3. Now heading over to SR, and Wolves scrapping it out inside this small room. The Syra ultimate's in play. NY7, no ultimate, trying to chase down RosetteK coming out of the ultimate, is going to have his armor. But he makes it. He puts quite a lot of distance between himself and his pursuers. I heard parried. I don't know who got parried, though. Someone got parried. Zhao, I think it must have been him because he's 1 HP. Armor swap comes through, but it's not enough. He still goes down. The focus. SR were looking good here, but they falter and they're gonna go down. Not like this, dude.
Oh, Wolves get another parry as well. A little bit panicky there in the fight. WBG put a bounty onto OUG. They're playing this Tesla comp, so they'll be looking to just trap someone and then get the kill onto them with a Moonbeam. But I think they actually dropped too far away from the rest of the teams that they haven't been able to find the coins to buy one. As TE have been able to find XKG. Oh, this could be a big fight. TXJ comes on through with the Viper V1. Icarus Cage lockdown attempt as well as the Tyra V2 to keep this Viper up for the stun. Shen's able to iframe out of the Viper stun, but not the rest of the follow-up CC. As now, off of the back though, of XKG having more ultimates lasting longer, TE will scatter off. They accepted that they couldn't get the fight win when the ults were up, and sacrifice one so that the other two survive.
Or at least they're going to try and disengage. They might be able to get over to the catapult before XKG catches up to them, but I don't know. Grapple distance gaming. We still got grapples. We can still keep running. TXJ. Wait. What?
Oh.
I thought he flew off, but he didn't. He somehow got stopped.
Yeah.
And now XCM's going to go down.
I think they get TXJ here too.
Yeah, there you have it. TE goes down. Thankfully, they do have their reses, so they can go away, recover.
But that's 6 kills for XKG already.
XKG looking good. Surprisingly, there are not all that many kills. I think everyone is slowed down with there being 4 teams on match point. They're concerned if they get too aggressive early, they could just they could give one of those match point teams a huge start to just snowball the whole game.
Yeah, because like if you go down, not only do you give them more kills, you give them more loot. Which before the first Realm of Yang, like you have to do well, but you also have to stop the teams in a position to just end the day from being able to win Realm of Yang, if you can at all help it. OUG uncontested went to Arcadia, had 4 point essence. Contested in this fight though, having to worry about this Hardy ultimate coming on through. SS very much under pressure from NHQ. Oh, looks for the jump LNB, interception onto the Hardy, great job, Dino Freeze. On the side of Baby U, leads into the silence, the Viper V1, wait, was it all just a bait? SS gets the stun, they're all grouped up. Huge interception from NHQ, but he just can't commit to it. Has to use the combo breaker and bail out. He's already lost his 2 teammates. And 1 versus 3 situation. This is not going to go well for Wolves.
That's so rough. It was just a bait, yeah. They pulled him into open space. You can't disengage. They hit him with a turnaround too. He faked that he was gonna go keep chasing the Hardy, but then turns around and gets the double stun. Crazy.
XKG!
Oh my goodness, XKG with the Moonbane almost closed out that kill onto the Tumult, onto WBG, but not able to do so. And XKG gonna instantly run for the hills.
Yeah, but WBG did not get the kill. They tried to lock down XKG so that they ate the Moonbeam, but I believe they only actually managed to lock down 1 person within the Tesla Charm. And XKG just splitting off. 2-tick might get chopped here with the Pulse or Scale Rush before he can try and make off into open space. But this is a great kiting building. All his team's turned, but I don't think they'll be able to come through in time. As a big parry leads on to the elimination, and this could go quite poorly. The XKG, instead of making away and sacrificing their player, they turned instead. One gets hit by the Temi-Wisp, which follows up into the Tesser ultimate. Xunhuan gets peeled, at least by his teammate. And also the fact that 5-2-1 show up and grief WBG out from being able to commit the kill onto the Yushan. Wow! XKG somehow able to peel back
2-tick rezzing in the area as well. They're committing to this fight, I think. They have to. 2-tick jumping in, trying to peel for Junxian. Junxian almost gonna have his ultimate up.
Yeah, he'll get it for sure. Dagger swap, Scale Rush out of the fight. He's got his ultimate now. A safer position for XKG to be in, but also one that means that they're not fighting Realm of Yang.
No, they're not going to have enough time to get there. They're not going to have the ults. They're just going to have to commit to this fight. 5-1, trying their best to close the distance, catch up to 2-tick. 2-tick going to put their ultimate now. The Hardy ult is going to be expiring soon. 2-tick too low to continue following up. Not looking for the freezes. Fat Milk's going to trace him down. Has the Eno ultimate ready to go. Chasing him through the building, but it's, as you said earlier, it's a really good building to kite. It's such a pain to chase players here, and they're going to have to turn around because Akame taking a lot of damage, getting consolidated onto by 2 members of XKG. Now Fat Milk going to pull the trigger on the Enor ultimate, try and catch up to ZXL. Junhuan, no ultimate. Junxian, no ult either. Scale Rush up. Fat Parry comes through. Junxian, no combo break. Oh no, he goes down.
Oh, this is not good. If XKG go down here, they're out of the lobby.
Fat Milk looking to chase. It's a 3v2. They're trying to split up. I think ZXL taking
This fight's been going on so long, by the way, Dunk. We've already got Realm of Yang winners.
Yep, true.
Like, TE, SR, they're still fighting theirs. I believe SR's currently down to 1, so their opponent will likely just be kiting out the kill for as long as possible to have the later buff. TE also going to be in that same situation. They're fighting OUG. And OUG will actually just commit for the fight when SR are just being held prisoner inside Realm of Yang at this moment. And yeah, there they go. XKG started off really strong. Got a hot drop fight win. Third partied a second to take 6. And now we have 2 teams within the top 4 on Yang depletion. YZG, I don't think they even went into Realm of Yang. They just played it safe on the outsides.
No, I think they're the ones who beat SR, no? I think.
Oh, and then they haven't picked up the buff? Well, we'll see now as we follow OUG versus TESS. With this Viper, Icarus Cage comes on through. Viper V1 stun. All Viper ults at the same time. SS tries to make the play, dodging around the pillar at the last possible moment, but TXJ gets the better of the Viper V1 trade. Cyrus stun Dazzle just dashes on top of One Thing to lead up into 2 RMB spear connections. The Icarus F2 peels, which means that One Thing lives a little bit later, but now SS has hit the call from his teammate. They've been able to isolate out this other player on the side of TXJ, and they want to be able to lock down the kill. 3 versus 2 situation, 1 low having to space away. Viper F setting up the stun and silence onto TXJ. Another early release of the RMB. SS goes a little low. Has to space away from the fight. Baby is vulnerable here, but he's got his F. Will be able to live it. Drop down from XEM. Unexpected with the Halberd RMB. Takes down Baby U. And all of these players are still relatively low, but so too is TXJ. And SS with that Viper F. And there we go. Full point Essence turnaround. Prox bails out SS. And OUG come out with the Realm of Yang win.
That's insane. It was actually, they were doing so well. TE playing it so cleanly, but the Volpine Essence coming in clutch, saving the day for OUG, keeping them in the fight, keeping that Viper alive. And now on the outside, we've got TE fighting. SR turning up to the party as well. This could be it, Moxie. This could be the fight that decides it. SR have managed to cleanse 1. OUG in the fight. Rico gets another kill. SR cleanse 2, but wait a second.
Oh, double Viper ult.
Who's first?
Who was first?
Oh, it's SR's first!
Yeah, it was MY7.
2.
I think this is a TE bow out, XEM, Yang depletion, no ult. Hit by the Icarus F2 returns the favor, at least onto SR. but he doesn't even have a dagger to be able to try and chain these skill rushes together for the fast recharge. Oh, yeah. Gets grappled onto. Jump LMB with the Hallies. SR sweep out TE from the lobby and cleanse their players from Yang depletion, all before another team rolls up to third party. And with that, SR are back in the game. They've tied up the amount of kills with OUG.
They have indeed. And now we can take a look at the replay of the Realm of Yang. It was YZG versus SR with the Justina, Yushan, Junhuan, 17S getting locked in the cage, but able to get a little bit of freeze value. Getting pushed away. Zhao doesn't get frozen, gets staggered momentarily. Rico, the Junhuan snipe about to jump through, jump LMB, and Rico goes down. Able to take down one, create the numbers advantage, and that's it. That's all she wrote. The erudition. Oh my goodness.
Feels like it's been a very long time since we saw that Soul Jade. Very, very good though.
It's
Purple
really, really good. It's really, really good, yeah.
Purple frame focus. Very, very strong. As WBG, they tried. SS got hit by the Tessa Charm, but I don't think WBG can actually commit to trying to find follow through. It looks, yeah, they've already lost PP. Maybe they were like headed towards the shop to try to buy a rebuff charm, but unfortunately for them, it's going to cost them not just their Wu-Chan, but also their Temi.
Whoa, Soji, get in! Just pile into the Yang. Where do you want to go? And now we've got the okay, yeah. This is more of a impactful fight for the lobby. We've got YZG up against 521. Can 521 slow them down? As YZG also on 4 kills, also in match point eligibility. They too could take the series off the back of this game. Big Junhuan into the oh my! Okay, buddy. Akame is virtually dead. The cube's gonna save him for a little bit longer. The freeze in the air.
Dash, though.
No more dashes. Akame goes down though. And YZG take one. Junhuan ult gonna come through again. Pampy gets staggered. Fat Milk's coming out of ult. Vulnerable. 17S looking to close in after having reset. Wait a second. Kuku 2 taking a lot of damage. Armor swap. Nicely done.
Both players fishing for the parry. Fam looks like, parry? No. 17S tries, parry? No. Pampy tries, parry? He's got one player in front of him, one player behind him, and one player on his left side though, which means that, yeah, YZG will be able to win that out. And like, actually, this might become like one of the more premier comps, since the Yusha means that you can fend off the Viper comp. But the Justina dashes means that you can actually keep up with the mobility that the Hardy Cube offers. Yeah. Because Akame goes low, has to use the combo breaker, but the Justina dash is still up. So the Zip doesn't get to space out of the fight and stabilize, and then get into a position to play on the outskirts and provide the F sustainability for her teammates. She just gets instantly blown up.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, what? There was a little graphic on the screen. I think it was delayed because it said that they just got Vulpine Essence. There's no way they got another one. There's only one.
No.
So there was a delayed graphic, but regardless, we've got SR.
Yeah, they went Spirit Well.
Back in it. Wait, I thought they. No, it was just I'm
they knocked out TE.
Yeah.
That Viper ult went through first, and then they knocked out TE, and then they didn't get into Realm of Yang, but they rotated Spirit Well, and Spirit Well gave Draco Storm. So, yes, the buff will drop off earlier, but at the same time, does Yang get the rest in time? Yes, he just manages to get the tap. Did YZG spot him though? Oh, they're headed over. Oh no. Temiol into the zone so they can't swap to ranged and get a tap off onto him. He's just got to go into zone. Oh, the Justina freeze. Yeah, you're fine committing the Justina freeze here because you can just cancel the ult early. and then get the Soul Bloom. Which is...
He ended up using all of the dashes. Funny enough.
That is problematic. That is more problematic, but
yeah,
they got the kill, at least, and that puts them up to 8. So, 1 ahead of SR, who are currently on 7. OUG's also in contention for MVP too. Like, they're the team that I think a lot of people are going to be putting their hopes on for this series to continue, as both SR and YZG are within match point threshold. If they win this match, they win stage 2.
Oh my god, ZK pulls out the dual flintlocks, just standing still. I don't know if you want to stand still. He's strafe. Let's strafe game go.
They're just having a shoot off.
Stop standing still and reloading. What?
It's the aura farm, Dunk. It's the aura farm.
I mean, they could be the sort of
absorbing damage to build ult faster.
Well, they're happy to trade damage there a little bit so that they can extend their Yang depletion timer.
We do have a standoff though. A very old school Western cowboy style standoff with teams with Yang depletion. They've since moved away though. We're not outside a saloon, we're outside Imperium. And one of these teams is going to have to step up and get aggressive, and it will be ZK. There's no friendliness on the store. Drop down RMB right to the spine, coming on through from those legendary halberds. And Scarish out. Look for an opportunity to try and take this fight. OUG though, they're scared that this is happening. Like, they're here to third party. Or they're not going to commit to it, because they're just gonna hold themselves safe and not get into a position of being jumped on by a different team.
Yeah, probably quite smart to not bother. They have 9 kills already. I think they can't be sure if they're the highest kill team in the lobby, because funnily enough, not a single one of them is actually the kill leader. And in Immortal War, you can't see who the kill leader is. You can know it's not you or your teammates. So they can't actually be sure if they have the most kills in the lobby, but they do. So they are playing it a little bit safer. But it looks as though that's gone out the window, and now every team is piling in here. YZG 17S gonna get the parry. 1v2 right now. Oh, the flank coming in. Wolves in a little bit of danger. Gonna have to pop the Hardy ultimate just to try and deter the aggression. 5-1. Oh,
the drop down Viper V1! Oh, 5-1. They just don't stand a chance. Surprise Viper V1 drop down from the top ropes. All it's missing is the metal chaff. But I mean, that might as well be the F. Oh, big parry from SS, just holding him in position long enough for the Syra V2 to stun him through. We've got Spirit Well contest coming on out as well. YZG just gonna be running around the center of it at the moment and try and peel Wolves' ZK off and get that last kill onto VN521's Fat Milkers. OUG have really come into their own in this part of the map. 12 kills. If they walk away with the MVP, we go again. And they're definitely in the best position to take it. Currently on that Spirit Well, and I don't think anyone's going to try and step up to the plate. If you do, it's into the Akos cage you go, as has to break the wall once. Earlier Viper ult is revealed on the side of NY7, and oh no. OUG's chances might just have gone up in smoke when SR were able to stop that Viper V1. YZG though, coming in for a parry. 17S with the Justina freeze as well. Everyone's just trying to keep the other teams off of the Spirit Well so they don't get the double ult casts.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we see a rare interaction occur, and this is one of the reasons why Akos V2 has actually become so much more prevalent now. Not only does it deal with the Hardy quite effectively, but it's also built-in Viper counter. If a Viper is in ultimate and is in the cage and bumps into the wall and gets pulled back by the chain, it actually cancels her ultimate. So that's what happened there, where we saw OUG's SS's ult get cancelled. But now this is an absolute scrap-off. Oh my goodness. Rico goes down the Yang Spirit Well didn't get captured by any team. Everyone got Yang depletion though, and NY7 along with the rest of his teammates might be able to just take down YZG. YZG loses a member. Cuckoo2 is also going to go down to OUG, but now can SR survive OUG? Is SR only 2-man strong? OUG gonna pull the trigger. The ultimate's coming through. The silence. The ACOS ultimate getting bounced against the wall. The fan trying to catch him, trying to juggle it. Baby, you still silence. 1 HP. Oh my goodness, gonna dash back in. The silence, is it gonna connect? No, it's not. The freeze is not going to CC either. SR still fighting to the last, managing somehow to not go down in the 2v3, and OUG gonna pay the price. They bump into Wolves, and XN gonna take one down.
The Moonbeam! SS is so low. Also, unfortunately for OUG, they have 2 players with Yang depletion. SR restabilize. Xiao gets hit by a Moonbeam. This is an opening potentially for Peak. ACOS F2. SS tries to stand in the way so they can't find the follow-up. The Moonbeam still in play. This is down to the wire. Wolves take the opportunity. They see SR and OUG going at it. They revive their players off of the Rebirth Charm and that Soul Altar. SR just trying to find these last hits. One of the players so low, the Viper F into the full stun follow-up on Peak. But Xiao gets left behind into the Moonbane. Jump LMBs from the Honk Sword. Takes down 1 player on the side of OUG. SR still an absolute sliver of health. But Wolves are back in. They've got all of their teammates back. SS has been scouted out. NY7 drops down to grab the Spirit Well so that SR can just try and hold this. Do Wolves try to challenge? Surely they have to. You cannot just allow SR to cap this for free. Zhao gets stunned. Zip ult is used. NY7 with the Viper V1 forces everyone out. And they've been able to isolate a player from Wolves. ZK is down. Big parry though on the side of XN, and SR make a fatal error potentially. NY7 skirmishes out of the doorframe, leaving Zhao behind to have to deal with Wolves' ire. Error addition coming on through from SS. Later Viper V1 standing in the center of it all. Gets the stun off onto the Zip, but just can't find the follow through.
Oh my goodness, the parry from Zhao, keeping himself alive and allowing OUG to come in with the grief, dropping down the ACOS cage and keeping himself in the fight. He manages to get the heal off. NY7 is taking some damage. We're going for another reset. SS, no ultimate, but still in it. No resources. Needs to be careful to not take too much damage.
Just got parried.
Yeah, I can hear it. The clanks, the fighting. It's still going down. The silence onto Wolves. Wolves have lost a member. It's a 2v2v1 fight in this endgame, in this tiny space. The Spirit Well's going to be timing out relatively soon, I reckon, and no one's fully capped it just yet. NY7 is trying. OUGSS going to try his hand at it as well. Period, Winter Sweep, the threat, the silence. I'm not sure who got silence, but NY7 is in danger.
NY7's so low. Makes it up the top of the staircase. Oh, big parry from Zhao yet again with the Spear 2, which means gold frame focus from the scoop, but NY7's down. Wolves get the kill. OUG trying to just zone out Zhao, but he gets another big parry from the Spear. Can't find the follow through because of the Hardy ult, and SR go down. Wolves and OUG contest for MVP. Who will it be? But we go another game.
Oh my goodness. It's not over just yet, ladies and gentlemen. It's still in it. OUG are gonna be the ones to claim the MVP at the end of the game. Oh my goodness.
It's the Sly Wolves. It's the fact that they got 2 Rebirth Charms. Yeah, you can see. They're like, wow, we actually pulled that off. We got 2 Rebirth Charms. We rezzed both of our teammates while SR and OUG were looking only at fighting each other. And then we took it to a 3 versus 2 versus 2 situation. Which meant that SR just could not full send it. Like, they got OUG down to 1 person. And they just could not full send it because Wolves would just turn on them.
Yep. They went for the Spirit Well instead. I think You can see the frustration. I think they're frustrated. The decision making there. He's not happy. He's not a happy camper. That guy. He's a bit peeved. I think. He's a little upset. Thing is, I mean, who wouldn't be? They were that close. They could have closed it out.
It was 12. They had 12 kills.
Yep.
To 13. That's how close it is. That's truly how close it is. One extra kill, knocking Wolves out. If they'd been able to scout out Wolves as well, making the play that they did, you catch Wolves when they have no gear coming off of that Soul Altar. That's 2 easy kills for you to be able to bag on up. So even if like you might go down to the next fight by letting OUG recover, potentially you've still got the points to pull ahead from the rest of the teams and walk away with the MVP and the Stage 2 title. But no. Stopped by Wolves at the very last possible moment. Like, that is the closest we've seen a team get, I think, to getting MVP, but not. As the question will be, how many kills did SR get in Game 5? Was it A, 11, B, 12, C, 13, or D, 14? And I believe I just gave you the answer like 5 seconds ago, so...
This always happens. Always happens. It is what it is. But yeah, make sure to get your answer in the chat, and one lucky winner will be chosen amongst those who answer correctly. Were you paying attention is the question. But yeah, close. Very close. You could see TXJs, he was coming off the stage, smiles, he's like, aha, nice. We'll get another chance. SR kicking himself, they're not happy. You can see they were arguing afterwards, I think, well, or at least it looked like a heated discussion.
Yes. You know what's really tragic for Wolves? They did all of that.
They didn't make
They're
it.
still not on match point threshold. 4 points. 4 points off. So they grief the top teams, which is exactly what you have to do. If you're not within the match point threshold window, like, you have to grief the teams who are. And that's exactly what Wolves are one of the best at. They are very, very good at keeping a track of who exactly is within those windows and all-inning to make sure that they absolutely ruin your game. But that means that we continue, Dunk, with 4 teams within the top. And now, I mean, for YZG rather, and also our, like, XKG, they did not big spend. They went for the Yushan comp. They did not go for the Viper comp, which means that they still have a lot of hero points to be able to play with. Maybe this game is the one where they full stand up.
Perhaps they might opt to go for that. I think we're still gonna have the same ban pick order, so it's gonna, because TE and SR are still in first and second with overall points, so I think they're still gonna be in the 5th and 6th pick. But we'll see. What are they going to play this game as well? Because they still don't have very many points. They could be... I mean, it depends on what the second phase picks. If we get another situation where Viper is open... They can't think again, can they? Again?
Looking at you, WBG! Looking at you!
It's... we'll see. I mean, it's possible. But... I don't know. I think that I'm still surprised that it's not going well for them. I think TE, I think maybe is what I talked about earlier. You know, SR has the clutch factor. They're able to, they don't falter when it comes to to actually closing it out. I mean, they got so close just now. I don't feel like you could say that was them, you know, messing up. Whereas
yeah, but does that run into the next game though? Is the thing, like, you got so close.
Yeah, they could be tilted now.
And then do you tilt?
Could happen. But we'll see. Here are the scores, though, off the back of that game. OUG with the MVP, getting 15 points in total. Wolves on 14 and SR on 13. It really was
Two kills. Two kills. If they just got those 2 kills onto Wolves' 2 Reborn teammates, then they would have had it.
And you saw how well they dealt with Wolves. Even though Wolves had 3 players up, they were still able to take down one really fast. They just executed super well. They got the silence on 2. They got the parry into the pulling the trigger immediately on the ult with the Viper, getting the stun, focusing 1 down, and he just couldn't play. But after that, it went a bit downhill. It was a struggle. SS coming in with the grief. Oh my god, look at the points, Moxie. 59, 59, 50, 50.
Yep.
That's
Which means even if we go all the way to game 8, which is a situation that only occurs if none of our match point threshold teams MVP, it goes down to overall highest score for the day. But it could be drawn.
It could happen.
Do you know what's wild here? The game started with Wolves getting the drop on SR and griefing the hot drop. The game ends with Wolves getting the drop on SR and griefing their MVP potential. Professional griefers. That's what Wolves are. Professional griefers.
Griefing to the last. They might just. SR bound to be a bit upset with Wolves. Just, screw you, what are you doing? Why, man? I mean, it's. I'm surprised that OUG got put in such a bad spot as well. The Moonbane grief. You know, Moonbane giveth and taketh away. This was very clean, but I feel like it took them a little bit too long to close out that kill. So if they'd been able to do it slightly faster, they could have then gone and taken out SS as well.
Yeah, and then like the fact that they couldn't take out SS and had to worry about SS, so that if they went after Wolves, SS would just grief. And like third party in, especially with the erudition, you can't risk going into a fight and getting hit by a drop down erudition, as it will be SS taking his first MVP. No surprises, as we said, alive till the very end, getting to come on through with that erudition attached to the Space Storm. We got to see it do 4.4k damage, flying knives as well with Myriad Winter Sweet. 16,000 damage, 12,000 heals, and 6 kills. Make that 7, because he did kill SR's momentum and chances of taking away that win. We'll have to see which of our teams will be able to walk away with an MVP. We'll be back with the next game after this short break.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into things once again. After that short break, SR so close, managing to eliminate TE. XKG went down. YZG were looking good for a little bit, but OUG, Wolves coming in with the grief. SR it came down to 1 kill in one instance, I think, with SS being able to escape. happens. It is what it is. Can they bounce back? We were just saying that you were saying they're either going to tilt off the face of the planet and get 0, or they're going to let it fuel them, let the tilt fuel. A little bit of salt. Nothing wrong with a little bit of salt, you know. Delicious. They might be able to close it out. So it's either going to be win or nothing.
I was going to say that there is something wrong with a little too much salt, though. Like you
assertively seasoned.
You say that you're a chef. My taste buds are awful. I have like very sensitive taste buds, so like the slightest bit of black pepper, I'll just burst into tears. Too much salt, I can't eat it. But I'm a Brit. That's sort of our MO. But yeah, headed into this next game, I feel like for SR, it's a tilt, or it's a let it motivate you and just carry your momentum through this matches. We still have 4 teams. Only 4 teams, half of our lobby, remain within match point threshold. If one of these 4 teams walks away with the MVP this series, we close it out, we put them onto the stage, we do the interview, we turn the lights off, and we say farewell until the LCQ for the teams qualifying into the grand finals of the spring split. But do we actually get to see it happen? Because Wolves, 4 points away. OUG, I think, are 11 points away. They're pretty far down the leaderboard, despite doing well that last game. Before then, not really that much noise coming on through from their camp. We just really want to see what comps teams are going to be forced into, especially like the more games that we play. TE and SR going for that Hail Mary of a 4-point splurge in one round to get the Viper comp looks a little sussier when you have to think about all of the other matches they still potentially have to play.
Yeah, it's... They were hoping to close it out then and there, but it didn't happen. And it could be what bites them in the backside. You know, who knows? Maybe not, though. Maybe they can still manage it. And if it's any team, it's going to be either TE or SR to do it. So let's see. What have they got? What are they going to be playing? What are Phase 2 going to play? Because Phase 2, if WBG? They're not, you know, if they're not on the same page, WBG, yeah, you could be just allowing SR and TE to play what they want.
Yeah, I feel like really WBG twice they've tried to run the Tessa, Wuchen, Temi composition. The problem is Cat's out of the bag, or I guess Fox when Tessa is concerned. Everyone knows, right? If WBG's in the lobby and they pick that comp, you know that you're going to get Moonbaned. You know that someone's going to try and Tessa charm you. And you're actually prepared to be able to fight against it in comparison to the amount of value that it carried for them previously. I feel like that was one of the concerns that I had for WBG headed into today. The fact that they'd been very upfront with what they would play, and that teams knew exactly how to just not let it win.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just if they see that comp, they know, oh, okay, guys, Moonbane's coming, watch out. You know,
or just all in one person when someone else is setting up the ban.
Yep, absolutely. You just, you know the game plan. You know, oh, wait.
Oh, 5-2-1. What are we doing?
Okay.
We both got a little jump scared there, I feel.
That was spooky. Yes, but no, we're not rocking the boat too much. 5-1, and Wolves still going to be locking this in. Phase 2, though.
What's it to be, WBG?
Is it Weibo Griefers or Weibo Gaming? What are we doing here, ladies and gents? I want to play it, though, man. Yeah, we can't.
It's concerning that it's taking this amount of time. Okay, Viper, Sarah, Akos, and now OUG, surely. Viper, Syra, Akos. Uh-oh. Do you know what? Yeah, that's not a Viper, Syra, Akos. I mean, we've got like a version of Akos Cage with Temi all locked down.
Oh!
Wait. OUG, what are we doing? They're swapping who's playing what.
What?
Wait. Zenda, Temi, Shenron.
Over Ultra Griefing, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. It's nice that the G can mean.
It's Viper. T and SR get Viper again. Free Viper teams.
No, I don't think they can. It consumes too many points for them. They can't do it.
Oh yeah, they wanted it.
Because they played it too many times.
Justina, Yushan, Shanhuan instead. Because they could afford Viper, but that would dock them to 0 points. And then SR's going to do the same. Okay, so same comp as SR. But there is a chance here that we get 4 of this comp coming through.
Could happen. Or maybe now that there's only one Viper team.
It's 3 Vipers. Except it's going to be coming from the teams in last phase. Okay, so OUG let 3 Vipers through.
Are we getting it? Are we? We're locking it in?
SR's going to be looking at the hero phases and just being like, really? You guys griefed us out of an MVP and then let Viper triple through?
I mean, they let him have Viper WBG let him have Viper last game, so they're just like, okay, well, you guys didn't manage it. We're gonna let the other 2 have a try now. It's just,
Well, no, this time it's OUG letting it.
Yeah, it's OUG's just. Oh my god, they're taking turns briefing the lobby. Sussy buckets. Anyway, there you have it.
We're back at 2024 J-Cup watching all the Cyrus.
It's just how things end up. It's just silliness. But I mean, we've got some silliness, but I want the extra silly. I want the extra silly.
If we go more rounds, you're probably going to get it, because TE and SR are both on 1 point. I believe now XKG and YZG are on 1 point as well.
I mean, there's definitely some room for interesting comps after. If we do go another, I think again
50-50 chance.
Last game, it was pretty likely we would end. It was going to end after that game with half the lobby at match point. This is still half the lobby at match point.
I mean, potentially more teams hit match point. I can't see Wolves not hitting match point in this one. They're so close. They're 4 off. They got the Hardy, Zip, Enoch comp. I really want to see what OUG does with this. Yeah, the F2 from the Xander, which has just become the staple in trios. The V1 as well, which has become much more of a staple. I know like solos flirted with the V2, but it just didn't really feel like it had a meaty enough follow through in terms of damage setup. The V1 is much more, I think, versatile.
Well, Moxie, let's take a look real quick at the average points. TE has over 15 average points on this comp.
Yeah. Look at SR's heart rates, by the way. I told you. We hit 150. We hit 150 on one of the SR players. It's tilt or it's motivation.
It's one or the other.
The last one was.
They just went and they did some push-ups. They're ready. They're just. Hope for their sake, or they weren't, scrapping backstage. Just like, what do you mean we should have done this? We should have done that. It's just, I can imagine it. I can just imagine it. Just yelling at each other in Chinese. I don't know Chinese, so I can't say it. But anyway, we're going into Game 6, ladies and gentlemen. And it's daytime. It's sunny outside. No clouds, no fireflies. It's just straight up gaming. And I don't know. There we go. I do know now. TE up against OUG in the cave. Peak doesn't have an armor anymore. XEM managed to get... Well, it doesn't manage to get a Firefly, though. I think One Fang got one. One's gone down already. TE, One Fang, and XEM very low, but we get an armor swap and a boom, and it instantly goes almost back to full, and OUG full, I think. They've got the snipe ready. But it's not going to do very much, though, unfortunately. The meter burn. Wait a second. Just let it happen. Stop.
Jump LMV. Parry. Yeah.
He parried, though. Wait a second. Okay.
Wait, there's the parry.
There we go.
There we go. Slight hiccup. As what's going on here? 521 already being forced into using this Hardy ult. Trying to kite away from Cuckoo 2's Syra ult popping. Yeah, there we go. Pampy in the sky, putting the pressure onto the rest of YZG's players who got left behind. Cuckoo goes down. Had to stay closer to 521's team to try to have the powerful dazzle after the expiration of the Syra V2 hit the team. Also, don't look at the amount of players in Salt form.
Yeah, this game's got
players.
That's a lot of kills. Like last game, last game it was what, a total of around 7 kills took place in the first 3 minutes.
For a non-Fireflies map, just initial rage.
How many kills? What, 9? Was it 12 kills in the first 30 seconds of the game? Jesus.
And TE got 3 of them. Wolves got 3 of them too, so 1 more kill. And if the game continues, Wolves will be within match point threshold. So now it feels like there's a little bit more of a lull coming on out. You won your hot drop, and you're now looking to just like pick the spoils of your loot and scale so that you have like purple armor, purple weapons, good soul jades to be able to go into the first realm of Yang. Or you lost your hot drop, and you're trying to be as unnoticed as possible. Just spawning up, sometimes even in the zone itself, taking that little bit of zone tick, because at the start of the round, very, very small. But it also means that you have like a little bit more cover from players close to you, as if you try and res on the actual map itself, you run the risk of running into a team mid-rotation. The likes of which it looks like SR have had the trouble of running into. Great armor, but Purple Fan on the side of Rico. You just have to be very careful of how they take this fight against OUG. Wolves taking the fight against WBG. Only see 2 WBG players because the third is setting up that Moonbane. Jiang trying to stay as mobile as possible, waiting for the Moonbane to kick on up before utilizing that Viper V1. But Wolves, they have the Hardy ult in play. They're just spaced out of the Moonbane entirely.
And just get straight out of there, not able to hold them down with a Tumult ult or something like that, and they don't have it available. They can't keep them inside the Moonbane and take advantage of this investment, unfortunately for them. And now, wait a second, it looks as though they're gonna be paying the price, and LV just goes down. Although, on the other side, wait a second, they had the 2v1 going, but it's not, they didn't have enough time to actually close it out, and now the rest of Wolves have appeared and are peeling off those WBG members, and I believe that WBG are going to go down here. Unfortunately, Moonbane is not enough. If you're playing against something like Hardy especially, it's just, cube.
No CC.
Nope.
They see the Moonbane coming through, and they just piece out of the fight before the Moonbane can actually lock them down. WBG hadn't lost a player as well when the Moonbane hit, so they can't use it to just put distance between themselves and Wolves and press a player off without being contested. Everyone else moves away from the Moonbane too, so that they don't get third-partied by a team sniffing around the area, seeing the AoE on that map. What's XKG up to? They lost the hot drop fight. Yeah, they're sticking to the edges of the zone. They'll rotate alongside it. Looting up through Eventide and taking a visit to the storefront to buy purple armor for that Viper before they do.
SR recovering. They've managed to get their hands on some blue armors, but nothing too much more than that. Some purple weapons, it's all right. But TE, I think, are going to be they're going to be set for Realm of Yang for sure. They are looking very strong after having that early off-spawn fight, 2 purple armors earlier. Yeah, they're looking pretty set up.
Yeah, I mean, it's also going to be the fact of, like, do they run into wolves? I think that's the worst luck that they could have if they run into wolves. They're just sitting on a store at the moment, going to be rolling for some resources. The map does show where all of these Realm of Yangs will be. No more teams, I believe, have a Moonbane, which means that we're not going to be seeing one of those portals entirely obscured by one-sided AoE damage. Meaning that there's grief potential here, Dunk. There is grief potential. It is not a surefire guarantee that you make it through that Realm of Yang portal with all of your team intact, especially if you're playing the east side of the map, which is what we'll be following. We've got XKG here, we've got 521 here, I believe we have Wolves here as well. It's gonna be potentially a scrap-off. Everyone's currently acting friendly, but that will all change when that Realm of Yang portal spawns on through. No, Wolves are here, opposite YZD at the moment. QGG just swapping on to the crossbow, firing off a couple rounds of poke. T's also going to make a play. Somehow, in the time that we sort of moved away from T's POV, they've been able to pick themselves up not just another set of purple armor, but also Tuna. 2 sets of Tuna, actually, because one thing's using it at the same time as XEM, and then they're going to drop it so that TXJ can get the use of it too. Realm of Yang portal spawns into that fight. XEM takes a little bit of damage, gets actually shot off of that pillar, looks for the read onto Akame, forces the zip up very early, gets marked out by the Eno, manages to delay the damage follow through though, with the use of the combo breaker into the ultimate for the knockback. He's still trying to find these opportunities. Great freeze onto Fat Milk, charge R&B follow through from the Hang Sword. Shenhuan is going to be doing a lot of damage to Fat Milk here, as well as TE's being able to try and find an isolated 2 versus 1 situation that they want to take. XEM's going to be out of dashes, out of ultimates, and out of armor. So far, no one's gone down, which means that they're just spacing out of the fight. Hardy Cube comes into play, allowing the reposition before the players get stuck on TE's side of the ring. And we go right back to neutral. Zip F comes on. Yushan ultimate, though, was overheld on the side of TXJ, and now he's getting to use one-sided ult pressure on the side of 521. The Yushan spears are good. The Hardy's already had to use his own combo breaker, but he doesn't have the cube to be able to bail out Akame, who's going lower and lower. Hardy's been taken down. Akame will be the next to fall, and TE now just have a 3 versus 1 situation that they'll very quickly clean up, and we have them taking the Realm of Yang win. 3 kills, but unfortunately for them, both Wolves and OUG had similar outcomes and also picked up 3 eliminations, and Wolves were already in a really good spot. Also, it's so bizarre. YZG just all hanging around in the tree, vibing to see and wait for these teams to make it on out of that Realm of Yang. Wolves here having to go up against this Justina composition. You know, all on the field, Justina V1 on the other side. The jump R&B drop downs, the Yushan ult coming on through as well, trying to put the pressure onto ZK so you can't just continue applying all of this damage. But the Hardy ult's up at the same time too. XN's got that cube in case he gets locked down by the team. And off the back of that, the Zip has a little bit more survivability out of Eno ult. ZK has to use the cube since he misread the timing of the fan-charged R&B. Gets the Zip F to stabilize into the Eno ult set up onto SR Zhao. The stagger is there. The follow-through from his team sets up the kill. And Wolves now 3 versus 2. Trying to just find these players low enough. Rico's so very low. Can they just get that last chip of damage required to take this Shenhuan lead down? At the same time, NY7 is also about to falter as both of the players from SR were just too low HP to be able to cover for the other. Wolves, TE, OUG now all going to have Vermilion Bird's Might and get to play the next minute and a half very aggressive, searching for kills, trying to pull ahead of their competition. SR and XKG alongside 521 going to be saddled with Yang depletion. Aggression forced in a matter of moments, since some of these teams are actually down to 40 seconds. TE coming on through with a big Justina all open, forcing out that Syra V2. Shen Xuan coming in very, very low, still has this Viper V1 for the teams to have to worry about. TXJ might get stunned out of this. Oh, drops out of the Yushin ult, avoids the Viper V1, into the LMB commit coming on through from the Flying Knives, and TE have turned it! They take down one, they take down two, and crucially, all in a speed before they can get third-partied. TE off to the races and potentially off to grab a trophy, as they've been able to pick up 9 kills so far.
9 kills, Moxie. Actually insane. It's still not over yet, though. It's still not over. Even though with 9 kills, that's a significant lead. It's a good start to the snowball effect. They could falter in second Yang. They could falter moving forwards. We've seen the grief happen plenty of times. But it could happen. Viper here trying their best to disengage. A little bit low HP. Junhuan missing a member. Yang depletion in play. We need these soul blooms. We need the cleanse. SR. They manage it. I think we managed to cleanse a couple, I think, but we're missing members, so we're still in a bit of a precarious position. Third party coming on through. Oh no, and it's the disengage comp. It's the Enor. It's the Enor Hardy zipping. They're good at disengaging for sure, but they can definitely chase you down. Oh,
I mean, Wolves too just rolled up to the mix as well. They're gonna be guarding, gatekeeping the safety of the zone, and they're actually matching TE in terms of eliminations. Make that surpassing. Double digits with the elimination coming on through onto SR's Rico. And SR, yeah, I said it. It was going to be a rough game or a game spurred on by motivation. It's not a 0 point, but frustrations probably did follow through from the previous denial, as now Wolves very much in the running. 521 also 7 kills. Like, if TE and the Wolves end up going head to head inside the second realm of Yangdunk, that really could determine who walks away the MVP of this game.
Yeah, for sure. If that's what I was saying before, it's not over just yet. If TE falters here, if they mess this up, then it can be their demise. But will they actually go into the Yang? Maybe they just don't go. Wanfeng doesn't have ult. XEM, I mean, he doesn't have it yet, but he'll have it very soon. I think maybe they're gonna just avoid Yang entirely.
That, or maybe you wait for a second team to enter and try and chance the third.
Yeah.
So that you roll the dice and try to get it for free. As speaking about free, WBG pick up a Spiral. Oh, they went in. TE versus Wolves. OUG versus 521, but TE versus Wolves is the realm of Yang to watch. Like we said, one thing, starting off the fight, no ultimate. Both XEM and TXJ do have theirs, but the Shenhuan Li is going to be potentially very vulnerable, as just goes for the bow, trying to get some of this chip damage on through, drops down, charge RMB, very early pressure onto the zip, trying to catch onto Wolf ZK before he can use this legendary pole sword and scale rush into one of TE's players. Oh, one thing. 25% off the ultimate, charged RMB from the fan, setting up a stagger window for the rest of TE's team, forcing out the Eno ultimate for the health reset. XEM's being pressured, comes on through that Justina ultimate, already down a lot of his armor. Manages to roll past the Thundermark execution, will be able to use one of the dashes, get behind the pillar, stabilize some of that shield, having to deal with the Hardy ultimate at the same time though. As we can see, yeah, XEM gets hit, manages to use the dash before the Eno can close up position on top of him. And now one thing, delaying being caught out in the fight, has the Shenhuan Li ultimate when Wolves have very little sustain to try to hold against it. Yushan ultimates ended. It's all about what the Shenhuan Li can do. Pressure with the head jump out onto one of the Wolves players. NiHQ going very, very low, trying to get behind a pillar, but being marked and scouted out and chased by XEM. In the meantime, One Feng has been able to find the isolation with TXJ taking one down, and this could be the fight that allows TE to pull ahead. Uppercut follow through from the focus attack of the knives. TE win the fight, and crucially, Dunk, Wolves don't even get one kill off of the back of it. TE fully deny them any opportunity to put up a point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's huge for TE. Able to pull ahead 12 kills under their belt. This is the game that they were waiting for. And if the average points for this comp is any indication, they might be able to close it out. But we will see. It's not over. They're still in it. Wolves have 10. 5-1 have 7, but both are on Yang depletion. Wolves could find 5-1, and they could end up scrapping it out. And then Wolves, takes 3, and then overtakes TE once again. But TE with Mystic Might, they're on the hunt now. They have OUG and WBG also with Mystic Might, although WBG is about to run out. So it's going to be just OUG. And speaking of OUG, this is the replay from Belram Yang fight up against 5-1. Peak on the Zender. Looking at pops the ult just straight out of nowhere. Akame getting so much damage put onto him. The Zender. He's trying to play the game, but he's just getting shot by everything. The Junhuan, the Zender. And then you got the... Oh my goodness. The Tumult on top of it.
Yeah. That's just too much incoming damage. Like, the Zip almost instantly gets popped. By the time that you try and set up your Hardy ultimate, the Zip's already dead.
Yep, and you see that right there? We saw the uppercut 2-1-1 into the scale rush from the pulse sword. That guy was almost full health. He just exploded. Disappeared.
Oh
my goodness.
Can Wolves and 5-1 disappear off of the radar long enough for one of these teams to cleanse Yang depletion without the other two getting third-partied? TE is close to OUG. The good news is that Wolves and 5-1 currently the other side of Celestra.
Oh, as you say that, they've been making their way over.
Oh, yep. They did rotate. Instead of fighting on the edges, oh, someone tried to go for that Zender F2. Whiffs hits the tree instead of a player. TE wants to take the fight against OUG. Temiel getting invested here. It has to be on the sort of OUG, like trying to catch on to one of these TE players when they were mid-rotation, and TE just kites out of it, but OUG still want to take this fight. They want to put the pressure onto TE, so when the teams with Yang depletion roll up, TE are the ones in a difficult situation to get turned onto instead. One Feng has to come on for the Shenhuan ultimate. Everyone's taking a lot of damage as well, fighting inside the zone. XEM with the Justina dashes, gets the freeze, legendary spear, charged RMB, follow up once, make that twice! Another rush dash tried with that freeze. 2 more to XEM's V1. Isolated Pampy has to turn around and peel to be able to keep One Feng up, but things are falling apart a little bit for TE currently, and it's all because OUG forced their hand.
Yeah, One Feng under a lot of pressure. Pampy gonna try and catch it, but not gonna be able to stop him from scale rushing away. Oh no, the movement error! No! Not like this! He tried to grab the wall and it doesn't work! No! Oh, that's rough. That's so sad. But hey, at least XEM and TXJ are gonna survive, at least for the moment.
I
TXJ is being
don't know
chased.
if they're making the decision to go into the zone though. Yeah. By the way, Wolves just grab Spirit Well for free.
Yep. Yep.
We go again!
No way. Wait, we're still alive. We're still alive.
Yes, but one player is left with Yang depletion. Wolves are currently on 10 kills.
True.
And also have buff.
Also true.
So, if they get 2 more kills, they eclipse TE's score. If 5-1 get 3 more kills, well, 4 more kills. 3 more kills they tie, 4 more kills they eclipse. There's one more required.
I mean, we've seen it happen so often, you know. One player survives and somehow, all of a sudden, they just manage to res the whole team. Oh no, man.
He got spotted.
What? Jiang just out of nowhere. Oh, there's a Justina, get it.
Griefed by WBG. Oh, he's trying to go wide side of the zone, but unfortunately for him, he'll pop up right next to wolves. Slide. Don't heal. They'll hear the sound cue. Just hug the wall and crouch and think very small, quiet. Jiang! There's no way. Oh my goodness. Is he clear?
Back against the wall.
He's so close to the zone. 5-2-1 just pulled a wolves and brought 2 of their players back.
Holy. Well, they bought. Actually, no. They just bought them. They haven't used them yet.
They bought the rebuff charms, but they could potentially use them.
Where's the closest thing? Yeah.
Where's XEM?
Uh-oh. He's not using them.
5-2-1. The problem is for T as well, because he's hiding, he's not doing damage. He has Yang depletion. He's not extending that duration. Yeah, he has to make a play. But if he makes a play, he reveals himself. He's been able to heal because the fight moved away from him. And OUG are checking the purple bushes, which they're more expecting a player to be in, as opposed to one crouched behind a rock. XEM's still there. He's going to have to move when the... Oh, he's been found. Oh, he's been found. Oh, he doesn't have the ult too to be able to dash away.
It's looking cooked.
Maybe the juke for waterfall, but again, like Yang depletion will just time him out. I think he just has to go down to zone damage to deny a kill. We go again. Wolves will be on match point threshold. The question is, who gets the MVP here?
Wait. If the thing is, theoretically, if Wolves don't get a kill right now, TE could still MVP.
True. Actually, yeah, they're on 13 points. Wolves are currently on 12.
It's possible, but with SS
if they get this kill onto SS, which I'm pretty sure they're about to do.
Oh, they got it. It's you go. We go again, ladies and gentlemen.
We go again.
Oh my goodness.
What are the hero comps going to be? Also, what is that Acres cage? It just went on the roof.
What on earth? It's crazy though. It's actually insane. The TE almost get to match point in the first BR game of the day in 2 games.
Yeah.
And then don't make it, but then the game after them, TE and SR both get to match point.
Yeah.
And we're now going to game 7.
Well, there's redemption for SR, at least.
True.
They'll have been able to use this game to cool off. As 6 players, 1 Viper v1 coming on through from Jiang. That's going to be a good stun. Yeah, into the bonk, charged RMB. WBG might be able to actually, well, not pull ahead of Wolves. They don't have enough players left to be able to kill, but Acres v2 cage, Syra v2 stun. There's so much damage on the side of WBG here. Poor ZK is just left to be concussed
can't do anything,
in the middle.
He's just caged. He's dazzled. he's alone. He's a lonely man who's unfortunately, gonna just die. It is what it is. But Wolves are still gonna be able to get the MVP, denying the win from TE.
The grief.
How crazy.
The grief continues. They griefed SR in the last round. They griefed TE this round. And now they're actually within the match point threshold for all of that hard work to be able to pay off. That would actually be like such a wild turnaround, because they're also in a position where they've actually got hero points left to be able to buy the comp that they want.
Yep. Hey, the comeback story from Wolves, the underdog coming in, taking it from the big dogs. It could happen. Could happen. We could see Wolves pull it out and just take the whole thing. But as you said, we're gonna have more teams on match point threshold. More
that shuffles the phases too.
Yeah. Yep. True.
Like Wolves, I believe, will be last phase. But they have probably, out of all of the teams on match point threshold, the most amount of points. Actually, no. YZG, XKG both have not risked going for a large spend on heroes who were already made more expensive on the previous phases. So, like, that might actually pay off. The discipline to not go for the spend very early on and just, like, try to close it out means that they can actually buy a comp that multiple people will be running. And they'll also be fairly early on in the phases. I believe TE and SL will still be in the first, like in the earlier phases of the teams on match point threshold. Ooh, a little bit more of a different question. Which hero did TE's XEM use in Game 6? Was it A, Yushan? Was it B, Shenhuan Li? Was it C, Viper? Or was it D, Justina? We did talk at length about the hero that he was on, because him missing that ultimate unfortunately meant that when he got scouted out, he didn't have the mobility to be able to dodge away from death. And there we go. Wolves make it into match point threshold. Oh, 5-1, 2 away. OUG, 4 away. WBG, 9 away. If we go to Game 8, Dunk, all of our 8 teams will likely be on match point threshold.
Yeah, you're right about that, because it would mean, if we do go to Game 8, then it would mean that one of those 3, did well. And they're definitely going to be, they're going to be sending it. They need to do well, because now there's an extra team, and it's Wolves the Griefers, who I think might be able to successfully grief everybody. Who knows? I don't know what we're going to pick character-wise, though, because since it's now 5, that means that one of the phases is going to be shared between a team on match point threshold and still not in it. I'm not sure if it's
WBG. I think it will be WBG and TE.
It's TE that's in the lead, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. So
which means that, TE WBG will be same phase. Which means, if WBG grief again. We're just
I don't think TE can pick Viper again, though. That's the thing.
True, but they could pick something else. Because it would be what, phase 2?
Yeah, they're going to be
phase 2. Which means that we haven't always seen the Viper phase 2. It could be the Yushan comp.
But it could be, that's what I'm saying. So, like, what if WBG doesn't grief, but by not griefing, they inherently grief, meaning that there's grief, You know what I mean?
We've said the word grief so many times now, I don't feel like it's an actual word. As we get to have a look and see, yet again, like, the scores were so close. Like, so close. We credit Wolves griefing that one, but truly, it actually was OUG. OUG starting things off, both teams having buff, both teams knowing that there would be rotations over to Shipwreck when the teams with Yang Depletion roll up to the scene, and OUG full send a Temi ultimate on the top of SR, or on TE rather, to force them to have to just like react. They have to use the Shenhuan Li ultimate in the rotation, then the Justina ultimate comes on through to try and just like get the teams off their backs, pick up the kills, peel for their players, and it all just goes a little bit downhill.
Yeah, the movement error from oh my god, it's just it's so rough because it's that specific spot. There's like a little pillar that's just right next to the wall, so it's just annoying. It's just annoying to get past, and yeah, it fully screws them over. But it happens. We're still in the lead. TE still in the lead, 72 points. SR on 60, YZG on 53, Wolves on 51, and XKG on 50. I think something like along those lines. But we got the highlights. Wolves right here. They WBG tried to grief them. Didn't happen. Didn't work. The Moonbane was not effective, unfortunately, for them. Not able to hold them in, and Wolves just bite back.
Oof, double Justina freeze dash. Coming on from XEM here. Your answer for treasure was Justina. Comes on through with that one. 5-2-1, finding one of the isolated players on the side of TE. TXJ going down in that instant. There's the kill onto Fat Milk, which allowed them to be 1 kill away. S getting killed there meant the Wolves crossed the threshold and overtook TE in terms of points picked up to clutch up the MVP. And Wolves walk away both with the win and enough points to bag them a place within the 5 teams now competing for match point in this next game.
It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close because I think now the SR, they had their tilt game, and TE having recovered, the previous game things went wrong for them and they have a good game, but then they fall short a little bit. They could be affected. Wolves are on a roll right now. They seem like they're having a good time. We saw it after the game, laughing and just sort of exclaiming as to how the result ended up. 5-1, very close. They could do well this game, denying the MVP from another team. Same thing with OUG and WBG. They're very, very close. So who knows? I mean, they're all here for a reason. They're all very good teams, very strong teams. So they could manage it. We could still go to the final game of Game 8.
ZK there, picking up his 4th MVP, almost 30,000 damage done on that Eno, 12,000 of it coming on through from those ultimates and skills. Crucially too, 2 damage reduction Soul Jades stacked up for him. I think like a lot of teams, Raven sort of noticed this on Friday. A lot of those damage reduction Soul Jades were actually going out onto players like the Eno because teams worked out that the Eno would come under so much pressure to try and force out the ultimate before if you ran into a mirror matchup, so that you had the later Thunderlord ult and could use it more aggressively as opposed to having to just use it as a defensive option. But do we think, now that we have another team coming on to match point threshold, Wolves, with more hero points, they try to close it out here and go for the big spend? Or do you think that they're going to try and hedge their bets and save the money so they can budget spend in the next game?
I think they're probably going to go in. I think they're going to go in. I mean, it depends, because it's kind of a weird situation now with 5 teams with TE is going to be in second phase, but I don't think they can play Viper. So it means that it's like if WBG happens to pick Viper, then that means that we're getting minimum 3. So it's kind of a weird situation. But the same thing could also happen in a different way, where we could have a similar thing that we had earlier, where we have 3 Yushans, 3 Vipers, if they could play it still. And that's the thing. It's been so exciting and so like hectic today, with so many people being very, very close. It might be that some teams can't even play Yushan. I haven't really been able to keep track of every team and what everyone's picked, but it's we could see something goofy. It could definitely see something goofy come out to play.
There we go. TE, 72 points. Still head above water in comparison to the rest of the teams. But SR is starting to close up the distance, and if we do go all the way to Game 8, that overall score could be very, very important. As now, more banners, more teams added on the backboard. XKG, Wolves, SR, TE, YZG, all within contention. And I mean, truly, contentious is going to be the hero phase. Like, what comps do you actually have that you can still afford to buy?
And there's a few things. I think we haven't seen that much Tianhai. So I think Tianhai could come out to play. Takeda as well. You can see a few different things. Is it finally time for the Taka?
I mean, I think it would be the Zenda before the Taka, surely.
Yeah, yeah. But Zenda's the kind of character that's been paired with certain characters that are occasionally used in other comps, so it's
true
what you want to run with the Zenda.
Yeah, because some teams run her with the Temi, the Tianhai, the Justina, the Yushan, the Feria. Justina and Yushan for sure. Some teams cannot afford.
Yeah.
Which would then mean that potentially Zenda, Tianhai, Takeda?
Does that work? I don't know if that works. Maybe?
Well, I mean, can you afford the... Feria, maybe? No. Feria, I feel, is too easy to shut down.
It very could work. It definitely has value. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. All this speculation, we're going to be finding out soon enough. SR, he's looking much more zen now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Zen. It's like, I've relaxed now. I've chilled out.
Like, I knew the moment I saw that heart rate monitor at 150, I was like, yeah, this is going to be a rough one for SR to try to get through. If they lose the hot drop fight, there's a snap. There will be a snap there.
Yeah.
As we get ready to go in, let's see the phases. As we said, 5-1 OUG, both not match point threshold. WBG also not match point threshold, but now because we have an uneven amount of teams on threshold, TE share phase with WBG.
Yeah. And it's going to be Holleroth Sunny. Still no Fireflies to be had. So it's, I mean, Sunny. I mean, well, actually, I mean, Feria could work here. We've seen a lot of Feria on Holleroth in the past. Same thing with Tumult. It's done quite well. Let's see. You could do a bit of a throwback to some Feria Monk.
Yeah.
Could happen.
Maybe, like, I feel like Xiphon probably wouldn't be the first or second choice. Well, we don't have to theorize anymore. Hardy, Zip for 5-1 OUG. Where it'll be creative is the phases that come through after.
Yeah.
5-1 OUG as well, like, they're going to have spent, like, a lot of hero points just getting to play this comp again. Because they've been stuck in this space for so long.
Yeah.
1 hero point. It's like walking into a store with Penny. Yeah, here we go. Shayol, Yushan, Zenda. Yep, that's one of the Zenda comps that was being played. Justina Yushan for T.
Wait, they still have enough.
Yeah, they have enough. Because they're phase 2. No one else has bought it.
They can do it.
They can still afford it. Does this mean we have 3 Yushans running around?
I feel like TXJ is like, well, do you really want to do this? Is this what we're doing? I think it's the best choice.
Yeah, it also means that they don't go to 0 hero points. I think that their hands are somewhat tied in terms of what comps they can play. And they have been since the investment of 4 hero points in 1 round.
Yeah, well, here we go. SR and YZG. YZG has 5 hero points, so they're kind of chilling. They can do whatever they want.
They got the Uno comp.
Wait, Yushan?
Wait, there has to be a misclick. Viper Syra we've seen. Oh. I mean, they're thinking about it. They're like, we could afford it. I could see them go, Viper Syra, if they don't want to fork out the amount of money for the Hardy Zip to follow through, but no. Okay, so we have 2 Yushan Justina comps, 1 Takeda Temi, Tianhai team, Wolves, XKG, both 5 hero points as well, so they could splash cash if they want. Viper comp for XKG. Temi, Tianhai, Zenda comp for Wolves. Yeah, they favored this one. Not surprised to see that they'll try to MVP with it.
Oh, well, this one definitely... This one... a little odd. We've had so much Viper today, and now not very much Viper at all, really. We just can't play it. It's just not possible. I don't know. Yushan, Junhuan, Justina for TE. Like, we saw them do very well on it last game. It just ended up being, they kind of got grief. They kind of got stuck at the edge of the zone. Movement errors left and right, and then they just kept getting gate kept at the edge of the storm. Fully committed onto because of Yang depletion. It was just rough. And then we've seen their average points. This is looking good for them, I would say.
Yeah. It definitely benefits them, the fact that they had the lead on the leaderboard in terms of the teams eligible for match point. So they got to share a phase with WBG, who, again, went off, did WBG things. They play their own game. They set themselves. They will not just like play what everyone else does. But that does mean that when they have a phase, it does let that composition through, since very rarely does WBG double up with the team on their shared group. I don't imagine any surprise elements for hero abilities here. Unless like ZK just decides to take Parry Bell on F2.
Yeah. Well, it looks like everyone's running the standard. Yeah.
Rico, what do you want to fend towards? No, F1. No,
Yep,
Takeda F2-2. Everything very standard.
Oh yeah. But we have him. We have a Shiol now. I don't think I've really gotten to see Shiol in NBPL. I mean, I know she's been picked from time to time, but
yeah, she made her way for fairly frequently on Friday with the Zenda comp. Lots of teams were trying to play her with the Zenda comp. Also, ooh, spicy drops. TE's going to be fighting XKG. OUG always goes Salvation Podium. SR, understanding this, happy to take the fight. It means that they might be able to get free kills. They're landing right side 2 to try to get ballista control. And if they can take OUG down when one of OUG's players is below Salvation Podium trying to work out which way the arrows go, they can take a 3 versus 2 and then get the weapon for themselves.
yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of isolated fights here, and it's I mean, there aren't, most of them are actually between teams that are. One team is on match point and one team isn't. Obviously, they can't. It's not 4 and 4 again, so it can't all be that. But it's the majority of them. But let's see. TE versus XKG isn't one of them, with TE and XKG obviously both being on match point. TXJ trying to catch up to Junxian, who's taking quite a bit of damage. Junxian on the Viper with the GS. Taking quite a bit of damage. Oh, narrowly avoiding the focus attack from One Fang. ZXL taking the one. But B, the terrain scuffed it. Oh my goodness, that was so untrue. Get me out of here. Shunxian parried. No connection. Oh, little TXJ's got the ultimate somehow. What on earth?
Maybe, yeah, he gets Shinchuan there. XCM's low goes down. One thing actually got grey armor. Goes to the body, picks up some resources. Now he tries to find this finish onto ZXL, who gets the Syro V2 up. TXJ is going to be close enough potentially for the powerful Dazzle. ZXL's trying to get it onto him as it ends. But in the meantime, One Thing's just rezzing that third teammate. XCM's back.
Yeah, and Junxian actually has resurrected, but I don't think he's done it close by. I think he's just preemptively gone and res somewhere else. They haven't rage res, they haven't salty run backed.
Where it gets problematic too is in that fight, OUG SR went head to head. OUG full wiped SR.
Oh my goodness.
OUG 3 kills, SR very early on committing Darrozes too. So you can just try and catch up to the kills that they're already behind in. YZG also winning their hot drop fight onto Wolves, I believe.
Yeah. And WBG on 3, which is pretty good for them. SR, no kills at all. Again, another situation where it's daytime, no fireflies, but we still have quite a lot of kills on the board already.
I mean, for OUG 5-1 and WBG, they have to just get kills and keep trying for kills, right? Because you're getting kills, you're getting points, you're taking kills away from teams on match point threshold too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those situations where there's so much pressure, there's so much on the line that those early game fights can just fall apart. The pressure can get to you quite easily, and you can fumble it. And it's the perfect. You want to navigate the chaos.
Oh.
And if you're good at that sort of thing, if you're good under pressure.
Rezzing? Yeah. Okay, that's the Tian high. I was going to say there's no way someone just like rezzes. Oh,
hello there.
XKG also in the area. Very interested to know where OUG have ended up, since they got the kill onto SR, which means that they solved Salvation Podium. They have a legendary weapon before the first realm of Yang. Maybe they went City of Tang though, as we're not seeing them here.
Oh, there they are.
Too thick. Just drops the Acres V2 and dips.
Get away from me.
He's trying to just kite them into OUG and make it up the top into Aquila's Crest, which is one of the best kiting paths in all maps of NARAKA. This is probably one of the most frustrating spots to try to chase a player's position down. Tuzek, though, does he not have a dagger? He's using fist blades, which means that he's actually easier to catch on these rocks, and yeah, OUG catches up to him and takes him down.
Unfortunate. I mean, fist blades is still pretty damn good, I would say, for running. It's the scale rush is almost as fast as the fan and dagger, but it is a little bit slower on startup. But still, yeah, they're able to catch up to him, lock him down on the side of that enormous tower. And now it's slowing down once again. All the teams looking to scale up for the realms of Yang. Not as many
OUG's on 4 kills, by the way. Dunk.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
They've hit match point threshold.
Finally.
They've got 40 points with the 4 kills that they've been able to pick up. That is enough. Now the question is, do they get the chance to make a play for Game 8? As SR is going to the Riptide dealers, buying up a bunch of loot. No one actually running into them at the moment.
Yeah, they're on the Eno comp, so it's their chance to try and do something like that.
Ballista Gaming from TE. Wolves are about to run right into them. I mean, if TXJ baits and then XEM goes up to Ballista, it's a play that TE have done previously.
No, I don't think they're interested.
I feel like it's risky going for a fight, like an actual fight, now, when you're so close to Realm of Yang spawning.
Yeah. I think that's why they just ignored each other just now. They just...
Yeah, they'll fight for Realm of Yang portal entrance though, because that's what 1, 2, 3, 4 teams. Although OUG since diverted path and went to the east side, which means that they'll contest 5-2-1 instead. YZG, they're getting theirs for free.
Yeah, they're looking pretty scaled. It's from the... And their Jades are aight, but 2 purple armors, purple weapons, looking pretty solid. And look over here, there's majority blue armor right now.
Any grease? Someone tried the Zen to F2. Went wide, I believe. No one got caught by Bird.
Versus YZG. It's the first match of the day that we had today in the martial art, and TE took him down. Will they be able to do so again? And it's also the mirror match. Who is the better? I don't know what this comp is called. They haven't really given it a name. But hey, XEM gonna get quite a lot of damage. QGG gonna get forced to use the ultimate. The Junhuan ultimate gonna be coming through the snipe. Not gonna connect onto QGG, but is gonna connect onto the Junhuan. Wait a second, XEM healing. Hasn't popped the ultimate just yet. Dropping his armor for his teammate to pick it up. Does he do that? I don't know if he did. Where did it go? Oh, 17S. Dropping in. Has no ultimate now. Forced to use a combo break. XEM gonna use one of his dashes to try and disengage. One Feng has gone down. QGG low HP. The F2 is gonna connect though. Uppercut 2-on-1. Flying knives. And there you have it. TE are gonna fall. YZG take them down in the Yang. The revenge is sweet.
OUG won theirs.
Yep, so did WBG.
Yep. 2 teams not on match point threshold. Now starting to power scale up. That makes it, by the way, 2 legendary weapons that OUG have. Unless it got parried out of their hands in the Realm of Yang fight that we did not get to witness. But yeah, Salvation podium solving always gives you such a lead in that first Realm of Yang fight, because you also have no clue that they're the team who solved Salvation podium until you take the first hit of damage and you go like, wait a moment, that's legendary damage in comparison to what could be purple. Baby, yeah, holding those halberds. Samuel invested, comes on through of the Eno ult, looking to just fry these players before they can try and get on pillar and run away from the Eno pressure. Oh, NY7 so low. Around the pillar, baby you goes, and down goes NY7. Tianhai ult 2, so far not really getting that much. He's got 1 player grabbed out into a punch slam onto SS, but outside of Monk ult now, he'll be vulnerable to baby U. You know, F set up, uppercut, not finding the catch, but still occupying the Tianhai's attention to set up the 2 versus 1 against the teammate. And that is OUG, WBG, and YZG all walking around with buff. 5-2-1 went and kept the spirit well, and we have so many teams getting caught out here. Oh, this could be a big hit of damage with that Zender V1 coming on for 17S, gets the gold frame scoop. Wolves ZK also in Vajra state at the moment, trying to find grab slams. But unfortunately for him, the boarding is just in the way. Despite that, he was able to get Baby U.
Baby you get slammed into the re-grab attempt. Not going to happen, but Wolves still going to be able to close it out. But oh no, wait a second. Let me get a hit. No. He goes down. He pays for that kill. His teammate, may have been able to cleanse regardless. But SR have joined the party. NY7 is down. They've cleansed Zhao. Rico still needs to cleanse his Yang depletion though. Blue blue armor monk with no HP. It's looking rather over for him, unfortunately. The Junhuan ult. Boom. The tap from TE coming in. Can we get the cleanse though? I'm not sure if we got the blue. We got the double dashes. The Billy Justina. Woo! No FFQF here. We are in there. We're double dashing, triple dashing. We lose one. TXJ goes down. YZG getting into the mix. Jiang on WBG as well. But we cleanse too. Wanfeng and XEM, they are alive. They're alive and kicking. They're trying to disengage now. And XEM, having just used his ultimate, almost has his ult again just because of the sheer number of blooms that he picked up. Insane.
No, it's wild. On Friday, we saw 2 Akos cages built up in one fight. There's been some crazy ult builds. As TE now going to have to try and find an opportunity to bring TXJ back into the fold. They did have Yang depletion, so when they lost that Yushan, they did not get the opportunity to try to tap the body and revive him. They've got a rebuff charm though. They've also got a tail. 5-2-1, hot on their heels. So into the zone XEM goes. Looks like it's just a goose chase coming on through, as XEM is just trying to bring the Yushan back without any attention, as OUG in the area. Slide past SR's NY7, who's also been brought back into the mix. Oh no, 5-2-1! Found one thing.
I mean, at least he cleansed in advance of this, and they have the rebirth, I believe.
Yes, they have one rebirth charm, but not 2. Because their teammate was not brought back. Also, unfortunately for XEM, SR is currently in the zone as well, having to track over to NY7's body. So XEM's just kind of stuck here at the moment. Does he manage to catch on to Wanfeng's body? No, there's no way. It's not close enough.
No, it's way too far.
He just has to go long ways into zone. He's got the Justina ult, at least, and Cliff to be able to obscure his position from the rest of the players.
Well, 2-tick goes down to WBG. The SR still
5-2-1 are just camping zone, though. They found NY7.
But look at this, Moxie. YZG has 10 kills.
Yeah, YZG, massive amount of kills currently. Believe, yeah, SR were able to bait one of their players. They baited NY7 so that the other person could just run into safety. There's not a lot of full teams left in this lobby though, Dunk. TXJ finally gets to use the rebuff charm. And that brings one back, but they're still missing their Lee, and they're also still mid-recovery, so they won't go into run with Yang. Which means that there's an opportunity for YZG or OUG to pull ahead here.
Yeah, YZG already being in the lead. If they win this out, it could be it for the day. I mean, we said that so many times today. I feel like I broke the record. But oh my goodness, it's been so close so many times. 17S is gonna get staggered on the way. Oh my baby, you get out of there, buddy. He just took 1 billion damage, getting frozen and immediately focused down. Speaking of getting focused down, 17S takes all of his armor, gets shredded. The zipping ultimate did keep Baby You alive. It's healed up a decent amount. 17S forced to use the combo breaker now. SS uses the cube. Baby You, F2 on the Enor, disruption. Cube once again for the Enor. 17S gonna find the Dragon Slayer. SS, very low HP, gets slammed in the corner up against the wall, and OUG are falling apart. Baby U's gonna go down shortly. Jumping a B. No, wait a second, we're turning around onto Peak instead. Catching with the R&B tech chase, and there you go. YZG, another 3 kills. They're pulling ahead, Moxie, and that's a 165 heartbeat right there. Oh my goodness.
That's what, 13 kills total now? Yeah, 13 kills total. Coming through from that end. Oh, TXJ's been found by WBG. It started off such a good day for TE. Fell apart after game 2. As TXJ taken down. I believe they have one person left because they were able to find the res. Yeah, they've still got one, but it is not a good position to be in. Zhao gets the parry, turns the damage onto Akame instead, but then gets parried himself into Blazing Cyclone, and that will be SR out of this lobby too. So, at the moment, OUG, Yang Depletion, not a great position to try to contest YZG for MVP candidacy. WBG, though, 10 kills, no Yang Depletion, but on a very off-meta composition.
Yeah, on the Shiol Zenda Yushan. If that MVP's... Bro. Brother. Hey, we'll see. I mean, it's not over just yet for TE. TE has XEM alive and kicking once again on his lonesome. He's been running around for about 5 minutes trying to get his teammates back in. He reses TXJ, who then just dies. Okay, bro, I just resed you. What do you mean? There's 3 guys, man.
It's Morris Isle again.
And why said she gets a bounty on him? Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh.
It's just all of the worst luck.
Yeah, everything's just gone wrong
at the moment.
For so many games.
After the first, like, 2 games of Battle Royale, yeah, everything's just gone wrong that will. It's just been hit by Murphy's Law.
Yep. But hey, TE, it's possible. It's possible. Can they manage it? Oh, wait a second. XEM doesn't know.
No. Oh, that's a full team of XKG. Oh.
Hey, guys.
Oh. Just passing through. Don't mind me.
He's a crouch walking. He tries to crouch behind the tiny little lamp thing.
Well, he can run them into 5-2-1. Unfortunately, he does not have any more dashes. So, yeah, that's just like blood in a piranha-infested river. Is what that is.
Oh, yeah, that's so rough. Unfortunate. For TE, they go down.
OUG also still stuck with Yang Depletion. That was only 1 cleanse.
True.
They did give it to Hardy, which I feel was premeditated, since Hardy has the most mobility in the composition to be able to break away. Plus, even if you're down your team, when the zone closes, you can potentially bat people into the corruption with the Hardy ulti. But how will they be able to try to match the kills that YZG and WBG have started accumulating? YZG might be adding to, as they see the Yang Depletion fight that OUG is forced into having to set into motion, and they want 0 part of it. They're just going to stay inside the purple bushes, wait for everyone to spend their ultimates, pop up, and try to shark the kills away. Oh, Pampy.
Is the Spirit Well popping up soon? I think it must be. I think that's why they're positioning here out in the open. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to do that. Surely Spirit Well was about to appear.
Yeah,
yes,
there's the Spirit Well. Oh, Baby's got Velocity.
I kind of like this from YZG.
Cavalry Bloom as well on the side of SS. Okay, well, off of the back of that one, I don't think anyone contests.
No, I don't think so. And funnily enough, that's going to be a cleanse for OUG completely, because the only Spirit Well that actually fully cleanses Yang Depletion is the Yang Spirit Well. So they get cleansed, and then the entire rest of the lobby gets hit by it. Yep.
Well, 5-2-1 goes for flag. Earlier in the day, this was allowed for free. With Moonshot Storm camping the area, that might happen once more.
Yep, you might be right. I think they're good. Yep, there you go.
One team cleansed. 3 teams left with Yang depletion. One of which is on match point. Actually, 2 of which are on match point potential.
This is not
The fact that we're ending here as well, I'm so paranoid about these trap clips. Intense. If someone gets caught out, you can hear them activating. If some player gets stuck, it's GG.
Yeah, it's rough. You can't grapple away, and then if you happen to be close enough at the time, you can just get a free focus attack off. But let's see. All these, I mean, to be honest, I think they're kind of happy that they're not on Viper here, or some of them are happy that they're not on Viper. Junxian is probably a little irritated because there's so many ways to avoid Viper ult here. This is literally the worst possible final zone for a Viper, I feel like. I mean, it's
you can catch them for the F though, when they're coming like around the door.
Inside the building and then they can't get out of the building, then it's nice. But if you're
everything else, it's rough. It's just like building here, tree there, tent there, rock there,
trees, walls, fences, everything. It's just.
It's like, usually you would want the trees, but here they really sort of work against you too because they're not all that tall. Which means that there's plenty of time for people to see the Viper V1 and just break line of sight of it. Ideally, you try and catch these players as they're close to the zone so that they have to spend all of their stamina, and that's what they've been able to do. XKG get turned on to, YZG also getting caught out of here by the Acre, Syra, Viper, CC show. 17S, no chance. CC into CC into CC into more CC.
Bro, there's a Viper. There's one Viper comp, but they run into you. They run into the one team that's not next to the building, so they can't get away. Guys. Well, QGG, wait a second. We might be able to find the kill into Junxian. No, we can't fit. We're too thick. Oh no! Wait,
it's too tall.
No!
And YZG are done.
All right, there is one chance for YZG to still potentially win it all if WBG doesn't get more than 13 points. However, that being said, XKG also have a chance, but XKG just got absolutely destroyed. Having just used their ultimates, just having tried to cleanse, they lose one. One is still afflicted by Yang depletion, and now 5-1 with the Spirit Well once again for free. It's just going to turn up and just start attack mode.
Oh, ZXL Grey Armor swap, but that's barely going to give you breathing space to be able to set up these scale rushes. Off of a tree, onto a wood plank. Oh, climb a tree, get bobbed off of a tree, use the Syra V1 to try and get back onto verticality, and taken down by Pampy. Well, this does mean somehow we had so many teams on match point threshold. We go all the way to game 8.
Well, not yet. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Moxie.
True. WBG, 1 more kill. OUG, 2 more. And then we go game 8. I feel like now that everyone's been able to just solve the Yang depletion situation and 5-1 have a clear advantage with the Mystic Might, we're just going back into a limbo state. Like, OUG take residence on 110, and then 5-1 take residence on tower, just showcasing off Moonshot Storm to any team that tries to get close. And WBG just hug cliff, so that they don't take any form of poke. Are we actually, for the first time today, in 7 matches of NARAKA, getting a actual zone close situation?
We might do.
Heal off?
We might do.
I mean, if you're WBG, you're happy with it going to heal off. You have a transformer.
I mean, so does... I mean, OUG and 5-1 also have Eno still.
Yeah. Everyone's just gonna go for the heal off situation then. Plus, Hotties can play to push people into the corruption tick damage. Like, this might actually just be this for the next 3 minutes before the zone forces people to have to take the fight.
Thing is, I think that I don't know if it's because people need to die here for the game to end here, unless it ends up being a every single player stays alive until the last second, or they go down to zone damage itself. So it's so unlikely that YZG can still potentially win it with MVP.
Well, Mystic Might's ended, so if teams were waiting for that buff to time out, OG's going to be pushed off of that spot too, as well. Zone's going to be moving them off of the 10 that they're currently standing on. In fact, Zone's going to be pushing everyone into WBG. 5-1, high ground set up already. Moonshot Storm. OG, oop. It's a little bit too close to WBG side there, but no capitalization. No one wants to make the first move. Everyone knows. It's a match waiting to be lit, and the whole of the lobby will ignite the moment that one person steps up.
Yeah, it's just gonna instantly just erupt into chaos. 5-1 holding their ground. OUG doing the same, but OUG's gonna get forced off of their little high ground sooner than 5-1. WBG waiting at the bottom here, waiting. The blender is ready to go.
They're going to lose that cover of the cliff though when zone closes. For now, it's blocking the Moonshot Storm coming through from 5-1. But when the zone closes, it's pushing them into open space instead. So yeah, they have to make that move. They're just going to try and stay above in the sky so that they don't get locked down.
I don't think they can stay up there though, that's the trouble.
Yeah, there's no tree, there's no cliffy to really be able to grapple up onto. And yeah, everyone's just playing for the heal situation. Everyone's trying to force these ultimates early. If you're a Transformer, force the ult now, so you don't have the health reset to deal with surviving the corruption tick.
WBG, go to the sky. No kills have happened just yet. The ultimates from the Transformers are out. Jiang is going to get impaled in the zone. Taken down by OUG. OUG get one. Still not over yet though. LV in the zone. He might die to the zone tick damage here. No, he's going to die to OUG. Fat Milk going to reset his health bar with the ultimate. Pampy going to get another one. OUG going to get another. Wait, no, I think he got eliminated by it. Wait a second. 14. No, it's definitely going to game 8, Moxie.
Yeah.
Definitely. WBG.
Not only.
I think. Wasn't it?
Yeah, not only is
OUG
it going... OUG get it. But not only is it going to game 8, every team is match point threshold passed. Every team. All so 8 of them.
Wait, does that... I can't remember what that means again. Does that mean that that means that it's anybody can win by MVP? Anyone?
Yes. They're all eligible. They all cross through.
Crazy.
Like, the 3 bottom teams are all the teams that outlive everyone else. Right. In that match. Absolutely wild. Has this happened before in Nbpl? Have we got to a situation? I know, like, back when we had 12 teams in the lobby, we had 10 teams MVP eligible for some bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, I don't think this has actually ever happened for trios.
Yeah, I know it's happened for solos. Because it got to the point that people had to play things like Matari when Matari was massively off meta.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, but it's usually, like yesterday, for example, we had 6 players in MVP for solos. And then it ended up being Spider that won the last game, and then Mike winning by default because he had the highest points overall. But it's, yeah, no, I don't think we've ever had a situation in trios where every single team has gotten to MVP threshold by the 8th game. And then it comes down to whoever wins the last game.
Yeah. Which means if you're like a team who tried to spend big on hero points early, ooh, what comp can you actually play?
Yeah. Phasing is just gonna be very goofy now. And it's the time! It's the time for Torka! I mean, it's time, ladies and gentlemen. If there ever was, it's no, wait, no, it's mirror match stuff as well. Wait, I'm confused. Isn't it mirror match?
It wasn't listed in the map preview.
Mitch mirror match yesterday in Game 8 for solos.
So what then? Everyone's playing Hardy,
Is everyone playing Hardy, zipping? Is that what's happening? I'm not gonna lie, I still occasionally forget about the mirror match, especially when it's match point day on the finals, because it's confusing. Because you don't actually get to the mirror match unless you get the Game 8.
Yeah, which is very rarely happened. In Trios Stage 1, it was what, 4 games? Yeah. Martial arts and then 3 games of Battle Royale. It was very, very fast. Not today!
No.
Which is brilliant news for everyone who's got their accounts linked watching through Twitch so that they can actually get the drops. I will not lie, I was a little bit worried when TE just snapped into match point threshold game 3. I was like, I really hope if you wanted your drops, you watched solos yesterday, because you might not get the chance of being able to fill out the time. But nope, we go the distance. But yeah, this means that anyone, literally anyone can take it, Dunk.
Anyone. Crazy. Well, we will see. I don't know. I still actually am not 100% sure whether or not it's going to be mirror match, but I think it will be. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? We will find out shortly. Moxie's disappeared, even though I think she's still here. But anyway,
I'm still here.
She's still here. The lights have gone off. Anyway,
speaking from beyond the veil and telling you that, yeah, we're going to Game 8, Dunk, and one team will win, but it's literally such an upset to see it go Game 8. I can't predict who.
No, I don't think anyone can. And everyone's good at this comp, if it is the mirror match. Or it's going to be goofy Gooper comps, which I think would be extra fun. But yeah, I'm not sure. Everyone's played this comp time and time again. It's been the most popular composition for a while, so it makes sense that everyone's very well versed. I think it's also going to be a situation of it could still go anyone's way, but I think it's going to be. I think it's still favored towards TE and SR at the top, because they're in a situation now where, if it is mirror match, I think we need to know if it is or not at this point. Because if I'm saying if it is or if it isn't, because if it is, then it means that no one could single out a certain team because they think it's that team who's on match point threshold. Now everyone's on match point threshold.
Yeah. So you can't just be like, okay, let's look at the teams who are on match point threshold, because it's everyone. You run into a team, you can be like, yeah, them.
Because they're good. You can't focus out a team like TE because it's TE.
True.
Plus, I'm sure they all know how each other play in some ways. And if you can recognize a team and know how they're going to look to try and play it before you actually fight them, it gives you an inherent advantage. But that's a double-edged sword because it goes both ways.
We'll see. If it is the mirror match, then I feel like TE, especially with how many points they've been able to pick up today by playing that composition, will be feeling creature comforts coming back on through. This was wild, actually. It took us 7 games out of a possible 8 to be able to see an actual zone close.
Yep. Actually insane. But yeah,
I can count on one hand the amount of times that we've seen that happen so far this season, which is wild when you compare it to how many heal-up situations we had in previous years.
Yeah, previous years it was very common. Now 8 teams in the lobby. It's very rare. Just don't see it. Don't see it very much at all. But here are the MVP stats for Mr. SS on the Over Ultra Gaming. 14,000 damage, 9 kills though. The majority of his damage actually coming from his ultimate, funnily enough. He's not just a cube bot. He's actually doing damage with the ult. What do you know? But yes, there you have it. Hardy Gaming. And I think it might simply be a good demonstration of the fact that the Hardy Enor zipping comp is a little bit too strong, because the series got stalled out so much so that we're now at game 8 and every team is on MVP threshold, because every team got to play this so much, you know? Like SR and TE, although they're very, very good, they were the first team to get there at match point threshold, because they were also the first teams who got to play that comp. But anyway, on to the treasure time, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. How many kills did YZG get in game number 7? Was it A, 13, B, 14, C, 15, or D, 16? You had to be paying attention to make sure you knew the answer to this one. And make sure to get your answer in the chat if you want to get your hands on a special gift box. But yes, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. But before our final game of the day, we're going to be thrown over to a quick break, but we'll be back soon for the finale of today's finals. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back after that short break, and we're going to be going into our 8th and final game of the day. And it doesn't matter if you've got 100 points or 42. If you win this game, you win it all. And Boxy did a quick double check, and it is indeed a mirror match. So unfortunately, no goofy goober compositions. It's gonna be the Enor cube zipping. So
long fights.
Be prepared for that.
Very long fights. Potential timeouts too, Realm of Yang wise as well. Like, if we see multiple timeouts in Realm of Yang and more teams get hit with Yang depletion, that's a spicy situation to have to try to stabilize. But yes, no. Last game of the day. Not often that it goes the distance, but in trios we find ourselves in the situation. Game 8. Padoria, Morning Dew, going to be coming on for that mirror match, which means that we don't see the face selection. And I don't think we're expecting any different ability loadouts too. And like we said, for the first time in Trio's history, anyone can walk away with the win for the stage 2.
Yep, I think, now that I think about it a little bit more, I think it might have happened once. Only once. I don't know why, but the moment you said it just then, it made me think that it may have happened. But I could just be imagining things. When you're like, when somebody asks, "Oh, do you remember doing this?" And then at first you're just like, "No, I don't remember." But then the more you think about it, the more you imagine it in your brain, and then you're not actually sure if it's your brain creating the memory for you, or if it actually happened. Actually something that you're starting to remember. So I don't know. I'm probably just going insane. Talk has been enough to nothing. Could be happening. But anyway,
look at the amount of teams. It's all of them.
That's a lot of teams.
It's literally all of them. Do you know what would be crazy too?
And poor TE sitting on 79 points.
What would be actually crazy is if one of the last teams to qualify into match point threshold actually get the dub here. You can see it's getting to TE. Oh, poor XEM.
I want to go eat. I'm hungry, man. It's just tired. I want to go to bed. But the thing is, though, look at TXJ. He's in the same posture he was. When did we start?
8 games ago.
It was a while ago. It was like 6 hours ago. We've been sat here. We've been sat here for 6 hours, Moxie. Yeah. He's still sitting up straight. He's just setting an example. I'm not gonna lie. I'm leaning back a little bit in the games. Bro's locked in. He's just the GOAT. He's the GOAT. I think everyone's reclined a little bit, except him, and that's why I believe
fully locked.
Because at the end of the day, their goal hasn't changed. Their goal since game 3 has been get MVP. It's still the same goal.
Yeah.
It's just that this is now the last chance.
They now also can't rely on leading points. Because if there was a team who wasn't within match point threshold, you could say, well, if they MVP, you'd still be able to win by default. Everyone's eligible. You can't be like, oh yeah, well, if they win, TE still take it. No. TE have to MVP.
Insane.
Such a strange situation we found ourselves in. Somehow, finals for Nbpl always memorable.
True.
Always come down to the absolute wire.
Can you imagine if WBG takes it?
That's what I'm saying.
Wolves takes it.
If WBG or OUG. Wolves already got that 2 games ago. OUG, WBG, they just made it last game. literally the last game that they possibly could have qualified into. And they squeaked through.
Oh, it's such a storyline, isn't it? You know, TE almost break records by getting to MVP in one game. 7 games later, we're now here. It's insane.
Oh, ZK's locked in too.
But they've been, yeah. He's following the TXJ example. What if, you know, it was suddenly revealed that they've got some kind of back brace that keeps them sitting up straight? You know, it was all a lie. It's all just a conspiracy. I wouldn't put it. I mean, we've seen tape. We've seen the tape. We've seen the hair clips.
Hey!
What if the new meta is the back brace to maintain proper posture? Who knows?
SR look happier.
The gaming brace.
I'm happier for SR. You can tell that it got to them a little bit when OUG and Wolves grooved them out of that MVP win. There's a little bit of sleepiness, but they're still like saying hi to the camera, which I think is very, very good. I feel like when we see the heart rate monitors, it will have calmed somewhat. Because like here, when everyone's eligible, you have to lock in for that first fight, Dunk. Because it means that if you lose it, you're not getting kills. You're giving kills away to your direct competition too.
Yeah. Everyone can win it here. Anyone. Anyone and everyone. 1 point. It could come down to half a point.
Yeah, 1 kill.
Literally.
Here we go. Getting ready to go in game. We already know what comp everyone's going to be on. It's the mirror match. Yeah, like if you miss time, like your Hardy ult, and then your Zip doesn't have cube, this could be really punishing. Like that's some very big mistakes that you can make when you don't have a combo break on one of your most important aspects of this comp, because it literally is the way that this comp sustains. If a Zip falls in the fight early, you could lose it because you have to go head to head with a team that still has theirs.
You know, I had a feeling that maybe we see a little bit of goofiness with the other Hardy F, the grapple.
Oh,
the get over
yeah,
here.
the get over here.
Yeah, I thought maybe we'd see somebody pull it out just to be, you know, just to be dick. But no.
Oh, this is wild. SR and Wolves again. Again, history repeats itself. We're dropping the same location.
5-2-1 as well.
Yeah, and OUG and XKG. Everyone just kept the same drop path. YZG, the same with WBG. This is like actually wild. This is straight up copy paste almost of the earlier Padoria map.
4 3v3s. 4 straight 3v3s.
Well, the question is, will the outcome be different this time? Because like I said, like this map, this drop is potentially giving SR flashbacks. If they lose to Wolves again, oh boy.
Yep.
They will not be a happy bunch at all.
No, we might see the, you know, the peace sign, haha, hello, you know, attitude go out the window very quickly. But we will see. We'll have to wait and find out. For now, we've got 5-1 up against TE. And TE has gotten the best of 5-1 the majority of today, I would say. So can 5-1, you know, change the scoreline? Can they bring it back for themselves? A parry comes through onto TE. 5-1. Looking to find a way in. Big parries there again. Oh my goodness. So many parries back to back, but they're going both ways. Now the zipping ultimate is online. Another one. How about a little bit more? A little more parries? Oh my god. Another one!
Yeah. Everyone's just throwing blue. Like, look at the amount of commits that TE are just sending out the charge R&B on the whip sword. Just melting through the sustainability of that zip ultimate. Also, reality diverged. SR won versus Wolves on the hot drop fight. Now, XKG going head-to-head versus OUG. The last time OUG won this, and it got them the spoils of war of Vulpine Essence. Looks like history might repeat itself as 2-tick is going very low. Has to rely on the Uno F2, but will not be able to get away or set up a kill onto one of OUG's players. Ooh. YZG though, they've shown up for the timing attack. They've got the Hardy ult set up, and they are just going for the kill on a very low health Baby U. Trying to catch him before he can scale rush out of the window. And comes the Eno looking for the drop down right on top of Baby U. I think this might be where the Eno falls.
It could be. He's trying to get away. This building, this room, the chamber that holds the Vulpine Essence is so annoying to chase and also to run away. And it's one of those really annoying spots. At least for me, I don't like it, because if you try and chase someone, they go up, round, all around, ring around the rosy, and just come back here. But then when you're running away here, it always seems to be the case that somebody manages to grief you. And so I'm just getting worked up about it. It's just PTSD. But yeah, there you go. Fights take place, fights conclude, and the current score leaders are YZG on 4, with TE, SR, and OUG all on 3.
Oh, yeah. The timing attack from YZG meant instead of taking a 3 versus 3 and walking away with a max of 3 kills, they took a timing attack on 2 teams already going head-to-head. So they walked away with 4 instead. 5-2-1, losing their hot drop fight. Going to be trying to recover their game in zone, as we've got floating piles just spawned on up, which is why both TE and SR are in this area. Rico has the zip ult, might be pressured into having to use it though, and there it procs. Both Uno ults on the field, One Fang also using his zip ult, but it does last slightly later than SR's. XEM, potentially vulnerable, still has the Hardy ult, has not committed it just yet. Great LMB coming on from the dagger, just setting up the aerial for NY7 to be able to find the follow through. There's the Hardy ult on the field for both of these teams too, which means Cube Tech, but ooh, Assault Smolder is going to be shown off on the side of TE. That heal tick is going to be cut in efficiency by 50%. When that one burns on through, TXJ goes low, loses the armor, loses half the health, has to cube out of the fight. Xiao sees an opportunity, XEM holding space with the jump parry. SR just can't manage to fit the focus hit through. They turn on to Xiao instead.
Xiao receives the zip again from his teammate that maybe it should have been saved for NY7, who just... Oh, it's just about surviving. He's lost the majority of his effective health. Clanking. Oh, gets the opener. Scale rush. They grief each other. The combo drops. Wait a second, but it doesn't matter. He's still going to go down. But in the meantime, they trade kills. TXJ is eliminated. NY7 progressively getting more and more ult charge, nearing 80%. There you have it. Does get to 80. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Are we going to see the salty run back? Are we going to see the res? NY7 finds the way in. 1-2. No Eno ult from TXJ to match.
No
Big damage coming through. Electric kebab. Extra spicy. Delicious. A little bit of MSG, a little bit of salt on top, sprinkled in. Delicious. And SR. Si, senor. I'm going to be taking down TE, making them run away, run for the hills, but just fly away.
Yeah, I mean, they forced the zip ult early. And then they still have that Uno ult to be able to come on through once the zip ult's been procced. One thing was down too, so it was just like that situation which benefited SR. They could afford to be a little bit more confident with how they played it, since they were also still holding on to uncontested one-sided zip ult as well. Now that takes SR into the lead. 5 kills and counting, as we'll soon have our first round of Yangs spawning on through. Okay, YZG are able to make off with the Vulpine Essence. We just playing it civil?
We're just
taking turns on the catapult.
Waiting. Very English. After you.
No, you go first. I insist.
Thank you, good sir. Gladly. A long day. Getting goofy myself. Oh my goodness. All right. Into the Yangs.
Contest on Spirit Well. Not Spirit Well. Realm of Yang. Spirit Well is free at the moment. Everyone is set and geared to try to go for Realm of Yang. Everyone wants Vermilion Bird's Might, so they can fiend for more kills. And that means that not everyone makes it through. Did anyone get griefed though? Player E0F just batting them out of space. And teams that could not make the portal jumping on the opportunity instead. Looks like no. YZG going to be very happy that they made it through since they've got Volpine Essence in the back pocket and their opponent does not know that they have it. Early E0 ult comes on through from 5-1. QGG following suit and now literally following, shadowing the other Thunderlord before turning his attention, just stopping him from getting any disruption on his players.
Policing the enemy E0. And now turning his attention to zipping, trying to catch her. Come back here. But not gonna find it. Stonefall coming out of the ultimate. QGG goes to the pillar. Cube galore right here. Oh my goodness. Come back here.
Shot an RMB.
Cubed on top of each other's cube. Oh. F2. Zipping going pretty low. The healing still ticking away, but big double parry. But it gets slightly griefed, but it's still gonna be damage. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was the spear too, which meant that both of those players getting double parried both got scooped. Oh, but the double up into the charged RMB from the staff with the follow through from the Hallies. This is just really good synchronization coming on from both sides at the moment. QGG with the F, managing to find the opening onto Fat Milk. So YZG, player advantage currently. And they're going to keep putting the pressure. Scale Rush into the drop-down charge RMB, attempted from the staff. Wanting to find the split onto Akame, trying to find the hit onto the Zip. But we get another Hardy ult, which means another cube for the Zip to be able to reposition. And Dunk, we're in danger of timeout. We're about to be below 10 seconds. This could be grief for both of these teams unless YZG can get on top of this Hardy ult right this moment. We're going to have both teams being hit by Yang depletion. The combo breaker from the F. The Hardy ult ends, but the F is still up. And we talked about it. Disengage comp, sustain comp. If you can't kill the Zip and the Hardy, timeouts are plenty.
Indeed, the timeouts are aplenty. And now heading over to the replay with SR up against TE. E0 ulting early, but NY7 interesting in holding his instead. They're opening up with the Hardy begin with, and then doing the delayed E0 ult. Looking to try and find an opening, just sort of hopped around. You know, come back here. Ribbit. Come back. Come back. Extremely low HP. Trying to avoid it. The zipping ultimate, I'm sure, has been popped. And he's going to come out of the ultimate and instantly get exploded. Electrified. Taken down. And I think this is just where it goes downhill. Like, there's just... Once you... If you lose one, kind of it's over. Because... as long as the team in a numbers advantage has... on all 1 HP, then it's just over because of the sustain from the zipping.
Yeah. Oh, what's SR up to? Are we resetting off of Jellyfish Poison? And then changing our position with the Million Birds Moat. Oh, do you know what this is as well? Actually, this is really smart. TE's after them. TE have Yang depletion. So what they're doing by going down to Poison Jellyfish is they're proccing the Million Birds Moat, but they're not letting TE get the kill credit.
Yep. No kill credit for them, but they are going to be cleansed. So it gives them an opportunity to come back into the game somewhat. However...
But not the score.
Yeah, not the score.
That's really smart. And then you can actually like stay in Ghost form as well for a while. Since you know that teams with Yang depletion, OUG are doing the same thing. The Million Birds Moat, going down to zone damage instead of letting a kill come through from a different team.
Yeah, I think this is worthwhile as well because not only because the fights that would take place in the Yang depletion situation would last for so long.
And your Vermilion Birdsmite was just about to run out.
Yeah, and you know as well for sure that because if you're paying attention, like if you see that one of the Yangs ends up being a timeout, there's going to be even more potential grief.
Yeah,
there being one extra team on Yang depletion.
By the way, TE weren't able to find the blooms.
Wait, no.
They found one. They didn't find the rest. So they've picked up a rebuff charm now. But the chances of them actually being able to get back into this lobby...
I mean, I see it.
Well, they'll use one here. I have to find a second. But there's so much killing going on, is the problem. Like, they're losing the opportunity to gain score. Meanwhile, SR is continuing theirs. That's their 10th kill?
Oh my goodness. Fat Mill's just sending him out like hotcakes. Oh no, but he's gonna pay for it. He goes down. They have cleansed one. Oh no.
Yeah.
Xian goes down. Oh, XKG fully eliminated with 0 to boot. Unfortunate for XKG. Good showing.
YZG lost 2 as well to Yang depletion. Just like TE.
5-1. This is their one cleansed player. They need him not to die. Oh no, wait. Okay. That's why they sacrificed him, and then bought their other teammate back and rezzed him. It's okay. It's all right.
But you're heading towards where all of the fight is currently happening.
I think he's gonna drop all his money and then let himself die right there next to the catapult, so that he can if he comes back, or if the other teammate gets rezzed instead, they can go into the zone and then immediately use the catapult to get to safety.
Okay. Does anyone step up to challenge? Oh, they do. Okay, SR versus OUG. Both teams with momentum. Both teams having won that first round of Yang. 2 sets of purple armor on the side of SR. 1 set of purple armor on the side of OUG. NY7. Does he find this drop-down opportunity? The Eno F have been able to isolate one very early. Just pressure coming on through of this Eno comp. Feels like some teams will just full send it, and that's why Peak is so low. Has to pop the Zip ultimate almost instantly, and now could potentially just get fully fried as NY7 continues to apply this pressure. They're just fully controlling the tempo. SS with the Hardy ult too, but that just means that the Zip is not going to have that cube to be able to get out of the fight when more pressure comes out. And Y7 with the cube changes up his position, looks for the Scare Rush in to be able to set up the stagger. We've got a cube coming on through. OUG got a 2 versus 1, but that gets swept away by the charge R&B from the fan, scooping them in. SS gets hit a second time. Scare Rush set up 2 to be able to catch where he got hit in 2. Ooh, fire tick damage, but the Dragon Slayers is good. Rika's able to dodge out of it with the F. SS loses the spear to the parry from the Hong Sword, and that's going to be a 2 versus 2 situation. Crucially, both teams missing the Hardy and relying on Zip F sustainability.
Oh, wait a second. Oh no! Not like this! NY7 goes down! Oh, you can see it on their faces. SS just mouth ajar, just like, oh, what? What do you mean? They disappeared. The engraving, the big bonks. But now on the outside, we've got TE, XEM being chased down on his own by WBG, who are currently wielders of the Mystic Might buff that I believe they got from the Spirit Well. XEM trying his best to get out of there. Oh, hello.
Oh no.
Oh, we can't scale rush. Let me scale rush, please! Okay.
Oh.
Okay. He was waiting on the cube. He just can't get out of there. Now TXJ in a similar situation, going to get chased down by wolves. There's a bounty on his head as well. Runs into WBG. Oh my goodness, Moxie. It's
looking cooked.
It's looking rather burnt for Mr. TXJ. Oh no! Oh, wait a minute. Okay, got the
Oh, you know all.
Run away.
If I go down, I take you with me. No ult zone. His hitbox just gets battered about. Wolves basically play ping pong with TXJ's body.
To me.
That's a reference that only Brits will understand, but yeah.
Yep.
Perfectly encapsulates the situation.
Classic. Absolute classic.
Oh, that's wild. That's actually wild. That was Wolves' first kill of the game, by the way. SR, still Yang depletion though. 10 kills paired alongside OUG, but crucially, they're the only team currently with Yang depletion.
Goodness. YZG on 6, SR on 10, OUG on 10.
Wait, where did Cuckoo go down? Can they res him?
Oh, I don't know where. We're in the thick of it once again. Fat Milk on his own.
I mean,
he's lost his zipping.
Capitalizing on all of these teams being split. They're just hunting into the zone.
Yeah, they're zipping. Peak has group heal. Just keeping them alive.
Flamer catches Fat Milk with the F as well, which means that OUG will pick up their 11th. This is looking close. SR just under 2 minutes to be able to cleanse this Yang depletion. Like, loot-wise, in a good spot to be able to take some of these fights. If they just know that 5-1 are there, but WBG change their position slightly with the catapult. SR with the cannons, starting to try and chip some of this armor off. No flame breath though, so he'll take for the zip. Still going to be there in full. PP gets the F. Meanwhile, OUG still just relentlessly hunting these players who are just not in a good position. And it's back from 12 kills, potentially more. Assault Smolder lands onto Cuckoo, which means that the zip heal is so limited. And OUG, oh, do they run into SR? No, they back off. Discipline. Don't overextend, don't overcook. Don't get into a situation that other teams can punish because there's still a team with Yang depletion who want to force a fight.
Yeah, and that team is SR. They have a little over a minute. I'm not sure if all of them have over a minute because now. Oh no! Look right there. One of them has 20 seconds.
20, yeah.
They need to cap this.
They're banking on Spirit Well. If anyone contests them, they lose a player though. Oh, it's going to come down to the wire. They were 20 seconds away. No way! They're cleansed.
It's like the Uno reverse. This has happened so often now. It's just the team with Yang depletion gets the well and then gives Yang depletion to everybody else and cleanses themselves.
Why did no one challenge? If you know that they have 10 seconds left on Yang depletion.
Maybe they don't know. Like it's actually quite.
It's
they know
hard
that somebody
to be able to time. Yeah, now that the damage can extend the timer, but like that's insane. If SR are able to actually clutch this out an MVP, you can trace the moment that they turn around a bad situation to that exact play.
Yeah.
Because they've got both now.
YZG on the run. Yeah, they do. I mean, it's. Has anyone? Oh, and WBG gets the flag as well. What?
Yep. For free.
Okay.
I think 17S goes down here, right? Oh, just makes it over the windowsill. Pampy's in a very similar situation too. He's stuck in zone, but that heel tick cut is about to connect.
I think he
What's
might be dead.
ZK up to on the story? Yeah, I think Pampy's just made the decision to die without giving a kill credit over. 17S, someone spotted him on the other side of the wall because they try to get the fire tick damage onto him through it. Pampy goes down, combo breaker comes on through from the Hardy, but he's still too low. Wolves with the E0F claim the kill. Making it, what, the second in this lobby? Potentially the third here when they catch on to Cuckoo, but Baby is also trying to step up to shock this one down. Everyone wants the last hit on the Zip. They know that she does not have a combo break and that she's already used her F. It's just pure reliance on movement around this pillar.
The giant swords. Will they be his saving grace, or will he get caught on the buttery rocks?
Oh, the moonbeam.
Someone polished
we're
his
going
sword.
surfing.
I don't know. Woohoo! Cuckoo. Oh. Sometimes it looks like he's in the Bane when we're on this perspective, and it's just not the case. This is small heart attacks.
This is wild. We've got, what, YCG, one player left, Yang depletion. Maybe somehow does not get hit by the Moonbane.
Sometimes I swear, it's just like Moonbane has favorites. It's just... What do you mean he doesn't get... If that was me, I'm eating 1 billion damage. Excuse me?
If that was you, then you get hit by one into a second into a third. Oh, UG.
Moonbane doesn't like wolves. 2 of them got hit. No, 3 of them all got hit.
All of them got hit by Bane. A lot of that purple armor just ripped off. Cuckoo's down, but WBG get the kill credit. Musket shot comes on through. SR, surely we're contesting Spirit well. Surely this time we don't give it to a team for free.
Oh, looks like you might be right, Moxie. OUG dropping in. Hello.
I mean, SR have less skin in the game though. They don't have to be as active in trying to hold Spirit well because they don't have Yang depletion to try to extend the timer for. They can just be annoying.
OUG still have depletion on 2. So do Wolves. Wolves have cleansed 1 as well. OUG, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7.
SR's getting well for free.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There goes peak. SR got Spirit well for free. Making up 2 in a row, which means, Dunk, I feel like SR are in the driving seat.
I mean, then again, OUG are on 12, SR on 11. If
but
SR
OUG
somehow
are down to
fumble,
1 person.
Yeah, they have to really mess things up if they...
Oh wait, Wolves are griefing them. Not again, SR say! Not again! Different end zone, potential same result, but Wolves actually, I think, lost someone to timing down. Yeah, so Yang depletion timed out for Wolves, but the last hit was there credited to SR. 9 players left. WBG at the very, very top of this great sword pillar statue. Wolves slightly on the middle. OUG a little bit more down, but still just trying to hide from the amount of damage, and then SR playing fully on the low end, knowing that the zone moving will force WBG to have to drop into them. Wolves, though, they've spotted out SR. There's not a lot of cover where SR are currently playing. There's the drop down. WBG saw that Wolves have started putting attrition warfare with the cannons coming on through. And wait a moment, SR might be grieved by the 2 remaining full teams, even with the Mystic Might. They're forced into having scope for this E0 ult, turning onto WBG's PP. There's a team not in the fight, still peppering in damage with the cannons from afar. Turn onto the Zip. Hardy ults in play, so she gets to cube out. But that now means that SR take to the high ground and try to take over the space that they wanted to stabilize. Ult's about to be done. OUG still hiding in the bush. Still holding on to that ult. Zone's going to force Rico off. Oh no. Zhao gets hit into the upward scale, which means that he gets no opportunity to actually react. He just gets juggled up.
Wait, there's a timeline where OUG somehow clutches this Moxie. He's still alive, and I think he's untouched. I think he's in the sky right now. WBG fully sending it on SR right now. NHQ taking some damage. PP is receiving the pressure right now from this team. They're trying to fight back. PP trying to heal up. Not able to really do it.
Wait, no one's putting pressure on SR
oh, no, wait, no,
now,
this is zipping ult. I'm trolling.
SR can stabilize off of this. WBG Wolves, they're all fighting. NHQ is going low. Ult still in play for ZK. He's trying to just push these players into that corruption take damage, but this is giving SR the opportunity to stabilize. I'm pretty sure they're just playing above the cliff. Yeah, ZK now has noticed, hold on a moment, this isn't all of the players left. Baby is also just playing verticality at the moment, trying to play the floor as lava. The floor is just danger with the ult fully running rampant. Wolves ZK has ended. PP still got his. Up to the cliff top he goes, trying to slam these players down who wants to just stay grappling up until the zone closed. Wolves NiHQ falls. SR still have 2 players left. They should be able to cycle back into having an ult up. I believe Rico as well still has his ult up as Baby U gets spotted. Baseball batted into the corruption take damage. Barely manages to make it on through into the zone, out of the damage. Long enough to be able to come on through with the ult transformation. WBG makes a play with the Zip ultimate. SR lose NY7 and it's down to a 1 versus 1 versus 3. WBG, the only team up with all of their players.
OUG Baby U putting in work right now though, knocking all of these players into the zone, constantly disrupting, disturbing, displacing these enemy players, but can he do enough? WBG take him down. LV, do they have enough kills? How many points is that? I don't know.
It's SR. They killed Baby U first.
Did SR clutch it?
Yeah, it's SR. They get 14. They're doing
waiting.
the maps now. I believe it's SR because WBG turned onto Baby U before they turned onto SR's players.
Wait a second.
Maybe WBG can close it out. It's going to be down to the wire. But in terms of kills, SR were the ones leading. And because they outlived OUG, I think that's enough to get them the win.
We're doing some quick maths behind the scenes. SR, they're looking. Did we do it?
You can see the hope that they have. They're like, we get grieved out by OUG a second time. There we go!
Yes!
That's the win! They found out! They've done it! Finally! They pulled through!
NBPL 永劫无间职业联赛第2赛段，让我们的全新的获胜的队伍来到我们的台上，有请，恭喜 SR！ 哇，今天的比赛也是鏖战至最后一场，最终的话呢，8支队伍开启赛点，也是为我们送上了精彩的对决。来，话筒给到小豪身边。 那谈一下吧，今天这场比赛打完了之后，拿下这个赛段的获胜，拿下这个冠军。此时此刻最想对支持你的粉丝们说点什么？
谢谢你们的支持，祝你们身体健康，
祝大家身体健康，看得也开心。来，给到南有希，今天啊真的是化身战神一般。最后的话呢，在最终的这个角逐当中，自己是怎么样做的一个跟队友之间的一个协商，在最后这场镜像局，
只有2个字：相信。
相信自己，来，我们
In the latest game, I would like to say anything you want to say to your teammate.
那今天啊，其实开场的时候提到过，今天这个第1赛段被别人夺走了一个冠军。第2赛段，
we know that in the last stage for you guys in the grand final that you guys lost the championship. And anything you want to say to your teammate now in the second stage because you get the championship.
说起这个，接下来直通到西安的总决赛了。那对于 SR 来说的话，其实2026年的这个时间，在西安自己有怎么样的一个目标？
happy today. And I would like to know, so what's your ambition for your whole team in the grand final of the spring split? Yeah, I wish that we can have another championship, especially is the championship of grand final of the spring split is really important. We know it's now the time for you to enjoy your honor and please our hostess please give them their medal.
我们2026 NBPL 全新的赛制带来的魅力，也希望在这个金不辉章的战 加
is
持
like
下
really
，SR 战队
excited
在
for
第
the
二赛段
everything.
拿下
And
了
like in
2
the
个冠
Tros
军，
game,
我们
we
也把
can
掌声
see
送给他们，来
the
展示一下。
matches that fight to the end, to the game 8. And now it's time to show your honor.
好的，那么接下来再问一下 Rico 吧。
Okay,
那
now
Rico
it's
其实今天
time
啊
for
打到
more
最后一把，
question
所有
for
的队伍啊
Rico.
都是拼尽了全力。
We know
评
that
价一
in
下
the
你
latest
的
game,
排
like
对手
all
的
the
这其
team,
他
they
队伍的表现
passed the match
我觉得
point.
都很厉害，
Anything
因
you
为
want to
没
say
想
to
到大家
other
都能
team?
8级开赛点，我们 TE 很
I
早
would
就
like to
开
say
了。
like every
对
team
吧？
in the
但是
NBPL
我
now
们
is
最终还是熬
really
到了8级，
strong
证明他
because
们的韧
like
性也非
it's
常的强，
hard
所
to
以我觉得大家
imagine
都是
that
可遇的
all
对手。
the
来，话
all
筒
the
传递给
team
南
can
游奇。那
pass
其实
the
这个
match
赛季
point
啊，
and
来到
really
SR 这
make
大家
everyone
对
nervous.
你而言有怎么样的一些
And
不同的一些
also
收获感受？
NY7 in the SR this new season, anything new you learn?
转指挥嘛，我也。
I would like to say I really improved a lot. I would like to say thank you because my teammates just believe
那接
me.
下来给到小
And
豪。
also
那
I
其实
improved
作
a
为
lot to be the
男友
leader
期
in
的
the
一个
team.
加入，
Really, I
那
want to
自己有什么
appreciate
样的一些
my
话术想
teammates.
送给男友期呢？
And also,
这一关献给
Xiaohao,
7
anything you want to
这一
say
段献给
to
7，献给第
NY7?
二赛段的
I'd like
SR，
to say
不管是
this
单排还是
championship
三排
belongs
都
to
是战至
7.
终章。
Thank you,
通过最后一场
7.
比赛，为他们带来了最终的获
We
胜。
know that
我们也
today is
希
a
望
really
在接下来
nervous day.
调整一
All
下
the
自己的
teams
状态，
passed
休
the
息一下
match
自
point,
己的
and
心
you
态，
guys
接下
really
来
strong
迎
to
接最终
finally
西安
get
的
this
决战。再次
championship.
展示一
And
下
now
你
it's
们的
time
金
to
屋徽章，让我
prepare
们恭
for
喜
the grand
2022
final.
NBPL 第
Now
二
it's
赛段
time
三
to
排
show
冠军
your
属于
honor again. And we would
SR。
like to say again, congratulations, our Tros Game Championship of the second stage, which belongs to Team SR.
There we have it. SR, after a long and grueling 8 games, able to finally clutch it up. And I mean, like we said, Dunk, the moment that they were just getting that Yang Spirit Well for free, we said if they actually clutch it up, we will trace back to that moment of the whole game and get to see when they were able to turn a rough situation into a positive one. Question is obviously going to be which team gets the champion, A, SR, B, Wolves, C, OUG, or D, WBG, and it truly does almost occur in the same Midoriya fashion where SR were griefed out before. OUG still alive, Wolves still alive, SR in a very dominant fashion, and then all of a sudden it starts to go a little bit downhill. Wolves come on through with the grief onto them, forcing them to have to use their ults early. OUG then come on through with their ults when they don't have anything left in the tank. They lose one person, they potentially lose 2, they have to just recover up on the top side of the rocks. But then, Dunk, there's no pressure. Everyone else just turns and fights each other instead.
Yeah, it felt like they kind of just forgot, you know. It happens. You know, those kind of situations, like, where is everyone? Oh, there's somebody up there in the air. Oh, I forgot about him. It's just, you know, when you're constantly going, like, you close quarters, everyone's around you, like, you're just trying your best to just stay alive and at the same time communicate with your team. Oh, there's a dude there. Wait. Oh, and you can't always take a look at how many people are actually left alive. There's people grappling above you. Lots of ult cooldowns just being sent out, and meantime you're trying to you know, keep track of your own team's ultimates and what you're going to be using next and what order you want to be doing things. Because if you mess up your ability rotation in those kind of situations, you know, you use your E nor ult a little bit too early, it could spell your demise and it could just go horribly wrong. But SR able to clutch it up in the end. And you're right, the grief factor that was Wolves and WBG. They almost managed it for themselves, though. They were close. OUG also very, very close. It's kind of nuts that 3 of the teams who were in the bottom 4 for the majority of the day ended up being those teams that were still alive at the very end in the final game.
Well, I feel like OUG actually came closer. Because what ended up happening, OUG and SR were actually tied for kills. The difference is that WBG killed Baby U first. So NY7 went down, but SR still had one more player left, who then outlives OUG's Baby U. So OUG go out, and SR, despite being tied for kills, get an extra point ahead of OUG. We said it could come down to the wire, potentially. Yeah, you can see here, like, SR, 7 points. Oh, well, 14 points. OUG, 13. It's
look
literally
at
that one.
WBG on 14 as well.
And WBG on 14 too. Which means that it must have gone down to overall damage then. If there was...
It was kills. It was kill points.
Yeah,
it's
kill
because
points.
WG...
Because WBG had less kills than SR, despite both tying for game score. Because it initially goes kills, and then if those are tied, then you look at overall damage done. So not only was it 1 kill away from OUG being able to tie up the score and then take us to a damage meter off, it was 1 kill away for WBG, or even 1 just ranking point away too. Like, wow, that is literally the closest you can possibly be to be able to clutch it up.
And can you imagine if we still had kill multiplier for first place placement? Because WBG came first.
They would have
were
won.
In first.
Yeah.
They would have won. I mean, then again, a lot of other things would have changed throughout the day. But just for the purposes of, you know, making this example, you know, it's insane how big of a difference it truly makes.
I mean, credit to SR though. They pulled out of the funk. That I think was the danger, right? You went onto this very map, you got griefed out of an MVP, you went into your next game, it was obviously having impact. You were doing so well, you walk out with 1 point to your name. But they were able to recover and walk away with the overall win for the day. It's a very brave team that decides to go the exact same drop path, understanding that you're likely going to be contested by the exact same team. But this time, they beat Wolves, and getting those 3 extra kills is enough. And I feel like it's a sort of full circle moment for them. That by getting those 3 extra kills on the team that stood in their way before, they were able to clear the path and walk away with the win at the end of the day.
Yeah. And looking at the overall points, you know, it was definitely, it was a little bit top heavy at the end, with TE being at 83, SR being at 74, YZG being at 72. It drops off a little bit. Well, then there's the OUG, which is less than 10 points difference from YZG, but then it drops off another 10 or so. But then those bottom 4 are all really, really close together, within, you know, 5 to 8 points difference. So it's sort of very competitive lobby overall, and I think that's it's lovely to see. It didn't look like it to start off the day, but as we got further and further down through the series, the competitive nature, like the level at which all of the teams within the lobby were at, being like relatively even, it became, you know, more and more evident. But TE, I will say, is rough for them because they still ended up with the most points. They still did insanely well, and I feel like a lot of the time they got there were a lot of unfortunate situations. Same thing happened with SR for quite a few of their games. It happens though, you know, it's a battle royale setting. These kind of things will happen, and then with the hero points and the ban pick phasing and everything else coming into play, you can just end up in a rough spot. You can end up being at the mercy of those who pick before you as to what you can choose.
Yeah, I mean, both TE and SR as well spent 4 hero points on the Viper comp, which then tied their hands moving forwards.
Yeah, they gambled
onto what they could play, especially when they were the only 2 teams in contention for the MVP, because it meant that all of the rest of the heroes were just too expensive for them to be able to afford. But there you have it, SR walking away with the stage 2, which means that yet again we have the question: TE or SR? Who is the stronger trios team in NBPL? SR take this round, but will they take the overall grand finals?
I mean, I will say lately, SR has performed better in the sort of the big ones, the grand finals, you know. For TE, they did very well at the beginning of last year.
They wasn't it last year that they almost took every bi-weekly? They got 3 out of the 4 in the spring. So they definitely have it in them to do very well, and they're an absurdly good team. It's not a question. But SR seems to just do that a little bit better on the big day. So who knows? We'll see.
They're so much happier to wave to the camera now. They're like, "Yay, we won! Hi, camera!"
Their coach isn't forcing them to do it. You know, wave. I don't want to.
You can tell that they relaxed, like, towards the end. They were like, okay, let's lock in. Let's put some of the rough games behind us and just get the heads down, get into the lobby, walk away with a dub. And they were able to do so. Like I said, it's not just about how mechanically gifted you are in terms of how well you play. It's also, like, mentally how able you are to keep up that fortitude. And SR showed real perseverance today.
Absolutely. Mental is super, super important. In solos, trios, whatever. You know, in solos, you're all on your own. You don't have teammates to keep you, you know, in good spirits. So it can be a bit harder when you're all on your own. But at the same time, in trios, if one of your teammates is, you know, tilting off the face of the planet and yelling and just not saying anything, it can be just as difficult. You're trying, you know, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. If your weak link is just flaming you for something meaningless, it's kind of hard to play well. So it's hard, and with a grueling 8-game series where you have to keep it up at a super high level to compete and to actually make sure that you don't just fall flat, it's a lot of effort. It's very taxing. So no matter how well you did, anyone did today, I feel like nobody tilted truly off the face of the planet. There were a little bit of some from SR at one point. You know, it happens. But they recovered. They locked in and they got the bag. They got the W at the end of the day, which is, you know, good on them. Good on them. They're keeping it going.
So I asked you at the start of the day which team you would put money on being able to walk away with first for this stage 2. Now I'm going to put you on the spot and say, is your answer going to change before we go into grand finals? Are you sticking with TE, or are you splitting off to SR? Oh,
I'm gonna stick with it.
Instant?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I played 10,000 hours of Taka, Moxie. I stick. You know, I'm a loyal dude. You know, once I like, you know, I'm set. I'm in. I'm locked in. TE.
I mean, in terms of Taka, one could argue the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again while expecting a different result. So
yeah, but what result am I expecting that's different?
Taka to be more meta.
That's what?
Yeah,
I've never argued the Taka. Well, I didn't say that Taka was
I'm sorry,
actually good.
Are you about to say that you have not argued that Taka?
I've argued that it has been good in certain times when it has been good. I don't ask for Taka every day for people to play it because I think it's actually worth playing. I just want to see it because it's cool to watch. You know, I'm not saying, yeah, guys, play Taka, you'll win.
I mean, I do miss the Taka solos. Before they brought in Zip, I do miss the Taka solos. It has a place in my heart getting to see Panda Man. Just infinite. So many infinites.
Yeah. One of my favorite clips of all time is it was the POV of Mike, so you could hear his actual microphone. And him getting an infinite, I don't know on which player it was, but as he was infiniting him, he was just like, yeah, boy. He's just doing the Ainsley Harriet, like just actual meme lord, that guy. Actually just legendary. And yeah, it's just amazing. It's just beautiful. But here, we're taking a look, ladies and gentlemen, at the overall standings with the points with stage 1 and stage 2 put together, and TE are actually in the lead now. Before today, we had GG in the lead, but that has changed quite significantly with SR, YZG, Wolves, and TE, of course, taking the lead away from them.
Yeah, GG not able to compete today, which does, like you said, drop them down quite a few places in terms of that overall leaderboard. Ooh, those grand finals, they're going to be looking spicy. TESR likely going head-to-head. I wonder if we see a patch change as well come through before we get there.
Surely not. We're not throwing the new character in, are we?
Can you imagine just Protar, the teams be like, think fast. But yeah, there we go. Top 4 teams qualified to grand finals. So TESR, YZG, and Wolves all going to be able to make it to that one instantly, which will be played out on the 17th of May. So mark your calendars. That is when we have the Trios overall Spring Split Grand Finals.
Yep. So it's they still got another chance. But here is our LCQ participating teams for the first day. RW, 521, DRG, IG, SS1, FPX, WFG, and Alliance. It's gonna be a spicy one. It's gonna be a good game. It's gonna be a good set of games. It's surprising to see 521 there, to be honest, considering that they were playing here today. But it just so happens that that's how it ended up being. And here is the upcoming schedule for the solos in the LCQ round 1, which will be on Thursday, as the usual format, the usual order of games, lobbies, maps, and times of day. It's going to be the same thing, but it's just LCQ. Those things are on the line once again. It's the same format as trios theoretically in terms of who's moving forwards, top four, etc. But we'll see who's going to be making it. It's exciting. We're coming towards the... It feels like this split has gone by very quickly, Moxie, hasn't it?
Well, it's because we used to have like 2 weeks and then a bi-weekly final. And then 2 weeks and a bi-weekly final. Because if I recall correctly, we're actually, we're 1 month short. We previously had finals for Nbpl Spring Split in June.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Damn. I mean, wait. No, because it
was like May 31st.
Stage 1 is 3 weeks, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then stage 2 is another 3 weeks. That's 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
And then we're going to have an LCQ.
We had 4 bi-weekly finals.
To 7, and then 8. So yeah, it's more like 2 weeks difference instead of a month. Yeah.
We started I believe we ended May 31st, June 1st. Last year, because I recall having to do the grand finals and then catch a train to catch Nbpl. Always is very, very memorable. The LCQs, those are going to be scrappy, I feel too. Everyone's going to be scrapping out of the gates, trying to get as many points as they possibly can. New guard versus old guard. Who do you think takes it, Dunk? You think Mike still has it? Maybe Spider, or do you think it's one of the newcomers?
I think they've got a lot to prove, and it'll be very close. But I don't know. They people were saying that Spider and Mike were washed. They're going into this season to some extent, or at least Mike. Spider is still sort of regarded as Thanos. He was just cooking hard this split, but still he's fumbled. He fell down. He didn't have the best day yesterday, and Mike came in and clutched it. But there's a lot on the table. There's a lot of good players in solos. The newcomers, they've been doing really, really well.
Yeah, but that will be next week, because this is the time that we say goodbye. Hopefully, you've been watching with your account linked for the whole duration. By now, you should have that champion bubble unlocked, because I'm sorry, chat, we can't hold you here any longer. We will be saying thank you so much for stopping by, watching some insane NARAKA BLADEPOINT matches, and we'll see you with the last chance qualifiers for the Stage 1, Spring Split Grand Finals next week. Bye-bye, everybody.